It's time to venture into the unknown once more as VCO Infinity returns combined with a twist of ProSim. Earlier this year, the craziest of crazy ideas turned out to be weird, wacky, yet wonderful. 24 hours with 24 races, and Team Redline endured plenty of challenges to come out on top. This time, we expect no different as we get set for VCO ProSIM Infinity. Hello everyone and welcome along for the ride. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. Delighted to get things started alongside with my partner in crime, Lewis McLeod. Luke Crane will be along later to complete the dream team from the VCO Esports Racing League. But Lewis, we're back, and this time you're a little bit more rested for the action that we've got coming up.
Yeah, all the other commentators can go straight in the bin. It's all about me and Luke. We don't ignore those. No, it's again, this is an event that earlier on in the year I was so disappointed to have missed most of. I could only do 3 hours kind of in the middle and then 3 hours early in the morning, and I was absolutely exhausted. Now I get to come back and actually enjoy this event. Absolutely adore the idea. Such a fantastic change up on the idea of endurance racing and the fact of it's just sprint racing over a whole day. Love it.
I think our voices are going to get a workout here. The drivers are going to have an interesting ride as well. I think one thing we learned back in May is doing back-to-back races is possible, but maybe not always the wisest idea, especially when it comes to qualifying. Let's start, though, by talking about the cars in store. 3 Dalaras took part in May, only 2 this time around, but it's the latest addition that has everyone excited. The BMW M Hybrid V8 joins the party alongside the Dallara IR18 IndyCar, the Honda Civic Type R, the iRacing Formula IR04. That's a car we're expecting fireworks from, and of course the Porsche GT3R. An interesting mix of cars, Lewis, and as always, drivers will have to adapt.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, we are all super excited to see that brand new BMW on the platform, to see it racing. I mean, I'm disappointed that my first race off on this broadcast will be the first race of those BMWs, but that's fine, that's fine. I get to sit back and watch it. What a fantastic addition. And then the other cars, I mean, all great cars for great racing, and I'm sure that's what we're going to see over the tracks that we've got for the day as well.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about these tracks. 2 of the tracks return from May, that being Daytona and Spa. However, we mix things up. Fuji, the Red Bull Ring, and then Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. 3 very interesting tracks. Ignore that picture of Silverstone that somehow managed to squeak its way in. But Lewis, I mean, this is an interesting combo of tracks. Draft is going to play its part, of course, but there's plenty of tricky complex of corners that drivers will have to deal with.
Yeah, obviously you've got 2 slightly more traditional circuits in Red Bull Ring and Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps being the more Grand Prix circuits. Those in things like the IR04s and the TCRs are going to be wide open for the races. Daytona is mad. It's always a gamble, was certainly back in Infinity. Fuji's a great track as well. We certainly saw that back in the VCO Esports Racing League. And let's be honest, who doesn't love Road Atlanta? It's a brilliant track, an absolute roller coaster, which I think is going to be probably housing the most dramatic races of the day, at least when it comes to some of those glorious incidentes that I hear from all of the drivers.
Yeah, I think plenty of drama expected. And we got race control. We'll talk about that later. Here's a look at the more than 40 teams that are getting ready to go. It's 4-man racing. That will be the maybe most
great logo.
Interesting team when it comes to the logo, but of course staples of the Esports Racing League, the likes of the Apex Racing Team, Arnage Competition, Brabham, BS Competition, and Carbon all make their way in. Biela is a late replacement, late in the day. Frank Biela joined the party. Of course, don't forget the DCWR crew that we saw back earlier this year as well. Second page, of course, highlighting Door Esports, I think, is one of the major names here, but I think Havu is a name that I'm quite interested to see how they get on as well here, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, Pure Sins. I actually had a few good runs back in VCO Infinity earlier on. Mirror Esports, of course, and Gogo Bowdy out on track. Love 46. You know, we know about Ozretskov who'll be taking to the track. Obviously, been out there streaming time and time again. Obviously, got to every now and then. I'm really excited to see you struggling, mate. I mean, it's a great list on these 2 pages, but there's so many great teams as a part of this event. RHG, Race Flux being two major ones. PGZ, there's a couple of drivers in that squad that I'm kind of curious to take a look at, as well as Fordzilla also.
Yeah, and Team 707, of course, with Kova disbanding one of the final outings for that crew as a unit before they go their separate ways, with some deals already having been signed for some of those drivers. Sabled Esports, I think, one to watch as well. Rocket, SimRC, and RPC. So many strong names to talk about in this championship. Oh, I say championship. It really is a championship, but it's a 24-hour championship. And the interesting twist, two Redline cars, by the way, two Wave Italy racing cars, as we look at Williams, Urano, and Zenith as some of the major players on this final page. But Lewis, 6 races must be completed by a pro driver, so it does mix things up. And to make it more interesting, it doesn't have to be one pro driver doing all 6 races. You can have a couple of pro drivers teaming up to complete 6 races.
Yeah, and if you can find yourself a good couple of pro drivers, Redline we know have got plenty in their ranks. It does make life an awful lot easier. That said, I'm kind of curious to see where Urano will be in this one. Of course, I think for most of us, when it came to VCO Infinity earlier on in the year, they were the big shocks, the big surprise. They properly took it to Redline and showed that consistency was king in an event like this. Are they going to be able to produce the same again? Are they going to be feeling the pressure of coming into it, not maybe as the favourites, but of knowing that, or expecting them to be properly in the mix?
I think one thing that I'm also quite excited about, Lewis, is just the fact that, again, like I said earlier, the fact that going back-to-back is such a risky strategy means that drivers have to stagger themselves out. There's not a quick turnaround, it's a very quick turnaround, I should say, between finishing one race and having to go qualify for the second.
Yeah, I did take a look. There were a few back-to-back races where drivers did do 2. I don't think anyone did 3 back in VCO Infinity. Certainly had a couple of 2s, though. It is possible. There were, I think, only 2 drivers. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head as to who they were, but I think there was 2 drivers that did back-to-back races and actually had back-to-back top 10s in those races. But across the entire event, it was only 2 or 3. You don't really want to be fielding a driver on consecutive races too often in a race like this, which does make things harder because normally in an endurance race, you just go, right, here's your 3-hour stint. I'm going to sit back and let you get to it. No. In this, you've got to get to. You only got 1. And then you're probably out of the car for maybe 2 or 3 races, 2 or 3 hours. It's hard. It's brutal.
I hope everyone enjoyed my quick change of t-shirt there because,
Loved
yes,
it.
of course, we've got a BS Turner car in the field. I've got to represent here today. 20 seconds left in qualifying. I think we'll harp more on this driver lineup situation over the course of the day. It's Lorenzo Colombo that's at the top of qualifying, but it's the other Redline driver, Richie Stanaway, that might just be the ace up the sleeve that the second Redline machine will be looking for as they try and work through what is going to be a very, very long day of competition. We're ready to go for VCO ProSIM Infinity, 24 races in 24 hours. It starts here with the Dallara IR18 at Fuji, and they are done and dusted with the qualifying. It's time to run you down through the starting grid for the first of the 24 races. It's a 1:22.931 for Lorenzo Colombo, more than a 10th quicker than the best of the sim races. Valentin Mandanok from Romain Grosjean Esports. Urano Esports impressed in the IndyCar and across the VCO Infinity in May. Luca Kita inside of Pedro Sanchez, experience in this car. Gergo Baldi, usually in a touring car, will find some experience working his way in the open wheels. Ryan Bonneveld in the BS Turner machine on the outside of row number 3. Then David Toth, the Hungarian, inside of Luis Nunez for Zenith Esports. James Armstrong brings the green and gold of Brabham inside of the top 10 along with Jaden Ladick. Lewis, run us through row number 6 through 10.
Yeah, Deegan Fairclough taking in the Team PGZ car with Prada alongside for Pure Sim. See how far they can work their way up the order before we get the Delatraz Automotive. Thomas Einborg behind the wheel. Mikko Reichel behind the wheel of Dur Esports. Don't be too quizzitive as to what the name is. It's just an O with an umlaut. Don't worry about it. Altus Esports and then Team 707. Can't wait to see what Valtteri Alander can do. But he's starting lower down than we would expect before we get to Blainat and Luchak in 18th spot for the Seibelt Esports team. Going down just outside to round out the top 20. Wave Italy racing team starting from 9th division and Carbon Sim Sports in 20th with Liskovic.
And then it's the South African of Chris Shorter in an interestingly coloured Impulse car that lines up 21st alongside Visceral Esports on row 11. Keika Shube, the second of the BS competition machines, all the way back in 23rd, with Will Tregurtha, the Williams Esports driver, with some work to do from 24th. Fellow pro Sandy Mitchell back in 25th, with the Beeler Racing Team Euronics in 26th. Love 46, Team Fordzilla share row 14, while rounding out the top 30, it's Race Clutch and Wave Italy. Lewis, just a handful more cars. We'll scroll through them. Adam Smalley, one of the notables, along with Fraser Williamson. But it's such a stacked lineup, and the field of 30-plus cars is only split by 1 and a bit seconds.
Yeah, looking down here, I mean, there's still plenty of names where I'm looking at them thinking, wait, shouldn't you be up the front? Richie Stanaway, 41st. Elvis Ranke, I don't know if they were probably taking part in that session, but either way, right the way down the order. I did see as well Dylan Pereira, another driver who I'd expect to be much, much, much further up. Yeah, this is going to be a chaotic race, that's for sure. Got to say, of those at the front, I'm quite liking Valentin Mandanak. Starting from second place, has 2 race wins in VCO Infinity last season. One of them came in this car at Silverstone in that event. So see what Valentin Mandanak can do from the front row of the grid.
Where's the big book of BS for this one, Lewis?
It's online, don't worry. It's all part of a spreadsheet.
So you haven't had to kill a bunch of trees for this one?
No. I've decided to go all eco-friendly. It's 2022. I mean, you wait for Le Mans Virtual, mate. I think it's going to weigh a ton. Prediction,
though, Lewis. Who's coming out on top 24 hours from now?
Redline. Sorry. I think it's going to be Redline. I think it's going to be Redline 1. But it's not going to be an easy road, that's for sure. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a brave one.
And it starts here in the land of the rising sun. Racing is Life will play us to the start of VCO ProSIM Infinity, another crazy 24-hour journey. It's the defending champions Redline that are at the front, not just champions of VCO Infinity, the defending champions of VCO ProSIM as well. It's Lorenzo Colombo that leads them to the green flag, and he holds them for a while before bunching the throttle and stacking the field up. Already 4 wide in the background. Colombo on the run down into turn number 1. Mandanak also having to go defensive, but a tidy start for the most part. Barneveld locks up the brakes, but slithers it back into control. They plunge down the hill though. A tidy start for 40-plus machines.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 wide, of course, on the run up towards the second, that high-speed left corner as they head round this really long right. Still going to be side-by-side in the mid-pack. Nothing too crazy, though. Obviously, I don't think there's been any major incidents. Just really that lock-up from Ryan Barneveld and that BS turn the machine. Look at this through the middle of the pack, straight around the outside. That 140. That's a brilliant move to try and get around the Brabham Esports car. It's very dicey back here, though, you've got to say.
Dicey is an understatement. They continue to jockey, and now as they head into the chicane, they continue to plunder 3 wide for a moment. A little bit of contact there as Barneveld forces his way through on Gurgo Baldi, but somehow they all manage to sort it out. Still no major drama through 40-plus machines as we file into the final sector. All this fighting is great to watch, but it's enabling the top 2 to break away. Already a second of separation as Zenith goes around.
Yeah, that was a bit of a shame. It was right in front of Brabham as well. They've all been spun around and sent out into the barrier. So, wow, that is I'm going to say it, do you know, that is one of the biggest shunts that I've seen from a group of cars in sim race, and I did once yell Arca brakes on a broadcast. That was crazy.
I've yelled Arca brakes multiple times on a broadcast. Now, the timing screen on the left side will flicker like crazy when we see the drivers onto the push to pass. 10 usages of the button. It gives you between 60 to 70 horsepower more on top of the 600 odd horsepower that these Dallara IR18s put out. Now, one thing that we don't really have to consider too much with any other car are tire compounds. Drivers are not required to use multiple tire compounds through the course of the race, but one thing that is a reality with a car that can only go about 20 minutes on a full tank of fuel is we are going to see pit stops. We do have 2 cool track conditions, Lewis, and I would expect the primary compound of tire, that is the red softer compound of tire, the alternate rather compound of tire, to be the preferred compound.
Yeah, I mean, you're the IndyCar expert, mate, so I'll just follow your lead on that one. Got to say, a few people into the pit lane. Sasha Lehman for Race Clutch. There's a bit of a lock-up as well in the background there. Impulse Racing into the pit lane. Obviously, Zenith. Team 707. Brabham also in, all coming into the pit lane that time by Mirror Esports as well into the pit lane. Rincon Racing also in. So a few casualties in the early stages. not quite. I mean, we were expecting them more so down towards in the first and second corner. They were actually pretty tidy through there. It was coming through that awkward mid-pack, only courtesy of the spin from Zenith that really caused an absolute cluster. It set them off as the proper Christmas tree is being set off on the timing tower. Everyone's on push to pass.
Yeah, this long back main straightaway is going to give those opportunities as well. We say Mateusz Luchak trying to fight with Door Esports potentially, and more fighting a little bit further back as well, as there's a car running its way down out of pit lane. One thing that I want to give a very early shout out to here, Lewis, is our livery designers, because they have had to be quite busy. Barneveld on the attack around the outside of Luca Kita. You can tell that's a man with experience in this Dallara IR18. But yes, our painters, specifically iLiveries and Juan, have had to be very, very busy and hard-working over the last week to get things out.
Yeah, whilst, don't get me wrong, some of these teams already have liveries, particularly on cars like this. That's fair enough. We did have a brand new addition to the service, which was then thrown into... Oh, okay, yeah, now I'm looking at the replay of that. I mean, that was not a great rejoin. I mean, don't get me wrong, obviously you just needed to hold the brakes while sliding out there for Zenith Esports, but it was effectively into the path of everything else, and no one could really do anything. So you got the car spinning off there. You would expect it to stay right, and it didn't. And that was on board with 707, so yeah, Valtteri Alander. I mean, he's got experience with reacting to crazy stuff ahead of him. Yeah, oops.
We won't mention Long Beach, where Valtteri Alander was the one causing the chaos.
That was true.
It was just a little bit true. Now, Chris Shorter has had some issues of his own. That Impulse car is down in 57th position. Now, points. We haven't had a chance to talk about them in our very, very abbreviated pre-show. First place walks away with 44 points. Last place walks away with 1 point, basically. It's as simple as that, and you accumulate them over the course of 24 races. And it means, quite counterintuitively to many 24-hour races in the real world, Lewis, if you have an incident, you have a chance of still fighting all the way to the end.
Yeah, and you've just got to keep ticking off points. So got a couple of cars out there on the right-hand side just going a lap down. Don't worry about them too much. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Just got to finish races. What Urano did. They just kept finishing, just kept being inside the top 10. You don't need to win every single race. You just need to tick off top 10s, top 5s, something like that. And throughout the race, that will be enough to at least get you into the hunt. That bright white car, great livery for Bila Racing Team, definitely recognisable. I shouldn't throw them too much under the bus. All I say, all teams have been working so hard. There comes me under the broadcast.
And
like, that's terrible.
You can't throw Bila under the bus because they legitimately joined 24 hours ago when another team dropped out. So I still
feel like I could.
We thank Bila as well. That's aggressive from the Bila Racing car. Just throw it down the inside and up to 14th position already. That car is up 12 spots. There have been plenty that have been able to pick their way through the carnage. Still fighting is Keika Shube and Lishkowicz representing the Carbon Sim Sports entry. So much fighting up and down through the field, Lewis. This is why we love VCO Infinity.
Yeah, Tregertha also almost came through, focusing then inside that sort of top 10, top 5 battle. You've got Ryan Barneveld down at top. Deegan Fairclough, who's done a good job to work his way up the order, obviously dodging quite a bit of that incident that the Brabham and whatnot. He was around battling right behind the Brabham when he got involved in that incident with the Zenith Esports car that went off. So he did well to avoid that one. Now charging, of course, should be getting used to some open wheel racing. Certainly did so in the Rocket British Formula 4 Esports Championship, because he'll be racing in the Rocket British Formula 4 Championship next year. He's got an interesting 2023 ahead of him. He'll try and do the charge for Team PGZ.
Yeah, and Team PGZ are going to be fan favourites in many ways as we jump on board with Mr. Deegan Fairclough and ride around with him. Interesting to note, the GT style wheel in a Formula car.
I don't blame him. There has always been this, surely you should whip out a Formula, especially in an event like this. No, I just want to get used to one wheel. Well, yeah, if you're constantly changing it out, even that 20 minutes or whatever, you might need to get used to it. It's just not worth it. Just go with one wheel, treat it as if, I know obviously you shouldn't treat it as if you're driving one car throughout the 24 because you're not, but just try and make as many things consistent as possible in your setup, in your approach, in what you're doing, and that will at least guide you through the opening stage. I think that was no, actually, I don't know who that was going on the defense. Oh, it was Apex. Never mind.
That is Apex, and
is the lap down?
Yeah, I was just trying to pick that one. I think that's Elvis. It is Elvis Rankin, who then locks up at turn number 1, and not the first time I've seen Mr. Rankin lock up at turn number 1. Now, Mr. Rankin is coming off some success in the real world. Carried a second place finish in the iRacing Skip Barber Racing Series, which gave him a season in the Skip Barber Racing Series in the real world, just went out and won the championship. So we congratulate the 15-year-old Elvis Rankin. And you know what? He's someone who started in dirt racing, has found success here in sim racing, found success again in the real world. The future is bright for the young Elvis Rankin.
This race, though, is not. Unfortunately, down in 40th position and just sort of hoping to score some decent points. No, absolutely. Unfortunately, though, I do feel Elvis Rankin will go into the same category as like Tobias Pfeffer and people like that, where I'm just sort of like, yeah, well, he's 15. And in 5 years' time, we'll still probably be, in my mind, 15. Just like, yeah, that's it. Like, it's really hard. Like there's a few people that I've been commentating on for like 7 or 8 years, and still in my mind, I'm like, yeah, they're still 18, they're still young.
No, so
like, oh no, they're in their mid-20s. They've got like a house and everything. Oh Christ!
There's a driver that I've commentated on who won a World Championship race at 13. He's always going to be 13 to me. On board with David Toth, if Arnage Competition is watching, I've got one of your shirts across from me, but I'd like this new one as well. You know my address, just send it on over. Arnage running well, and I think this is a team that we expect to run quite well because we've seen them be adaptable across the cars, and we've seen the strength of their driver lineup across of 2022 as well here, Lewis.
Have you not been sent? One of these new Arnage types?
I haven't got it yet.
This is my first time seeing it, but I am being sent one. Cheers to the guys at Arnage Competition. They have received themselves some healthy bias through this VCO ProSIM Infinity. Also because the cars look great.
They do.
I mean, I've got to say, I am so looking forward to seeing quite a lot of these liveries on that BMW a bit later on. I literally cannot wait. I mean, that's one where I'm not going to judge anyone. If I'm looking at a livery, I'm like, it looks pretty half, finish the sentence however you want to finish it.
Half-baked?
Half-hearted.
Okay.
I'm not going to judge because it's like, that's a tricky car to skin.
Fun fight for 17th spot as Will Tregurtha to the outside of Ralph Benitez. Never really the option that you are going to see work behind them. Sandy Mitchell running, and he takes the opportunity to lunge it to the inside of Tregurtha. Now, I think these are two drivers that have likely fought it out in the real world. It must be interesting for them to go at it hammer and tongs in the sim.
Yeah, Sandy Mitchell obviously done his fair share of British GT. Meanwhile, Will Tregurtha's done ADAC GT Masters, if I remember correctly.
And it's going to do British GT next year.
Exactly.
In a Lamborghini.
I'm looking forward to meeting him. I've commentated on him a few times. We've had a couple of chats, so I'm curious to have a gander with him in real life and whatnot. But I mean, it's a quality grid in British GT, but not talking too much. They've got to have raced each other. This is the whole thing. Is you just think real world pros, they've got to have raced each other generally.
True.
Is that Mirror Esports trying to unlap themselves to touch? Because I think they're probably is probably way down the order.
Yeah, it is a bit confusing. So it's Apex in the #1 team that are a lap down, Mirrors also a lap down, Rincon Racing a lap down, and Team Fordzilla a lap down. Now Monaco Esports has had an issue of their own. They are off the track right now. I think they may be our first retirement from the race. So 43 starters have become 38 left on the lead lap. And just a clarification, with only 43 starters officially in the competition, the winner still walks away with 44 points. Last place now will walk away with 2 points. So just to make sure everyone's on the same page there, Lewis.
Yeah, we've got Biela making some moves here, by the way, getting down the inside of Fedalosa and now trying to get another one done. My goodness. I was on Visceral trying to make that move stick. Still manages to hold the one on Apex, that white machine being the Biela. Still to the inside of the final corner, which is not really a line that I like. And it's going to cause a bit of 3 wide. It's going to lose them out potentially not only to Visceral but also to Alt as well, who probably have a better exit onto the straight. That said, with a cheeky bit of push to pass, I mean, that will help you day out, wouldn't it?
3 wide, and there's a car diving their way down onto pit lane. That is a pit lane entry we will have to talk about over the course of the day as well. Fenalosa able to hold on for the time being around the outside, but so much back and forth through the field, and this is the intensity that you expect over the course of the 24 hours, and it's why I think that point that I was trying to get to with Richie Stanway at the start is going to be so important. So he's doing race 1 here, but I was talking with Josh Thompson, one of the other members in that second red line entry last night, Lewis, and he was saying that the great benefit with having Richie being in Australia is when the rest of the team needs to sleep, Richie can carry the brunt of the middle portion of the race. Richie is a good sim racer. Richie is a racer, and I think, in so many ways, that seems like the perfect fit.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, if you're going to have a pro driver, you want a pro driver that's got their decent fair share of time in esports racing. I was with it being his obviously real world racing experience is great, but I've seen him in sim so many times. He's well accustomed to what happens on various platforms of sim racing. But you always kind of want it, if you're going to do endurance racing, whether it's 4 people, 5 people, whatever it is, you always want to team up with one person that's not from the region that you're in, right? Whether that is the west coast of the United States, whether that is over in Asia or Australia or whatever, you want to team up with someone from miles, because otherwise, I mean, these endurance races are brutal, but it's one of those beautiful things that in sim racing we can actually sneak our way round a little bit with the enduring factor. It doesn't have to be quite as unrelenting as it is in real life.
Look at this wonderful camera placement from Lorenzo Colombo. I mean, we have
plenty of questions.
Unprecedented access to what's going on behind the scenes. Race leader, though, now by 2 full seconds. Valentin Mandonok doing a good job to be able to hold on to the tails of the draft of your race leader. Pedro Sanchez-Albert not that far away as well. I mentioned his experience. Finished, I think, 3rd in the ISOWC back in 2021 in the championship. This is a man that we saw both on the ovals and the road courses willing to be at the front of the field, and he brings that experience forward. Altus Esports and Door Esports go back and forth. Now, fixed setup competition also does mean, Lewis, you do have to adapt to the car. You cannot make it adapt to you, except in this Indy car where you have the front and rear anti-roll bars to play with it a bit.
Yeah. But this is where it kind of, again, this car all cars will lean generally to those that have experience in them. Anyway, that's how this works. Not everyone has amazing experience in every single car. And when you've got 5 different cars, everyone's learning as they go. But those that have decent experience in this car will drive it, will go, oh, the rear end's sliding around a little bit. Let me just put 2 clicks on that and then a click on that, and it's the way it gets fixed. Whereas when you're not new to the car, when you've not got the experience of the car, you have to sit there and you have to think, do I have to... would that work? And you have to experiment in the race. And sometimes you're a little bit scared to go, oh, actually, no, I will just whack that over there and hope for the best, really. You kind of want to just leave it where it is. It might be tight, but it's predictable. Or, you've got used to it or anything like that. That's kind of like the idea you want to go for. Tight battle here starting to split apart because Luca Keita, I think, is just pulling away from Barneveld. Touchdown for Toth, keeping in tow, same with Fairclough.
Yeah, I love that we're going to be able to do this over the course of 24 hours. Ride with the drivers, see what's going to change for them over the course of the day as well when it comes to their visibility, because lighting conditions are a real concern for many of these drivers, and it will impact how they choose to race. Bobby Zelensky, for example, is notorious for being able to race in complete darkness, which I am incapable of doing.
Hate it. It really strains my eyes. And
exactly.
Even in a 24-hour endurance race, I've got to have the light on in the ring.
Shout out to Luca Keita. Track maps. Jamie Fluke, if you listening, track maps, please.
I was going to say, still, no track maps on Jamie Fluke. So I think Luca Keita might actually start becoming one of my favourite drivers in sim racing. Yeah, I'm bored of Fluke now and the Apex. No, actually, no, I'm not. I do love the Apex racing team. Do you have the Urano top, by the way?
I do not.
Because you almost had a complete set. No.
Okay.
No. I did recently get sent one, but it wasn't by a team that's in this competition. They were in VCO Infinity last time. If you can think of what it is, post it in chat, and I probably won't agree.
Yeah, well, we'll open that challenge up to those watching on VCO as well. Do let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for. Me and Lewis will pay attention. We've been just trying to keep ourselves focused on some sort of sensible action for the last 20 or so minutes as we've gotten this event underway. Lewis and myself will be together for 3 hours, and finally I can get rid of him, and I'll be joined by Paul Smith for an hour, and then Luke Crane will come along to replace me for a little bit, so you can get a reprieve, the viewer, from from the two of us, because we don't blame you at all. Gaps are starting to open up. I think tires starting to be a bit more of a factor as well. Not that many have elected to actually be on the alternate softer compound of tires, so maybe a little bit counter to what I was suggesting. Maybe the primary harder compound of tire is the preferred option despite the cooler track conditions, but of course that's where these drivers would have prepared and actually know what they're talking about.
How hard is this track on tires? It's not Crazy, right?
Well, the thing with tires in general with this IndyCar is you tend to wear them out quite a bit in a straight line just because they build temperature.
Oh, really?
And so it's a long straight line, and well, I tell you what, I think we got pit stops going to start. At least one. Sandy Mitchell in the Urano Esports Hiking Media number 91 will dive his way on in, but it seems to be the only one, and it's a bit early for a pit stop, to be honest, Lewis. We're not even at the halfway point of the race.
I was going to say, I kind of get it, but that screams to me either massive undercut or massive tyre wear problems. Potentially some drama, some damage, but Sandy Mitchell then will come back out into the fast lane. It is a slow pit lane. Well, it doesn't seem that crazy, but it is, it's longer than you'd expect.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't going to contradict you on that. I was going to say that the pit stop itself was normal. 8.9 is 4 Firestone tyres and a full tank of fuel in these Dallara IR18, so see how it gets on. Kane Halliburton starting things off well, by the way, for that Love 46 entry, and that's a car that I'm going to be intrigued to see.
Terrified of.
Yes, intrigued to see how it goes. A, because I never want to have to say the name.
Go on. No, say it.
Optereskovskaya.
That'll do.
It's close enough, but I can't.
I'm speaking on behalf. I mean, I don't think I can say a name properly. So
it's not as confident and comfortable as you, but it will do. Here is look on board with Kane Halliburton. How close is he sitting, by the way? Because I'll be honest, this looks quite uncomfortable to me.
See. This is the thing.
It might just be the camera angle.
It might also be the screens. The screens are much closer. It makes it look a lot more claustrophobic. But I've always kind of thought I want that screen to be as close to me as possible, like almost like VR, so that you've got like that surround sound is actually very close to what you can do. And I think that's kind of making it look a lot tighter. The wheel is pretty close, but I don't think it's as crazy as it looks.
Okay, maybe not.
So we'll see. But either way, nice again. More triple screens. I'm not jealous. Don't worry.
Yeah, I just have the big wide, ultra wide 49-inch, which personally saves me some space, and since I don't race that much anymore.
I don't race at all, mate.
Yeah, I know. I say don't race that much. I don't race at all, if we're being honest. Door Esports are struggling to hold on right now, by the way. Keika Shube looks to the outside as they head down into the chicane, but it's Rochelle that's continuing to defend as Bila Racing trying to work their way on forward. New damage model in this car hasn't had to be displayed too much outside of the lap 1 incidents that we had. It's been a relatively clean affair despite all of this action. All the action, for the most part, though, Lewis, has been outside of the top 10.
Yeah, the groupings at the front have started to split away. Obviously, Colombo checking out early on. Valentin Mandanak not able to keep up. Sanchez, Keita also decent gaps. Keita making a bit of a gap to Barneveld. And that story continues on through. Barneveld to Toth. Toth to Fairclough. Fairclough dropping down, though, because Luke Jacks just comes through at the foreground of shot. And Kane Halliburton's on the button. Kay Kashub's on the button as well to keep Rakel at bay, pulling out a little bit of a gap from the Bila Racing team as well. One thing I don't want to see throughout any of VCO ProSIM Infinity is a battle between Pure Sim, Door Esports, BS Competition, and Apex.
Yeah.
Please don't.
If you're listening, by the way, 2 paint schemes. If you're a new team trying to decide what to do, there's 2 color combinations you should avoid. Blue and white, and red and black.
Yeah. Just don't.
Just don't.
Lime green. Go for it.
Anything.
Fill your boots.
Neon pink. Neon yellow.
Yeah.
Anything.
Oh, well, Neon Pink, we've got a few teams going that way.
Excuse me.
Being one of them.
Artifact is also up there. To be fair, Arnage just...
Who's Artifact?
That team that doesn't race anymore.
That's his thing, all right.
So unfortunately, my team name? So true. What is your team name? Because you don't even know your teammates at this point.
No, different team. My team's Aurora, but it doesn't really exist anymore.
Okay, I see.
That's fine. The Artifact, was it Aurora, Artifact, Calamity, Flag to Flag?
Yes.
Powered by Racebot. Sorry,
yes.
The flag to Flag part we'll actually see on broadcast as well, because Cam Rodgers will be on broadcast in a bit.
Oh yeah, we will have the third part of the greatest team of all time, as we have a pit stop coming from Deegan Fairclough. Now, just on I don't think he's on the right side of the number. I think he's left himself a bit short here.
I'm going with your expertise on this. You know this car a lot better than I do.
Well, I'm just going off time because we're not halfway through the race.
Yeah, but maybe the undercut, isn't that going to be quite potent in a car like this?
Yes.
Or is that me being crazy? Because I think that could be it. Because it seemed as though everything had kind of settled down. Lost out to Lukacek just there, drop it down to now what was 7th position, 8th position potentially. I kind of understand. Try and just get out of the rhythm, trying to reset something. I know obviously we've still got plenty of time left in this race, but still, I like the idea of doing an undercut. And if it goes wrong, so what? You're not going to drop to the back of the grid, and you might only lose out 3 or 4 points, right? Which could play its factor later on, but still, right now, it's fine.
Yes, I want to make sure we're talking about this from the get-go. Every position is a point. And it was close to the very end. I'm just going to throw him under the bus right now to kick things off. If Dylan Trivens is listening, turn this off right now. Because I think it was the 22nd or the 21st race out of 24. Urano Esports is leading by a not insignificant margin, as we have 3 wide and a car heading down towards pit lane. That's Thomas Imberg. This, I think, is a lap where you're safe to come in. So let's see the merge with Team PGZ. But Dylan, aggressive at Road America in the Formula 3 car on lap number 1, out of turn 5 up the hill, sent it deep, and sent it back into the garage, basically. And I think that one result is what made the difference, not in just points, but momentum as well. When every point is a position, Lewis, yes, we can say, oh, you can afford to lose them here and there now. But when consistency is going to win this competition, I don't think we can really talk about that. Remember, Coanda won the most races last time.
Oh, yeah.
But they disconnected,
where are they now?
A bunch. Yeah, where are they now?
No, I mean, that was race 21, by the way. That was the fourth to last race. And yes, let's not forget that in VCO Infinity, earlier on in the year, the race, the championship, the event, was won by 3 points, right? Let's not beat around the bush on that one. That's why every position matters. That is just 3 positions, essentially, over the entire event. That is all it is. Which, that's crazy how close it was. Yes, obviously we could be expecting the same thing today. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. We don't really know. All I'd say is that right now, yeah, I'd be okay with taking a bit of a gamble to try and gain some positions. I think that's fine. Play with the cards you got, and right now, we're not fighting for a championship just yet. We're still very, very early doors.
I think, yeah, you're willing to compromise, but at the same time, I think we should just make sure. Yeah, I forgot the margin, so I'm glad you reminded me, because I'm trying to click around on all these zoom buttons behind the scenes.
Oh, well, you should have the big book open on your other screen. I'm actually a bit disappointed that you don't have it open.
I'm running out of screens. Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
Imagine trying to run a broadcast whilst also commentating on it, and then hearing me saying, no, actually, you've not got. You need to pull up my information on your screens, mate.
I know. Well, the problem is I'm trying to find Pedro Sanchez Albert's webcam, but I can't seem to do so. Now, Team PGZ have come out the first of those that have made their pit stop, well and truly clear of Delatraz Automotive, 6 seconds clear of Thomas Imberg there. Last lap time was a 1:24.711 for Team PGZ. Now compare that with Ryan Barneveld. I'm just going to pick a random name here. 1:24.792. So the undercut has only really gained him half a tenth, if that.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but like I say, sometimes you got to try. I got to say, by the way, going back to VCO Infinity and go back to Pedro Sanchez Albert, because of course the event started off in this car
last year as well. Last May.
In VCO Infinity, it was this car. It was at Road America. Urano ended up taking victory. Pedro Sanchez Albert was actually in 2nd place in that race. It was the only podium he had over the entire event. Which, I mean, the way that I'm putting it is there, like, he did the entire 24 races, which is obviously not the case when he did that 6 or whatever. But still, you follow my what I'm saying there. Pick up what I'm putting down.
I'm picking it up.
Starting off with the 2nd place, this really does seem like it is the car of Pedro Sanchez Albert, which I think we kind of expect from what we've seen from him.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think this is a car where the ISOWC just gave him that baseline and understanding. We've seen him outside of that as well. We ride on board with Frenchman Valentin Mandanac. Just listen how tentative and how patient he had to be there to get onto the throttle with the tires well and truly having worn their way on through, and still having 600 horses to throw down onto this Japanese surface. Fortunately, it's coming to the end of 2022 and there's no rain. that these drivers have to deal with at Fuji, because that would be a lot more complicated a situation. Do note as well that many drivers have been able to go past the top of the hour, the halfway point of the race, to the point where Lorenzo Colombo has now come down pit lane. So maybe Tegan Fairclough is good on fuel, and now we'll see exactly how it shakes up, because this may be the lap where we see the field streak on in.
Yeah, I don't think fuel will be too much of a problem if they're all starting out by basically filling the tank and then starting the race. You're actually going to end up putting a very similar amount of fuel into the car. So maybe you'll be running with a slightly heavier car by a few kilos, but it shouldn't be anything too crazy. No shock to see the majority of the pit lane following in Lorenzo Colombo. I think it is literally everyone else saying that they are they're going to the end of the tank, which is about half an hour. Good note for later on, slightly under half an hour as to what these cars are capable of doing. Are there any switches up on tyres? Any different ideas? Any different methodologies being taken?
Yeah, there's a lot more actually switching onto that softer alternate compound of tyre. We'll try and get the word through the field who's trying what and what sort of gains can be expected to be made. Now the field is down on pit lane. Team PGZ and Tegan Fairclough have cycled out in 8th position.
Which
so
is where they were. Yeah,
I was going to say basically net no gain, no loss.
Yeah, no, obviously Fairclough had just been passed by Luchak. Kind of makes me wonder if something had happened before he came to the pit lane, because he did lose out to Luchak, but I'm pretty sure he wasn't in range of Luchak in that Seibelt racing car. So I kind of think that maybe Fairclough had a spin of some description, which is what put him under the firing line and what made him feel like he had to come down to the pit lane. That could potentially be a part of it. Santos Albert, though, under pressure because Luca Keita's hovering around that 1 second margin. That's where you start really feeling that pressure.
Yeah, we ride just outside of this aero screen as Luca Keita's got these tyres already up to a decent temperature. Somewhat significant with these cooler track conditions that we've been talking about. Setting sun as well, going to be a talking point over the course of the day. Now, many of these drivers, I think, will likely have been rationing push-to-passes over the course of the first part of the race. You can see those numbers on the left side of your screen. Now, remember, they started with 10 usages of the button. Lorenzo Colombo has gone through half of the usages already. Mandanok just 2. Sanchez just 1. Keita has gone through 2. There's still a little bit to work with here for Valentin Mandanok to close that gap up.
Colombo is dominant right now. Yeah, if I'm Redline, I'm thinking, well, obviously, yeah, can't split it up, but maybe they've switched up their approach to it and have been like, right, you're doing all the. Well, actually, no, can you do that? Yeah, you can do that, can't you? You're doing all the IRA team races. You're doing all of the Civic races. You're doing all the BMW. Like, do that. Focus on your own car. I mean, if I were running a team, that's almost how I'd do it. The only issue is that if whoever's focused on the IRO4 has back-to-back races,
right? So there are 2 things that have to happen as well. That's not the right line for Carlos Fenalosa. Imberg in the Delatraz Automotive number 8 takes advantage. So does Keita Shube as he slides his way on through. The only 2 rules are a pro driver. Any number of pro driver must do 6 races, and the second rule is all drivers must drive 2 cars over the course of 24 hours. Only 2 rules about how exactly we're going to require the drivers to have to set their schedules. Door Esports, by the way, not sure what happened to Mikel Rochelle. He's had to take a tow back to the pit lane.
Oh dear.
Yeah, we'll see if we can pick up what happened to that one. Now, though, Keita Shube passed the Delatraz Automotive machine. Plenty of fighting for that final spot inside the top 10.
Yeah, Emborg was really, really slow coming into the penultimate corner then, and maybe trying to get into the slipstream. You can see all 3 of these on the button at the moment. There's obviously a battle behind also. Way out wide in the background there. Who's that? Triton? Yeah. Making a bit of a mare of things going into that penultimate corner.
Here's Adam Smalley, one of the latest recruits to the Apex Racing team. He is actually at the Corby facility where the entirety of the Apex Racing team, I believe, is for this weekend. They're having a bit of a meetup, and the runner-up in the 2022 Porsche Great Britain Carrera Cup and the Porsche Junior Great Britain driver running not bad in 19th position in what is his first real sim race. I had the pleasure of talking with Adam yesterday on the VCO Esports studio, and I was shocked to learn for a young driver, on his way up, Lewis, he's never had a proper sim rig. The first proper sim rig he's going to have is the one that Apex and VRS are sending to him, which is still not yet at home.
That is interesting because I mean it is. We take it as a given that a lot of the younger generation coming through the scenes in motorsport, they've all got maybe not decent, incredible sim rigs or whatever, but they've got at least a sim at home. They take part in their fair share of sim racing. They're normally quite good at sim racing as well as they are at real racing. But that isn't always the case. There are plenty of examples the other way, and clearly Small is one of that. That genuinely does surprise me a touch. I've got to say, on a grid like this, I mean, maybe it's not the strongest grid in a single grid. It is a big grid. It is a strong grid generally. There's a lot of good drivers on here. To be running inside the top 20 in that kind of ballpark, picking up some decent points for the team, that's an important and a very, very good effort, a good start to the event.
Left side, you can see movers and shakers. Love 46 plus 18, plus 12 for Sabelt and Luchek, 13 for Kashube, 13 for Bila as well. Plenty of chaos. That's the story of these races, and even if you don't qualify well, keeping yourself out of trouble is paramount. And that's something we saw many a time back in May, just because drivers trying to go back-to-back found that they couldn't get qualifying attempts in, especially because you get one attempt. And that's one attempt if you make it in time to try it. And what happens if you run a little bit wide and invalidate your lap time, like we saw for Richie Stanaway, Elvis Rankin, who had to start at the back, has not worked out so well for the young Elvis Rankin. Fortunately for Richie Stanaway, he's been able to work his way forward into 22nd spot. Didn't
that happen in ProSim Season 2 with Rogers? Like I think we went to the Hockenheimring and had an issue in qualifying by running wide, probably at T1. Let's be honest, how hard Hockenheim is. And then had to start from the back. And we had that quite a few times. And to be honest, it's a qualifying format as a driver. I did used to like when there wasn't too much pressure and certainly not much money on the table. If there is that kind of pressure, I would hate it. Normally, I've quite enjoyed it. But as a commentator, as a viewer, as a watcher, I love it. I think it's amazing. I think to have that one lap where you've got to, or a couple of laps, you're limited in that qualifying session where you've got to get everything just right. It's a brilliant method in qualifying, and it's so intense and so unforgiving when, I've qualified outside of a second and I'm 35th. Nice.
Yep. Basically exactly like that. By the way, if you're curious, on the timing tower through the 24 hours, you'll be able to see the team logos. You'll be able to also see the driver names, including a P next to them if they are the pro driver doing one of their 6 mandated races. I do remember live timing and scoring available at racespot.tv/timing. What's Cooking Racing Adventures, a team that I've been wanting to talk about, but waiting for, I think, the right opportunity as we watch Carbon SimSport and the Visceral machines going back and forth. What's Cooking Racing Adventures, fan favourites out of VCO Infinity, one of the few non-professional teams, quote-unquote, to walk away with a victory. To call them non-professionals, a bit unfair, though, because they are some serious talented esports drivers. However, this is not their main team. This is when they come together as a crew and just go out and have some fun. And they're going to be looking to have some fun, I think, here again today. However, Sindre Setsource is their pro driver, the 2020 Nürburgring Langstracken Series champion. And he's got this complication, Lewis, of having this race this weekend as Visceral go down the inside into turn number 1. Sindre has to do 6 hours in the first 10 hours of the event.
Brutal. That is going to be a few back-to-back races. That's for sure.
Just a few.
And like I say, that is to clarify as to why back-to-back races are so difficult in this event. You have to finish the race. You then have to leave. You have to join the next server. You have to get used to a completely different car around a completely different track straight away, basically into a qualifying session where you don't exactly have an unlimited amount of laps to just keep hammering at it for 15 minutes and kind of learn. That is brutal. Obviously, it's not. You're going into it prepared. You will go. Oh, I'm doing back-to-back races in 3, 4, and 5. Why not do three back-to-back races? That'd be crazy. But yeah, let's say you do that. You then prepare yourself on in each of the cars, in each of the tracks, so to get yourself ready for those races, and that's not exactly easy to keep that deep in your brain. Especially when one of those cars is completely brand new to the platform and you haven't exactly had much time to get used to it.
I think that car is the one that I think we're most excited about across the board. Not just to see paints on it. We want to see how it races. On board, by the way, with Dylan Pereira. Now someone that I believe...
Oh, I like that picture in the background.
Just of himself, you mean?
No, the caution.
I know what you meant, but
it's very egotistical.
I know.
Turn around to look at yourself and be like, that's a good-looking guy down there.
I mean, to be fair, this is a guy that we've seen compete with the Coanda team in the past in some of the other competitions. He is an accomplished racer both in the real and the virtual world. He's done a decent job as well in this Dallara IR18, working his way 14 positions upwards. SimRC, I think, definitely a team that we're going to be interested to see how they go, because they're one of the few teams that compete across the gamut of cars that iRacing has to offer.
Yeah, so they actually might do all right in this, in the sense that they've got that experience. By the way, I've got to say, there's close battle for 7th, because Fairclough's dropped back into the clutches of Ryan Barneveld in that BS Turner. I know you're jumping all over this because, let's be honest, any excuse to stick that BS Turner car back on screen, you're surely all over it. But Barneveld right there, Fairclough with that early stop. Like I say, I think there might have been a spin, there might have been something else happening for that 114. Fairclough is starting to feel that pressure. I've seen him on that button a lot.
Yeah, but you can now afford to start to burn through it a little bit more because time is winding down. You have started to lose the time to work through them. We grab the trio of webcams. It's Barneveld, it's Fairclough, and then it's Halliburton. This the fight for 7th position. I'm just saying that I clearly need to get a new BS competition, a BS Turner shirt, because the one that I'm wearing right now doesn't have that BMW logo on the right-hand side. So Christmas shopping, I think, has to be happening.
I see. You're not going to send an invoice off the floor to include a T-shirt.
Oh, that was just assumed.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Smart. Like I said, the BS competition shirts generally do look very good. That BS Turner one is nice, but they had a few. I remember seeing at Sim Expo last year. Some of their top looked very, very good. Barneveld gave it a good go coming down to the hairpin there. Was not able to make his way past Fairclough, who was defending again. That type of defending that I like. That proactive defence, holding the inside line and thinking, right, if you want to try and go around me, I mean, I'll laugh at you, but it's not going to work. But give it a go. That's fine. That's fine. Fairclough's doing everything right now.
I'm just saying, last year in VCO Infinity, we proved that you can go side by side through cops without dying. Barneveld fires it up the inside and somehow actually is not going to compromise his exit out of the final corner, not allowing Fairclough the opportunity to get the up and under. But now with the draft and the push to pass, both on the push to pass, they'll be bumping off the limiter. It's Fairclough back to the inside.
Yeah, that was smart from Fairclough. He kind of tried to pull a bit of a dummy on Barneveld, who just locks up ever so slightly. We saw that on the very first lap. Out wide goes Deacon Fairclough, now manages to pull it down the hill. Going to be side by side once again, getting to the outside through 2 or 3 or whatever you want to call it. Fairclough's got the inside line. Barneveld now around the outside with the inside through the long right-hander. Manages to retake it. Fantastic battle, but Fairclough's not done. Oh,
and he's just going to send it right back down the inside. Barneveld will again try that up and under, but this time a little bit closer on him. You can see visually it appears as though Deacon Fairclough is on the softer alternate compounded tyre. Barneveld on the primary, maybe grip starting to go for Fairclough, but by no means has the fight gone. This time through the chicane, though, Barneveld gets on through.
And just to clarify, that red line behind, that is Richie Stanaway, 34th position at the moment. Obviously a lap down on these two, just trying to work his way through and get on with it. Did manage to clear Kane Halliburton for the Love 46 car directly behind. But, I mean, it's probably just a bit of a stressful moment for Richie Stanaway. I don't think he really cares, to be honest, but still, regardless, like generally, he's in the middle of all of this thinking, oh my God, I just want to get past it and just get on with my own race rather than being held up by all of this. You fight amongst yourselves, lads.
Yeah, so here comes Stanaway, maybe to actually be Barneveld's best friend, because there's 7/10 of separation onto the brakes, and now Stanaway has to check up a little bit to avoid running into Fairclough on that dive down through turn number 1. They plunge through that opening sector and continue to run with about 4 minutes and a half left to go, so just about 3 laps left to play.
I've just seen on my other screen that there has been a drive-through penalty dished out to Deacon Fairclough.
Oh, so
don't know why, but there has been a drive-through. Obviously, we do have we've got sheets on sheets on sheets with all of this information.
Of sheets.
I'll try and find out as to which one it was. I think it was contact between themselves and Zenith Esports. That would have been on the first lap.
Yes.
So that explains how we got through it nicely and easily.
Plenty of drama, and again, live race control will have to work their way through stuff, but for the most part, we're hoping that our poor team, who's been very, very busy in the last handful of weeks and is just coming off the Sim Racing Expo, can hopefully get through 24 hours without too much drama. Barneveld truly took advantage, by the way. That gap now 2 full seconds. He has made 7th position his own as we enter the final 3 laps of this race. Lewis, crazy start to begin as Fairclough will come down to serve the penalty. But again, this is what we expect from VCO Infinity. Time and time and time, and I could keep going here for 20 more times.
Yeah, I expected a little bit more craziness, if I'm honest. I actually think this was a lot calmer than expected. I think the next race that we're all going to be watching might well head into crazy town when it comes to the action, because we've got the Porsche GT3 up next at Daytona. So it's, I mean, I'm all for that. Like I said, this is going to be crazy all the way through this event. Cannot wait to see more of it. A nice, calmer start to proceed, obviously outside of the first couple of laps. I think that's right. That is absolutely right. But trust me, this is going to get turned up to 11, especially in the middle of this event. This is going to be wild.
SimRC loses out to Valtteri Alander, who's had to fight his way back on through, and it feels very reminiscent to how we started off VCO Infinity with the IndyCar stalwarts Joshua Chin and Adam Blocker really struggling to get to grips with the car. Alander qualified down in 16th. It's not like he was up at the in the thick end of things. The man that shocked us so much last summer with his ability in this car may be surprising us with the lack of speed here today.
I thought you were going to say it's surprising us with the lack of ability, like absolutely ruthless.
No, I wasn't going to throw my good friend Valtteri Alander under the bus too much, especially since I know where his next home is, and I want to make sure I don't get in trouble with them.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
So if anyone wants to know the inside information, let's all start badgering.
You can try. Oh,
I see.
I'll just make up the rumor. I'll make up the rumor. He's going to Veloce.
Oh no! All right, Lorenzo.
So to be clear, that is a throwback to VCO Infinity, because I was scrolling through it last time, and it was just about that time when those memes were happening.
Lorenzo's not racing in this one, is he? Do you know what? Do you know what really got me? Was I was going through all the results from last year.
And you saw Lorenzo Bonder in the top 10?
In the top 10, I spat out my tea, I pointed at the screen, I just started laughing. No disrespect, Lorenzo. Love you, bud.
A bit of disrespect.
A huge amount, yeah. Let's not be real. Obviously, heading on to the last lap of this race now. Lorenzo Colombo, speaking of Lorenzos, that are actually doing pretty good in the world of sim racing. Absolutely stunning drive.
I've just realized, by the way, that the "he's going to Veloce" memes was about Oscar Rene, a man who now, unfortunately, finds himself without a team again.
Well, maybe after the Veloce. If he actually signs for Veloce.
Maybe this time he is finally off to Veloce, yes. Final lap of the race it is indeed, and well, Lorenzo Colombo has lapped he's lapped up to 32nd position right now. Doesn't really need anything to work for. Now remember, this is a car that is the defending VCO Infinity champion. It's the defending VCO ProSim champion as well. It's not a shock to see them starting off this competition like this, and even though the gap has somewhat come down to Valentin Mandnak in the last handful of laps, a dominant way to kick off 24 hours of racing.
Yeah, got to say, it did take until the second race, all that time, all the way up until the second race of VCO Infinity last time to see Team Redline on the top. Then we had back-to-back victories. We're going to be able to see potentially the same thing today. Like you said, though, just because you're winning races does not mean the title is coming to your team. You've got to be consistent all the way through the 24.
Well, one step at a time, I guess, and it's the first step to the top step for Lorenzo Colombo and for Team Redline. They grab the victory in the Dallara IR18 here at the Fuji International Speedway. Strike one goes the ray of the black and red, but across the line in second. It's a good finish for Valentin Mandnak and Romain Grosjean Esports' Dallara IR18. Pedro Sanchez Albert will round out a strong top 3 finish for the Obsidian Racing crew. Luca Kita, David Toth for Urano and Arnage through the top 5. A very strong field. It's very hard to put any expectations on where we expect people to finish, but maybe not many surprises in that top 5, I think, here, Lewis.
No, not really. Like we said, we know. Oh, there's a bit of a switch though in the back end of the top 10. I think a drag race up towards the line potentially between Fenalosa and Halliburton. Between Colombo, Mandanak, Sanchez, Keita, Toff. I mean, yeah, we all know their quality, especially Urano. I know we're going to be focusing on them a little bit. Pedro Sanchez Albert's really, really good in this car. Valentin Mandanak took a victory in this car in VCO Infinity. It's not a crazy top 5, top 10. That's fine. Because trust me, we're going to see some crazy. This is not going to be the top 10 through the event. I can confirm that right here, right now.
Yeah, we weird, wacky, and wonderful. The 3 Ws. Expect the unexpected. It is definitely nothing that can be scripted. This is a drag race to the line, by the way. It's Impulse versus Brabham, and James Armstrong may have timed this to perfection. He's used the toe, and on that run to the line, it is Brabham Esports that grabbed 27th in front of Impulse Pure Sims and the Wave Italy racing team at the very dying stages of the race. All the cars are across the line, so let's have a quick look at your race results with race 1 now in the books. 2.5 seconds odd the margin at the front for Team Redline as they grab the victory in front of Romain Grosjean Esports. Obsidian Racing the rest of the podium. Urano Esports Data Group 4th for them with David Toth in the Arnage competition. Pink and Black Machine 5th. Saybolt on debut up in 6th. A great drive for them, while the 2 BS machines 7th and 8th in front of Altus, who were able to hold off the charge of Kane Halliburton all the way to the line. Then the Bila Racing Team Euronics car that charged its way forward through the field into 11th in front of the Delatraz Automotive number 8 with Carbon Simsport, Visceral Esports, and then Wiltra Gotha in the Williams Esports machine bookending the top 15. Fraser Williamson followed by two pros in the form of Sandy Mitchell and Adam Smalley, familiar rivals on track. I was told in chat that they raced in the very same series. Then Deegan Fairclough, the drive-through penalty drops him down to 19th at the end, with Triton Racing 20th. We'll scroll through the rest and we'll look at some surprising names, including the likes, I think, of Team 707 and maybe Pure Sims as well. But Lewis, a great way to start things off, and now we get ready to go to the world center of racing.
Yeah, not trying to throw 707 under the bus with Valtteri Landa, but that is the big shock for me, being this far down. Gogo Baldi, of course, involved in an instance early on. Rakel having a couple of issues as well. See where they can go, or where Merry Esports and Dur can go a bit later on, as is that second Redline team. Elvis Rankin had a bit of a mare in that car. I saw quite a few spins. Paya Pev also in that Team Formula. I mean, let's be honest, most of those teams scrolling through, we wouldn't be shocked to see inside the top 10, but can't wait to get those Porsche GT3s onto the high banks. It's going to be a great race, although I can see, by the way, I'm just looking at practice right now. It's a Team Redline 1-2 on exactly the same time. Ooh, what are we going to see there?
So that's a look at the results. We were hoping to maybe grab a chat with some of the drivers, but at least right now it does not appear as though we are going to be graced by the presence of Lorenzo Colombo. So instead, I guess let's look forward to the World Center of Racing, which of course will host the next race in today's festivities. Of course, most recently, Lewis, you and I focused on the activity there for the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship. But now, of course, I think we are very excited about the fact that we head there next in the real world for the GTP Evolution. We don't have that now, we have GT3 cars, but what a fantastic facility this is. High speed and high reward if you get things right.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know that these races typically end up being slipstream races. That's definitely what we're going to see in the IRO4 and potentially the Honda Civic later on. In this car, you do make a big difference yourself. You know, it is more about the drive, especially in that middle section. You can break the toe if you're quick enough through there, but it's going to come down to timing. It's going to come down to resistance. It's going to come down to its fair share of strategy when it comes to the actual racing itself. And that's why we love going racing at Daytona. It's not a simple racetrack. It looks like it is. The idea is that it kind of is, but it really, really, really isn't. You have to be smart, you have to be witty, and you have to be fast. Nice new top, by the way.
Yes, I know. I mean,
I'm roasting, by the way, in this.
I'm waiting for the new one, by the way. I've been told it might actually be coming my way before the end of this year. But again, I think it's a big switch around. If there is anyone that's going back-to-back, we're going from a Dallara R18, a downforce car, a car where the tires very much go away from you very quickly, and a car with no power steering, and now you go over to a car which has a few driver aids and a lot less power. Don't know how many we're going to see go back-to-back, but the reality is, for the teams as well, it's a shift in mindset, not just because of the track, because of the car as well.
Yeah, like I say, this is where you've got to know your role as a driver inside the team. You've got to understand what you're doing. Almost, I mean, like I say, if you're Lulham, for example, or Benecke for the Redline team, don't think about what's happened in the previous race. It doesn't matter for you. For example, Lulham's in that second car where Richie Stanaway did not have a great result. That's fine. It's not your problem, right? You can't be thinking about that. You've just got to think about your car, your track, your race, what you're doing, which is kind of counter to how things are typically in endurance racing, where you are as a team, you've got to focus as a team and work as a team. And this, you really do have to be your own solo mercenary.
Yes.
And it's a very interesting dynamic.
While we wait to go to the World Center of Racing for qualifying, let's recap what a crazy year it's been for us here behind the scenes, Lewis. I mean, it started with the Esports Racing World Cup. Little did we know how things would develop from there.
Yeah, VCO Esports Racing League was fantastic all the way throughout the year, apart from the fact of the commentary trio that was on. I won't talk about that too much. Infinity itself, as I say, I was so disappointed to have missed out on it. We'll never see ProSim Infinity. So much more. VCO Simi Awards, everyone's done all their voting behind the scenes, so we're able to watch what happens on the 26th of December, and then all the build up to the Esports Racing World Cup 2 next year, which I think anyone behind the scenes can wait for. Well, actually, those that are working on it probably they might think, well, actually, no, the more time the better.
Yeah,
for us in the commentary booth, love it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people behind the scenes are thinking, we'll think about it after the holidays, 24th to the 26th of February. I think we're very excited about the first in-person event for VCO Esports and how that's going to play out. I think also VCO Send It, the second edition of that should be due anytime soon, given that we're a quarter on from that first edition, the print magazine for the digital world. What fun that is. We're waiting for some points to be updated from Race Control. We'll get them as soon as we can. Do remember, the winner's going to walk away with 44 points. Every position below that, take away 1 point. A position is worth a point. And remember, the winner last time, earlier in May, Lewis, was 3 points separated by from those in second.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, Team Redline, 3 points clear of Urano. The likelihood is that it might be that close later on today. Well, tomorrow, let's be real. It might be that close as well. You've always got to be ready for it. You've got to harvest as many points right here, right now, that you're prepared for later on. No crazy risks, nothing insane. The odd little strategy gamble here and there is fine, but nothing crazy. You don't want to be getting the eye of Race Control too early as well, which of course Deegan Fairclough picking up a little bit of that in the previous race. That's fine, it happens, but don't make it a consistent feature.
Yes, I think that's the main thing. Make sure you stay out of trouble with the Race Control more than you are, because the other thing that I think we don't talk about often enough is the more often you're in the eye of Race Control, the more often they are having to judge you, and unconsciously sometimes it does start to add up, unfortunately. So just want to make sure you stay out of trouble. Qualifying underway, and again, it's a one-shot qualifying here, Lewis. The danger, I think, is going to be that run into the... Are we calling it bus stop, or are we calling it the Le Mans chicane?
I think we should... Okay, genuinely, I think we should start calling it the Le Mans chicane. I'm all for this partnership. With Le Mans, with Daytona, with IMSA, with WEC, all that kind of stuff. I'm all for it. So I think we should start calling it Le Mans. I don't like it, but I think we should.
So you're going to change what you call the final corner then at Monza?
No.
Okay, I'm just saying.
It's not about a partnership. That's just someone removing Parabolica.
I'm just saying. Here comes, by the way, the man that is behind the wheel of the Team Redline #1. It's Maximilian Benecke that will cross the line, taking over from Lorenzo Colombo and taking over, guess where? At the top of the timing sheet, it is Urano that now, though, is in second, with Alexei Nesov jumping behind the wheel of that machine. Door Esports then in third, with Arnaud and Altus, the rest of the top five. A few of the names starting to creep their way back up forward here. Team Fordzilla's in the top 10. Jamie Fluke's up there as well. Chris Lulham's brought Team Redline's second car back into the mix, along with the Rincon Racing entries. Here we get the shake-ups.
Yeah, no shock to see Redline up there. Certainly not Max Benecke in this car, but Lulham just losing a little bit of time there, certainly compared to the practice session, as we look at R8G out onto the high banks. Not much time left in the session, so that's that sorted anyway. Nesov being up there in this car does not surprise me at all. I'm just curious to see again, Urano start. Are they really going to be able to challenge Redline all the way through this again? Is that what we're going to see? Is it going to be Redline versus Urano? They seem to love this format.
Hey, they were some of the breakout stars of VCO Infinity earlier in May. It's time to run you down once again through a starting grid. It's going to be quick, frenetic, all the way through this for the drivers, for the viewers, for the commentators alike. But I tell you what, there is nothing that gets me as excited as doing something interesting. Luke Crane jumps into our YouTube chat to say he saw Benecke smiling recently. He's smiling once again at the front of the field with a 143.998, the only driver able to dip below the 144s. Alexei Nesov will line up on the outside of the front row with Tim Joshell for Door Esports, inside of Nicholas Rubelar for Arnage Competition. Altus Esports sees Tristan Iglesias line up alongside Rainer Talvar, with all 6 of these teams throwing in new drivers after the first race has completed. Aaron Vasquez brings Rincon Racing to row 4 along with Chris Lulham. Then Jamie Fluke, Tom Burns to round out the top 10 with one Apex Racing team car working its way up into the mix. Ricardo Rico and Ate Kolpinen 11th and 12th positions. Oskari Rene for Team 707 looking for some better luck than Valtteri Alander, with Hunter McDaniel for Brabham Esports alongside Wave Italy Racing Team, Obsidian Racing, Love 46 and Team PGZ through row number 9 with Havu and Kai Desoa, hoping not to turn into Kai Desoa Airlines here at Daytona, with Carbon Simsport bookending the top 20. Luca Wanch back in 21st has it all to do with Mirror Esports, Race Clutch and 4-Man Racing through the 12th row of the grid. We'll cycle through the rest of the names. Apex Racing's second car has David Sampson down in 30th position. Lucas Prada does the double. He's in 26th after racing the Dallara IR18, while Dylan Pereira is back in 31st position. Sindre Setsource, Julian Kesselhut, Nicholas Laubich amongst the big names with no time on the board, including Elliot Veyron as well, Lewis. More big names with it all to do around what is a very tough race to survive.
Yeah, like I said, surprised that Pereira is doing back-to-back races. Nicholas Laubich as well had 4 podiums in VCO Infinity last time we did it, obviously. I keep wanting to say last year, but it wasn't. Back in VCO Infinity, one of those was a race victory, which coincidentally was around here. Whether we'll be able to see that one again, of course, I doubt it from the position they'll start. The Urano, though, are towards the front. It was with Alexei Nesov, though, a couple of our drivers on, including Pereira there, middle right, once again doing back-to-back races. That's a brave call, but if there was someone you wanted to throw around in this car, let's be honest, Pereira would be up on the list, wouldn't he?
No Jamie Fluke with track maps there. We're disappointed, but you can see the difference.
What's he got there?
He's got something.
Is that a track map?
Deegan Fairclough on his phone, relax. Some of the teammates watching on, and then the look of focus, the look of intensity for those ready to do battle on the high banks at Daytona. One thing that I don't think we've said just yet, Lewis, qualifying more important than anyone would want to admit, because if you lose touch of those at the front with the battle packs forming, you're never going to catch back up.
Yeah, you, like I say, as much as this is a circuit you can pass on, it's not one I want to start in the mid-pack or down at the back. You are going to be in the danger zone. You want to start this one top 5, top 10. Outside of that, you are risking an awful lot, especially with that dangerous run down to the first corner.
So here we go. Last time we were watching Porsches at Daytona, it was Apex bumping their way to the championship in the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, powered by VCO. This time, we send out 43.911 GT3Rs at Daytona for race 2 of 24. Immediately, red and black at the front of the field. Your Redline and Urano single filed, but Josh L's there to mix up the equation. Down to the inside and pushing Alexei Nesov outside of the top 5. They're 3 wide on the run down into the International Horseshoe. A much more crazy, chaotic start, but Door Esports, the pin in the bottom that has forced Urano to fight for 6th spot.
Yeah, Lulham's had a great start as well, up into 4th position. He's going to go side by side. You've got BS Turner and Nesov there going side by side. A little bit further back down in the top 10 after got squeezed out by Tim Yarshaw. A little bit naughty there from Yarshaw. I don't think Nesov will like that one too much, but up in the 2nd spot. A big gap forming once again as Redline's clearing away from the front, but it could be a Redline 1-2 as there's drama coming down into the West Horseshoe. I think that might be Mirror off that went over to the inside. I'm not sure who was close to us.
That was a huge one. RHG at the very least mixed up in that one, and so therefore for in this race basically will concede a vast number of points to those at the front of the field. Benecke already 1.5 seconds clear from this gaggle behind, 2 wide, 2 rows deep as they funnel through NASCAR turn 1 and 2 on the funnel into the bus stop chicane. Don't really want to see them fighting 3 wide on the run into the braking zone as well. It was the Apex Racing team that looks to the inside as they sort it all out and funnel it all out. Fordzilla's going to lose some momentum as they wrap through the corner. Dylan Pereira with a big issue at the back of the field.
That is a stonking crash. Wow, that was fast. That's got to have been assisted to some degree. Whether he's turned over someone or someone's got into his rear quarter panel, I don't know. But that was absolutely blistering towards the barrier. So you've got Iglesias there, you've got Lulham, Nesov, Kalpanen, who was really doing some heavy bump drafting on the rear end of Lulham. And now straight to the inside, Nesov, he's angry, he's feisty. He's got to the inside of Lulham, who's trying to hang it around the outside. And it's going to be in a little bit too deep into that first corner. BS Turner of Rainer Talvar might come through as well.
Yeah, I don't blame Nesov for being a little bit fired up, if I'm being honest. I will get some looks at the replays of everything that went on, but cold tires may be playing a factor as well. It did look just a little bit aggressive by Tim Jarschel there, but most importantly and most crucially for Maximilian Benecke, exactly what he wanted to see in the rear view mirror has built up the separation. He is actually out of drafting range right now, and we'll have to hope that Door Esports and Altus cannot get coordinated up to close the gap as they ramp back onto the oval once more. You wanted craziness, Lewis? Well, here you go.
Oh yeah, this is what we wanted. This is, I mean, not that literally just cut to someone having a crash. That's not what we wanted. We wanted the craziness, we wanted the drama. That's what we expect. Carbon Sim Sports here, also towards the back end of the top 20. Obviously they're defending. They've just got past Beeler, who's in that blue and red car directly behind. Once behind, who's actually had a pretty stonking affair back in VCO Infinity. Just dropping back a spot now, trying to get past Carbon on that race down towards the Le Mans. See, literally was bus stop. It was on the tip of my tongue right then. We're gonna, I don't know. We'll see. We'll just flip. We'll flip and flop between it. We'll call it bus stop. We'll call it Le Mans. We'll just see how we're feeling about it. But yeah, either way, position lost.
Nicholas Rubelar gets in front of Chris Lulham, who I think is a slowdown penalty, and yes, indeed, up high out of turn 4, and this is going to drop in out of the top 10. And these are the issues that you cannot afford to have. Lulham drops to 13th now and continues to bleed time and positions.
Oscari Rene also getting through, of course, driving a fairly white car. I know another team that's got white cars. Yes, it's Veloce. We'll see. Just drawing some lines and maybe seeing where we're going to go with Oscar Rene, seeing if we can hook him up. Let's see. I'm sure he's probably got himself sorted. I don't know. But either way, just getting through. That's a costly mistake, a massive one for Lulham. And yeah, now he's got a lot more work. Did a really good job to work his way up the order, and then just basically lost all of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you win some, you lose some as well. That's not something I'd really like to be involved in. Side by side through the kink, it's Kai Desoa trying to hold off the 4-man racing crew. I think everyone's favorite team here today as they fight through the second of the hairpins, but it's going to open the door for Tamas Shimon to go on through. The Hungarian still fights around the outside, but not able to convert just yet, and Hooper will shut the door, at least for the time being. Gap in the front has started to come down, by the way. Benecke is only 1.3 seconds split by those behind, and well, Draft is being fed, and he's trying to make sure that's not what he's doing as they work their way once more into the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, I've got to say, the most important person in this, I've always said it, when it comes to these bits, it's the car that's second and third in line. Those are more important, almost more important than the leaders. We're riding on board with Iglesias, who's got Tim Jarschel directly ahead. Watch this. Bump, 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 bump. Of course, he's going to push him all the way around. Alexei Nesov, it's critical that Nesov doesn't fight this, because they're not focused on battling over second place. No one wants to finish second. No one wants to fight over second unless it's coming down to that last lap. They want to go for the win. And look at how much time they are destroying that gap Benecke made. Absolutely incredible. Once again, a couple of little looks, but everyone's going to go back into single file. There's going to be a bit of a move from BS Turner in the background as Rainer Talvar might just sneak one on Nesov. That's not too much of a big drama. Nesov didn't fight it too hard.
Yeah, no, not really fighting too hard, at least just yet. Now, what has happened? That's the Beeler Racing Team Euronics car that's around. A little bit more drama, and I think we've not had to look too much at some replays just yet, but I think it's probably that time where, Lewis, we turn our attention back in time.
Yeah, replay City, which I'm told is actually in the final moments of the race. We need to look at replays left, right and centre. No reasons
yes,
on
thank
that
you
one.
very much.
No worries. Look down into the first corner. Obviously, we'll see that move from Yarshall straight to the inside. And just watch him here. He'll just open up the steering. It's a little naughty, but it's nothing crazy. You can see he just gets on the power early. You saw a bit of a kick of oversteer as well. Everyone's 2 and 3 wide. The real incident, though, came down to that west horseshoe on that first lap.
Yeah, well, a little bit further back as well. I just wanted to make sure we highlighted this because Elliot Veyron and Sindre Setsource enjoyed some Daytona Rallycross. Maybe not where they wanted to be enjoying the Daytona Rallycross, but it was, like you said, after the kink where Mirror instigated a bit of a chain reaction, and then from there, well, it's only fitting, I guess it was at Daytona.
I've got to say, Mirror Esports got away with that one, didn't they? Obviously lost out an awful lot of spots, but managed to slide through the inside and just managed to basically avoid most of it. 3 wide, up on the high side as well, coming out of the West Horseshoe. Oh my goodness, that was a big hit as well on the rear end of the Apex Racing team from Monaco, I think.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pick apart all of this. It's the concertina that you kind of got as well that we then saw. We'll grab a couple more looks at then what happened to poor Dylan Pereira on the run down into the bus stop chicane. Yeah, assisted, and I think that was by Triton. Yeah, and I tell you what, how he didn't hit someone there, I do not know.
The fact there was a gap between the two groups as he was sliding his way through, that's a miracle, because that would have ended quite a few people's races. A big shame, of course, for Pereira, but thankfully managing to avoid the majority of that crash. Gap's gone, though. Benecke's got the pressure. Yarshall's there. Iglesias is there. Talvar, Nesov, all there. 5 cars separated by a second. Welcome. VCO ProSIM Infinity. This is what we expect. Oh, wow.
Oh, my days. Well, Hornet's Nest here. This is 25th or so on back. DCWR, is that Triton's second incident of the day? Dominic Blyer maybe getting involved again with a conversation with the stewards, but it's Lewis Woods and Albin Spence in the Impulse and Visceral cars that sorted out on the exit of the second hairpin.
Yeah, Mirror and Rocket also in there. Got to say, Lewis Woods, I've raced him a couple of times around Daytona, more on the oval, but still, he's a bit of an oval driver, is Woods, but alas, pretty handy on the road courses generally. Or he's just a quick driver. Good one for Impulse to have. But like you say, having watched that Triton get into a few incidents today, might be a little bit more concerned with making a move on that number 10 car. It's distinctive. It's hard to miss. But apparently not if you're side by side with it.
Yeah, no. So, I'm trying to just look through the field. We have 5 seconds splitting 12 cars. So even though there is a bit of a breakaway at the front, it's not a huge breakaway by any means. It's all going to depend on how these 5 decide to work together. Benecke's decided, you know what, I'll let Yarshall hit the front. I'll let Iglesias take second for the time being. They'll tuck back into line. They'll sort this one out. The more they fight, the more they'll drag in our large competition, Williams and Apex behind. But at the same time, the more they bump cars, bump bumpers rather, they may be able to stretch the gap out here.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure Benecke had much to say about losing the lead then. I don't think he should really be too worried right now. Obviously, I don't think he quite let him through. It's just the 4 of them behind were all just in one big train and managed to make that move. It is oh, never mind. See, I was about to say it's critical for this group not to fight too hard. Iglesias sends it straight down the escape road, joins right in front of Rubelar, loses only a couple of positions back down to 5th, and now heads the train. But more importantly, halves the gap that was between Group 1 and Group 2, as we'll see what happened to Wunsch and Bieler out into the barrier, and that retired Wunsch from the race. Bieler are no longer a part of this race.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was terminal damage. It was the Carbon SimSport entry, so both Triton and Carbon have been unfortunately a little bit through the wars so far here today.
You're going against those Polish teams.
I was trying not to say that. You're the one that said that.
You're the one that brought up the broadcast, so don't worry about it, as there is another look as to what happened. Like I said, I mean, I've got to say, it is hard. When you're in a pack like this, someone's going to trip over someone else. Blyer tried going a bit too aggressive to the inside of DTWR. There wasn't a gap there and sent them straight out into the barrier. Easy mistake to make, but definitely the fault of Triton there.
Agreed. Here we go, at the front now. Reina Talvar somewhat hanging back, and I think at this point, with 2 seconds the gap, the question is, can Tristan Iglesias and Nicholas Rubelar work as effectively with the bump draft as we saw Tim Yarshall and Iglesias be able to do? So there is at least a little bit of a smile there, but no change for the lead, at least so far. Benecke content to be the pusher.
There's not going to be a pit stop in this race, is there?
I don't think so. I think they got enough fuel.
they should surely be able to get to the end in this, and that's fine. Again, I like that between the cars. It's not as if there's one fourth pit stop or whatever where you have to come in. You drive the cars to the cars. Yeah, it's a 45-minute race and just see what happens. They should be okay. I don't know if we've had a limited tank though put in. I don't believe so. As the marshal there, loving the action.
I know.
Just stood by one side. A bit of smoke down into T1, so clearly something's happened down there over on this lap further down the order.
Well, it may also just be from the pit lane and cars sat there stationary with
could be
blown up engines, because I don't think there aren't that is not uncommon. Now, Door Esports car is going to go up high and try and work his way not to the lead of the race, and regardless of where we play out now with 33 minutes to go, I can guarantee you one thing as whoa! Well, okay, I'm sorry, if you want to drop back, you're going to drop back. You can't decide that you want to drop back into a certain spot and try and block like that.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yarshall making a little bit of a cluster there, and the problem is by going again into the race, get back onto the rear end of Talvar, start bump drafting, start pushing up, start getting closing in on the race leaders. Don't waste time trying to go side by side for third. It's not worth it right now, not with 33 minutes left to go in this race. Those two at the front, yes, they've got very similar colour palettes. They are not teammates though. Nesov, Benecke, Urano, Redline, the teams that finished first and second, separated by just 3 points back in VCO Infinity, heading the field right now.
And I get this odd sense. It was a little different back in May, where it felt very open all the way through the competition. I don't feel like it's going to be that open. I feel like Redline, Urano, BS Turner have already shown up with some intent. Altus and Arnage clearly have got some pace, as you've seen something.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say as to why Dur Esports. We just had it put in chat as well by Ricardo Eldman, and also I've seen it in game. The 20 was told by race control that Dur Esports car of Yarshall was told by race control to drop back behind Nesov in the 90s. Why they didn't want to drop back behind Talvar, it's not a crazy thing, but that was why the Dur Esports car dropped back, was because of the lap 1 turbulence, and thankfully that Urano car was still there for them to drop back to, so at least they're lucky on that one.
Okay, so now we understand a little bit more why they were trying to slot in line in front of the BS Turner. However, that is always the risk when you are forced to give a position back, that you will then have to give a few more positions back by trying to give the position back. Now, Iglesias is in the tow, so what at one point was a 4-car breakaway is a...
Oh yeah, I'm counting down it.
15?
I was going to say 13th to 14th between Rene and McDaniel is pretty big.
I mean, it's the same gap as you've got between Dor and Altus, so I mean...
I'd say these groups aren't won yet, but the train's closing. Let's go with that.
The trains are coming, that's for sure. And it's
coming
fast. Yeah, this is... Daytona, I think, in general, is the one that everyone will be the most concerned about, whether it's in the Formula 4, whether it's in the Civic, whether it's in the BMW, whether it's in the Porsche, because it's just one of those races that is different. Ate Kauppinen and Ricardo Rico going side by side, as Kauppinen, Williams coming off an incredible weekend of success, working their way forward, and now Rico defends from Jamie Fluke.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary there. Zenith in the middle of all of this. Like I said, Jamie Fluke getting involved. Then you've got Lulham also getting back into it straight around the outside. Williams hanging on just a touch, looking backwards. Like I say, I mean, Daytona's always going to be the scary one. It's going to be the wild card, and it's why it's so scary that we are racing at the Daytona International Raceway for the last race of VCO ProSIM Infinity. So, yeah, good luck for that one if you're in title contention.
Oh, Ewan, I don't know how our voices are going to be come that race, but I don't think they'll be in a good state.
No, certainly not with 5 racing, one that I'm on, the IRO 4 around here.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that'll be a nice little morning wake up call.
And those that remember Formula 3. Oh, Zenith Esport! Ricardo Rico did this in January. He does it again. Last time, though, he was at pole position at the iRacing Daytona 24. This time he loses it at the bus stop chicane and will drop outside of the top 20. Heartbreak for Ricardo Rico, but some freebies for a handful of the other drivers. We've got 3 cars playing bumper cars now at the front.
Yeah, Yarshall's not wanting to get involved. Pretty much doing what Rainer Talvar was doing earlier, is sitting off of this train, letting them do their thing, letting them get on with it. They've got 1.5 seconds to the train behind, which includes this group on your screen. Jamie Fluke there on the left, Lulham there on the right, who heads this little train 8th, 9th, 10th. 11th really, as all a part of it. A little bit of a gap back to Ascari Rene in that 12th position before we get 1.4 seconds back to Ward, McDaniel and the likes behind. It's pretty tight. We've got to say, Fluke looks pretty calm. I'm not sure what that is a picture
it's
of.
A track
I do
map.
get a feeling it is a track map. It might.
Le Mans.
Is it it is Le Mans.
It is the
Nice.
Circuit de la Sarthe. So we've got one track map.
Okay. I did think that they might stick one there just to shut us up, and alas. It's not going to, because one's not enough. What would have been better is if you'd printed out all 5 of the tracks that we're racing over VCO ProSIM Infinity and stuck them on the wall. Think outside the box.
Yes.
Sorry, that's brutal. I love Apex, by the way.
Yes, no, this is the thing. We love our friends at the Apex Racing team, but we're always going to make sure we give them just that friendly bit of stick back and forth. Check back in, by the way, the 46 machine. Love 46 machine. Thomas Cope and Impulse Racing going side by side. And well, this is the battle for 29th position or so as they work themselves back towards the start-finish line.
Yeah, I think that smoke down into T1 that I saw earlier might have actually been Woods, because I'm pretty sure it was running a bit higher up than down here. But alas, that's sometimes how these races go. You start high up and then you have a spin or something like that, and then you drop right the way down the order, and you don't really have the time to come back and work your way through. Also, I did notice we've got 3 retirements from this race also. So the second race of proceedings not going to plan for a few, those being Rocket Sim Sports, Race Clutch and Beeler. Of course, we did see that retirement for Beeler going down into the T1 wall. Not 100% sure as to what's happened to Race Clutch and what's happened to Rocket.
It's all over the place, the fighting right now. We check back in as they work into the International Horseshoe. Monaco Esports and the 4-man racing crew side by side and just about sorting it out as well.
That was a spinner.
Yep, that was a puff of smoke, and it's the Sabled Esports entry with Johan Royer at the wheel that has looped it around. And, well, only lost, I think, a couple of spots, has minimized the damage. In front of them, 4-man racing with a big one.
Yeah, that is going to be stonking. You can see the damage to the rear wing. Don't rejoin straight into the path of Mirror Esports. God. Oh my god, Attila Bushi's thinking, what did I do to deserve that? Another car getting sliding around, going a lap down, just a touch, as there was side-by-side contact, I believe, between one of the Wave Italy racing teams and I think that must have been Visceral, yeah.
Yeah, Visceral and Albin Spets very slow as they ramp back onto the banking, and look at that formation. Check back in, though, with the RaceBot TV replay as they work down into the horseshoe. It's not the first bit of contact that Carbon Sim Sport has had here today, but...
There was a size there. I feel there was enough of a gap between the two of them that, read into that one what you will.
Yes. Then let's check in what happened to Tom Hooper, by the way. Oh.
Monaco, straight to the rear.
Yeah, well, I think the word Monaco said enough, but the rejoin, I don't think we can say enough wrong about this.
Yeah, I've had some bad rejoins in my time.
Yes.
I'm sure you and O'Leary will make sure that we all know about that one a little bit later on. Cheers. Well, yeah, I know, but you and O'Leary and me on rejoins.
Gotcha.
I had one bad one that he will never forget, and it was foul, so I allow it. But yeah, that was a not great rejoin.
Sindre Setsos doing one of the 6 races that he has to do in the first 10 hours of the race. It's going to be a long day for him, and then he gets to go and jump into a real-life car. To be fair, I would never complain if you threw me behind the wheel of a real car.
No, but when you're exhausted because you've been doing an entire night of sim racing, I mean, what do? Do you just try and tick off 2 or 3 on the bounce and then have a breather away and then just try and do another 2 or 3? I mean...
Oh, sorry. Luke Crane, by the way, who I'm very disappointed that I'm not going to get to commentate too much with, has just jumped in with the best line of the YouTube chat or the Twitch chat so far. Stevie Wonder is in this race, apparently. Yes, I think that best describes the rejoin there.
That was not ideal. Just in a massive shunt as well.
Attila Bushi. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty big. Guess where it was? Yep, it was down into the West Horseshoe, and yes,
boy, as well. That's a big one.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's suboptimal for sure.
I'm blaming you for all this, Lewis. You wanted chaos.
I'm loving it. The teams won't be, but I'm loving life.
So,
sat back here.
So we're sending the invoices for the crashes to you, right?
It's all virtual, so they're all zeros.
No. That's the difference with ProSim Infinity.
Oh, is it?
No, it's not.
It's all tactically calculated. You've got to take it out of your budget. I mean, that would be a little bit cool. If you had like a repair budget.
That is one of the things that I love about FlexStream, VCO and LFM's collaboration, where if you get penalties, you lose prize money. And to me, that should be across the board in sim racing. More incentive to be clean. And it's as simple as that. I'll go back to the lap 1 incident with Yarshel and Nessoff. I'm not saying that's a penalty-worthy incident. But what goes around comes around when you race each other.
Got to say, that VCO LFM FlexStream round 1,
fun.
9 hours of COTA. Absolutely super race. We had a lot of fun on that broadcast. Next one is coming up, and it might clash with a somewhat large sporting event, so we'll have to wait and see what's happening.
Look at that view inside the front of the Porsche 911 GT3.
I know, it was a good one. Bit of clip in there. I think a lot of Brazilians, by the way, will be now free to
to come and watch this.
To come and watch VCO.
Well, they come and watch this.
Or to come and watch this.
Yeah, they could.
I don't think I would, though.
I'm trying not to spoil anything, Lewis.
Oh,
yes.
Fine. It's sport, mate. It's happened.
Spoil face here, Lewis McLeod, as we get towards the halfway mark of this one. We still watch Havu and Matti Kaidasoa battling with Julian Kesselhut in the BS competition entry, but we check back in the front. Still 4 cars. Tristan Iglesias has been unable to close the gap at the very front of the field, but Reina Talvar and Alexei Nessoff getting hooked up and firing themselves forward, continuing to just slingshot 1, 2, and 3, basically further and further clear at the front.
Yeah, like I said, that gap to Iglesias, whilst they've sort of settled down a little bit, whilst Yarshal's backed off from the top 3, it's kind of set the pace up for this grouping to be slightly faster than those behind, and it's just allowed them to build up a bit of a group. No pit stop expected in this race as part of the strategy. Thank you to the chat, by the way, for pointing out that we only really need a pit stop in the IR18 and, of course, in that new BMW M Hybrid. Those are the only ones that we really need pit stops in. Everyone else should be able to go from the start of the race to the end of the race, so nothing expected, which means we get to see this battle unfold in its entirety. And I don't know about you, Arjuna, if it's going to be a 4-way fight to the line.
Oh, yes, please. Give me a bit of that.
I mean, yes, I'm all over it, but also I don't see it getting to the line, if I'm perfectly honest.
And I'll say, this is probably the most different race at Daytona that we've ever had, is lap traffic's going to pull hard stage left and try and pull out of the way. Because fixed setup means everyone started with the same amount of fuel, and if you're good to make it to the end, therefore logically, you're also going to have to burn fuel to have the lightest car possible at the very end of the race. So maybe you don't want to be hanging back too much. BMW Sim GT Cup, we'll roll around to Daytona in a handful of weeks' time, Lewis, and we'll be talking about fuel saving for 60 minutes, and then we'll be talking about a 60-minute sprint after that. This is different, and I love it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, this is again. I adore this event. We'll be saying this quite a lot throughout this. But by the way, got to chat about something. An incident that happened on lap 9 between the 123 Zenith Esports and the number 70 Team Redline 2. Lulham, the car that is in 7th position, has just been handed a drive-through penalty, and so has just come into the pit lane from that top 10 position and dropping down the order. That will be a costly mistake because it is a long pit lane round here.
And it's even worse than it was maybe 2 years ago, because now you have to wait past about here where the pit limiter line used to be to go all the way around this very long section. Yes, you don't run the risk of crashing, but it is painful, and I tell you what, yeah, I can see the look of frustration of Chris Lallon's face right there, because he's going to come out right into the thick of some fighting.
Yeah, this is... Oh, and a big crash. And if that's Visceral, that was massive. Absolutely huge for Visceral coming out of... Wow. I mean, that is an incredible crash. Straight back into the pit lane. Woods has also been in.
That was monumental. Yeah, hellacious incident there.
Nearly cleared the barrier, I thought. Oh, wow. Who was it who got pinged off?
Adrian, it's a Delatraz automotive machine, I'm pretty sure there. And so it starts with some side-by-side with the Love 46. Then does he get contact, or is he loose by himself? So it's contact with Love 46, pings him off, and, well,
wow.
RAG does a great job to lock that one down.
Where did the Delatraz car go in all of that? So we'll see this once again coming through here. You'll see the contact between two of them. There was space, that's fine. Just gets absolutely obliterated, the pair of them, being the Visceral car and that Delatraz Automotive. Watch this. See ya! Off it goes. That's brutal.
Someone clipped that, by the way.
Also, right into the path of the, because there's no wall that separates the run down towards the international horseshoe and the run out of the international. There's no wall there, which means that you're essentially getting fired straight over into oncoming traffic. That is terrifying.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where legitimately your heart goes into your mouth, whether the racing is real or virtual. Back to the front momentarily, because the gap up front has grown. It's upwards of 2 seconds now between Yarshal and Iglesias. But Jamie Fluke has worked his way forward to 60. He's the next car that will be trying to work on maybe the bump drafting to close. I do think, though, at this point, Lewis, we are looking at a 4-car fight to the end, assuming it stays like this.
Yeah, I mean, look, these four, right, they're not idiots. They are smart drivers. They understand what race we're in, what type of race we're in, and also how long is left, which means that there is no need to go hammer and tongs with 18 minutes left to go, because it doesn't matter. Because if Yarshal goes, oh, no, actually, I'm going to go and lead now, fires his way past Talbar, past Nessel, past Benecke, and then can't break the slipstream. So it's like, what's the point? Well, like, there is no point in trying to force the issue on any of that right now. Sit there, hold position, let the battle kind of happen between itself, or more importantly, build the gap to remove Iglesias, remove Fluke, remove Vasquez, remove Rubler from any chance of being a part of that race lead, because what you're doing is you're effectively guaranteeing yourself as either finishing first, second, third, or fourth, whereas if you fight, your chance of finishing goes from first through fourth to first through ninth, which is a much larger tally between your best and your worst result potential in this race.
Still about half race distance to go, of course, in the second of the 24 races. Up next, we're expecting some more fun when we head to the Red Bull Ring and we break out the Honda Civic. The touring cars head into action. After that, the BMW M Hybrid gets its showcase, the first outing, live from the Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, and then the iRacing Formula 4 at Spa-Francorchamps. All 5 cars, all 5 tracks represented then, and we start to work through the combos before we get to 4:45 p.m. UTC on Saturday to crown our champions once again. And it's a long, long way to go. Lots of fun commentary as well coming away. I said Luke Crane going to join us, Paul Smith, Ewan O'Leary, Zach Sweeney, Joey Tebben, and Cam Roger will be all guiding you through the rest of this event. And unfortunately, yes, you do have to suffer through Lewis McLeod for a handful more hours.
Yeah, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I am on half of these. So
am I, unfortunately.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that. Thankfully, you don't have to put up with us two for too much. It's just the first 3 and final 3 that we have to.
Well, we couldn't stand each other, so like.
That's true. That's true. I'm glad that I get to. I think I'm commentating with everyone except Paul and Luke.
Yeah, you do get to go and run around the commentary box and have.
What are you saying about me?
Oh yeah, nothing. You know.
No,
nothing.
don't worry. don't worry about that. It's fine. 15.5 minutes left to go in this race. We'll focus back on the topic at hand.
OnlyFans. Let's start talking about it. Throwback to the ERO, where somehow we start talking about British GT and OnlyFans, because that's the way the dream team works.
It was a great team that were running at the front. I think they won a couple of races.
They did,
so they're a relevant sponsor.
It was a very relevant sponsor, it turned out as well. Yes, 15 minutes to go, though. We'll settle in, albeit slightly, because we are somewhat mature, I have been told. Let's check in. No, definitely not. Let's check in, by the way, with a RaceSpot TV replay of Ricardo Rico, and this does not look to be promising when you're fanned out 2 cars behind you on the run to turn number 1. I don't know if there was contact there, if there was a little bit of air.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There might have been a touch with Love 46 getting around the outside there, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll see from up above. Or is it? No, there's definitely not going to be any, surely.
No.
Oh, yeah, okay. The way the car moved, there was air between them. We'll go with that again. But the way the car moved, it wasn't a lock-up on brakes or anything, I don't think.
Yeah, I think probably okay there. So a quarter of an hour left then to go.
We know what we're saying, right?
We know what we're saying. Yeah. We're on the same page. I'm picking up what you're putting down. 14 minutes to go. And Benecke, Nessov, Talvar, and Yarshel very much in control. Not expecting any sort of a mix-up here now. Of course, points will start to be a more common talking point as we build through the first portion of the hour. Paul Smith, by the way, Lewis, has wondered why he's not allowed to work with you, and I think it's correct that would be too powerful a commentary box. No,
north-south divide. That's why.
But we let you work with you and O'Leary.
That is true. Life finds a way. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I met up with you over the weekend, actually. We had a good laugh. Either way, there is a move to the inside for Rainer Talvar, getting past Nessov, starting to work into the positions they want to be in for those final 5 minutes and that all-important last lap. But that switch, like you say, it might not look like much, but it will cost that final car in the train 3-4 tenths of a second, which will just drag them just close enough to a glaze. If they do that a few too many times, that Altus Esports car could catch the final bits of slipstream. I'm actually more surprised Fluke isn't right on the rear end of Iglesias, pushing, trying to force the gap to come down. I'm sure he is, actually. We've just not seen it. Right?
Yeah, well, I also just wonder if maybe this was the thing that I was told by some of the Apex Racing team heading into that season finale of the Esports Michelin Global Championship, that it required both parties to be kind of working together and to be hooked up and coordinated out of a corner to get the most benefit. So maybe it's not so easy to coordinate when you're not teammates with one another, or maybe there's less of a understanding of how to benefit here, and they've stalled out. They very much have stalled out. The problem is that they're bumping at the end of the straight, whereas you really want to be bumping at the start to get the most benefit from it.
Yeah, I mean, there is, like I say, you need to have that understanding between two groups as to how to do it. I mean, actually, the more experience you have around Daytona, around the oval, as to how to work together as a decent pairing actually does genuinely help around here, because obviously it's a very similar style. Obviously, you've got to deal with the road course in there, but it's about the gap between you going into the corner, out of the corner, and that's as much as on the cusp of the front car as it is that car on the rear. It's you've got to. It's like a dance, and you're both doing it as a group. It's hard work.
Sindre Setsource has lost a lot of time. Now, why has he lost a lot of time? Is this a slowdown, or it's through the... Whoa! Oh, get the rear end out there, Sindre. And, well, yes, that's why he's lost a bunch of time. But, well, at the very least, he's not lost the car.
Did chat to a few people that are doing some drifting elsewhere in the world of sim racing on other platforms. I think Sindre Setsource might need to sign up to that, if I'm honest. That was not bad. That was almost pretty good. Apart from the fact of didn't hit that third apex and also lost an awful lot of positions. So
I like how you said it was almost pretty good as well.
So it's almost pretty good, which means it was average.
Which means it was absolutely terrible, to be fair.
Sorry, Sindre.
Brutal from Lewis McLean.
Look, hopefully the teams are having fun. That's the important.
I'm just saying, hopefully they're having fun, because I'm having fun, and we've got a great viewership right now across the VCO channels, watching along and enjoying this coverage, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. If you are watching on Twitch, don't forget, the VCO Command Center is back once again, so you can take control of your viewing experience and go multi-view for this event, because for 24 hours, I feel like it might be an interesting thing to get some alternate perspectives from what's going on. There is the shot to the bumper from Jamie Fluke. He gets a shot from Aaron Vasquez as well, as the trio works their way down to the start-finish line. But once again, they're not really closing too much. It's Carbon Simsport, who's had, I think, at least 3 bits of contacts that seem to have got a slowdown now. Yeah,
I mean, it's so easy to do around here, isn't it? You head through the bus stop, through the Le Mans chicane, and then you take particularly too much on that. It's on that fourth curve, that fourth apex. Take a little bit too much there. You've got to slow down, which, I mean, if you lift off immediately, you're losing an awful lot of time, because then you're not on the power. So it's brutal. It is absolutely brutal, and it's why you've just got to nail that chicane. Even if you relinquish yourself a tenth a lap or whatever through there, especially if you've got a car ahead to slipstream, just don't risk it. Just lift off a little bit through there. Don't push it to its absolute limit on track. Cost yourself a tenth or two, because if you've got a car ahead for slipstream, you're guaranteed to gain that back. on the start finish. It's not good for bump drafting, but if you're just trying to keep in the mix, that's all the important bit. As we look at Tom Burns, of course, Pev having a couple of issues in the previous race. Burns seeming to bring out a decent result for Fordzilla here.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they needed, right? Just to get some points, some momentum moving forward. We mentioned it again, Kawanda won the most races in VCO Infinity in May, but because of a lack of consistency and lack of technical consistency in some ways as well, they found themselves on the back foot in so many ways. So just getting yourself forward is going to be paramount. Talking of getting forward at the front, but not for Maximilian Benecke. He's got a slowdown penalty, and Lewis, he will drop to the back of the field and potentially into the second pack here.
Oh, wow, this is going to be actually very important for that second pack, because I think we're actually going to see this lead battle grow, because where Benecke's had that slowdown, he's now slowed down into the slipstream of those behind. 5th, 6th, 7th. They all be getting the slipstream of Benecke. Let's take a look on board where it was. 1st, 2nd, 3rd looks fine.
There.
Too much of that 3rd curb, out over the 4th. And that means that he's got a slowdown penalty. But he's now halfway between the first group and that second group. He's the middleman. He's the glue that's going to bring these groups back together. Whoa. Yeah, I think genuinely a 7-car drag race to the line around Daytona. I am okay with that. Thank you very much.
Sindre.
That was bad.
And
that was very bad.
And then he takes out RPC Esports and Carbon Sim Sport along with him as well.
Yeah, that was...
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's not much that you could say about that except Sindre.
If I was Carbon, I'd be furious about that. Fun event or not, I'd be absolutely fuming.
I'd be fuming if I was RPC as well.
Oh, I'd be even more fuming because you're not a part of it at all.
Yep.
But alas, that's sometimes how it goes. So, what was a 2-second gap between 4th and 5th now is a 2-second gap between 1st and 7th. This is going to be 7 cars for the victory. BS Turner, Urano, Dur Esports, Redline, Altus, Apex, and of course Vasquez in that Rincon Racing car behind as well. This is going to be about as dramatic as it gets.
Are you not entertained? Well, it's going to start from here. I think you brought this up earlier, so I'm going to knock on the wood and I'm going to throw you under the bus if this does happen, Lewis. But I don't think either of us expect both or all cars to make it to the end.
No. I don't know quite how it's going to unfold, but yeah, well, I know we're going to see some drama, that's for sure.
Yeah, we've already had Tristan Iglesias lose out of position. Now Jamie Fluke has gotten through on him, so they're starting to move their way forward and trying to position themselves, because again, running out of laps here, you've got to put yourself in the right place at the right time to get the run out of that final chicane to get the toe. Now, again, with a fixed setup, we're not talking about different gear stacks, we're not talking about different wing configurations. They're all dealing with the same car.
Which is what makes, again, this event great, is that there's no prior setup on anyone who's taking part in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Yeah, sure, know this car inside out, whatever, they understand Porsche on the platform, whatever. Like, whatever it is. I know it's obviously not exactly the same, that kind of stuff. Or even if you've taken part in the IMSA Michelin Global Esports Championship. There's a lot of those experience. It means nothing in this. Everything's reset. Everyone's on the same setup. Everyone's in the same boat. Everyone is running the same race. And that's what makes this interesting. That's what makes this good. Well, it's a level playing field.
Benecke is struggling right now to hold with the leading group. Maybe I think he's dropping back to work with Jamie Fluke. I think that's a wise idea here, because Benecke and Fluke are probably 2 cars that understand this bump drafting quite well. And with 5 minutes to go, we're looking at probably 3 to go? Maybe 4?
3.
3. So they've got to close a 1.2 second advantage. It's going to take them probably 2 laps to do so. They'll get a lap to work on it. A 1-lap shootout maybe to decide the soul between 7 cars at the front?
Yeah, I mean, these 3, Talvar, Nesov, Yarshall, are working quite well together at the moment. But the moment they start fighting, and trust me, they're going to have to at some point, because Yarshall doesn't want to finish 3rd, Nesov doesn't want to finish 2nd. When they start fighting, even if there is a second gap, that is when this group will join that fight. It's about this group being more patient right now. They will get their opportunity if they wait. but that is one of the hardest things to tell a racing driver. Just wait, you'll get your chance at victory. What do you mean? There's 4 minutes and 20 seconds left to go in this race, and we need to get on with this right now. Vasquez is sat there in 7th thinking, there's no way I'm going to have a chance to win. But you will get at least one shot.
So, by the way, executive chef at Was Cooking Racing Adventures has given us the update on the staffing situation. Sindre Setsource has been demoted from sous chef to vegetable prep for the time being. I'm being told potato peeling for the time being. Moritz Lohner, by the way, has got maybe the most unenviable task of them all, and this goes for everyone who is in a team but not driving, and that is having to watch this race as it comes to a close.
I feel like I should go and sign for Was Cooking Racing Adventures. You know, I do work in a restaurant and all that, so
I know
there's a future for me in that team.
I mean,
sure.
Just another team that you can be a part of. I mean, right?
Oh goodness me, yeah. No, I'm picking them up.
Yeah, you don't need
left,
to know
right,
your teammates.
I don't know my teammates in any team. I barely knew who you were. Oh, you were teamed up. Either way, 2 laps left to go. You're absolutely right. Don't trust the commentator's maths, but that is spot on. Definitely 2 laps left to go from this point. Talvar's leading from Nessov and Yarshall. Still, that gap hovers around 7 tenths of a second. I did see Iglesias going for a little bit of a move there, a little bit of a look. I don't think it was an attack on Fluke. I think it was defense from Vasquez. So those 4 remaining in time with each other, in step with each other. I'm just going to say it. I don't see all of these cars getting to the end. I think. They're likely they're probably all going to finish inside the top 10. Maybe they'll still finish inside the top 7. But I think one car is going to have a dramatic end to this race. So let's go with that.
Only one car?
At least one car. Okay. At least one car.
So
we're not sure which one it'll be.
We get the look with 2 Renault Talvars there. That was not as expected.
What a good-looking guy.
I know.
He's so nice. He appeared twice.
There we go. Alexei Nessov, Yarshall and Talvar up on our screens. I think out of here is when it's all going to kick off. This run out of the bus stop is when the gloves come off, and apparently paint comes off the car as well as you rub up against the wall. From here, it gets physical. One final lap to decide this race at Daytona, and the races at Daytona are expected to be the most chaotic.
Yep, this race has been exactly what we expected, and that is why we love it. Right now, Nessov is trying to really push the back of Talvar and just basically, again, one by one, eliminate members in this train. But now he goes for the race lead, looking to the inside, but Yarshall's going to send it. These two have had previous in this race, coming into this corner on that first lap. Yarshall's the one going out wide this time. Nessov, though, interestingly, had a look going into T1 on the first lap.
I actually don't think that was a look, Lewis. I think that was him trying to get inside because he didn't want to be on the outside of the corner, potentially if Yarshall tried to tuck back underneath. Benecke is on the back of Yarshall. I get the sense it might be 2 cars at the front who have got enough of a gap to be able to duel to the line. Benecke tries to look the long way around. This, I think, might be the most crucial corner of them all, the run back onto the oval.
Yeah, Fluke's going to try something on Benecke potentially here. There was a battle between the 2 Germans, Yarshall and Benecke. But I'm with you. I think this is potentially it could be a 2-horse race for that victory between Talvar and Nessov. Nessov's played his cards perfectly right now. Talvar needs to nail the Le Mans, the bus stop chicane, on the run down towards the finish line. And is that even going to be enough? What position are they going to finish in? Is Urano going to take their first victory here? It's going to be a tough one.
I think too far back for those third and behind, but it will come down to the exit and the momentum that they can build. Nessov has hung back just a tad to be able to exit and give himself an opportunity. But who's looking the happiest of the top 2? I think 6/10 is too much for Yarshall to have any sort of hope of closing. The time will tick down. The race is now coming to a close as they ramp out of the banking for the very final time. Alexei Nessov cuts back underneath, and with the overspeed to the apron, Alexei Nessov takes victory number 2 for Urano Esports. Behind him, BS Competition, Door Esports and Benecke, 4-car split by 0.2 of a second. They made it to the line, Lewis, and they made it there safely.
Yeah, I'm shocked and stunned and speechless almost. Thankfully, it's not almost speechless. It is my job to talk, so it's that. I gotta say, again, timing there from Nesov was spot on. Played the cards brilliantly there, and Urano come into into the second of the VCO Infinity, the ProSim Infinity, and show that they mean business. I had an interesting stat from VCO Infinity that of the 24 races we had, just 10 of them were converted a race victory from pole position. Only 3 in the first 12 races. Wonder if we're going to see a similar thing. We've had one converted. That was the very first race. That one, Benecke dropped back to fourth, didn't even finish on the podium from pole position.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. That is for sure. But race 2 winners, it's Urano Esports. And so we'll grab a look at your race results with now 2 of the 24 races in the book. Still a long, long way here to go. Here's a look at those results then. 700ths the margin at the line, with Reina Talvar just losing out to Alexei Nesov. You could see the relief on the face of Nesov as well, celebrating after the conclusion. Yarshel grabs the final spot on the podium, while Benecke's slowdown costs him. He finishes 4th, in front though of Jamie Fluke, who worked his way forward to 5th. Altus, Rincon, Williams, Arnage, and Fordzilla rounding out the top 10. A handful of teams getting some points onto the board after a rough opening race. Team 707 11th in front of BS Competition, with Brabham, Team PGZ, and Urano. And Nicholas Laubish through the top 15, with Pearsons, Havu, Team Redline 2 with a drive-through penalty, dropping them down to 18th, in front though of Obsidian, Triton, 19th and 20th spots. We'll scroll through the rest of the names. Lewis, a lot more crazy for the second race, and I feel like maybe it's only going to get crazier from here.
Yeah, of course, where we're going next, we're taking the Honda Civic around the Red Bull Ring, which is going to be nice and calm, right? Right? No? No, of course it's not. I mean, there's a few teams that have had bad starts to this event. Redline 2's got to be right up there at the top of the list. RHG haven't exactly had a brilliant one to begin proceedings here. All of these will want to come back and have a stronger, racing field. And that sounds crazy. Oh, that sounds obvious. And it is obvious. But still, if you're not nailing them now, it's kind of those issues that you're going to have. You've got to get and start off on the front foot. And a lot of these teams haven't done so. And they might be in for a very long day. Thankfully, though, with this, by the way, unlike an endurance race, where if it is the 24 hours of whatever circuit that you want, if you have a bad start to the race and then you think, well, that's that done then, I guess we'll just go and do something else for the day or struggle on for a day in this. In this, you just go, oh, well, race 1 and race 2 were bad, but hey, let's come back for race 3 and just everything's zeroed. Let's go for it.
Let's do it all over again, yes. Of course, now from the World Centre of Racing back across the pond, and we land in the Styrian Mountains at the Red Bull Ring. This is another track where track limits are going to be precarious for so many, but Lewis, high speed, high intensity, and high thrills. Many of the same characteristics of Daytona carry forward here to Austria.
Yeah, obviously the run out of turn 1, which is going to be tricky, up towards, and we're going with it, turn 2, actual turn 2. No, we're not on motorbikes, it's fine. Up into the, see, the things that every time it's what's just on the track and I've got used to it. 2 and 3, down towards Schlossgold. Those are all, it's long straights. Yeah, they're very good for overtaking in these cars. That middle section, now I've raced touring cars around here, whether it is TCRs or it is touring cars elsewhere. I even beat Kevin Siggy around here once.
Ooh,
that's how
showing
good
off.
I used to be, thank you. It's a tricky track. It's good for racing, but that middle section, especially in front wheel drives, those 2 left-handers, it is a monster struggle in a car like this. It feels like everything's just off camber and awkward, but that's just a joy of a front wheel drive. So each their own.
And the good thing about front wheel drive is if you get into any sort of issues, as we're trying to get set, I'm trying to join the session right now, so I apologize for not looking at you guys. Is the fact that if you have any issues, boot your right foot back onto the throttle and you can get it pointed back in the right direction. I think that's the main thing that I love about touring cars.
Oh yeah, that's why I mostly race touring cars.
Because you're not good enough to drive anything else.
No, I mean, you joke. You're trying to put a dagger into my heart, and you're absolutely right. It's why whenever I race touring car stuff and it's front wheel drive versus rear wheel drive, I'll always take a front wheel drive because there's a lot less risk. And if someone else punts you, you can do a bit more about it. Whereas in a rear wheel drive, you've got to be like, well, right, that's it. Well, we're off then. In a front wheel drive, you can actually give something a go. But with how these race, with how these drive, I'm very curious to see that race up towards, particularly out of turn 1 up the hill. That's going to be the big one because it's into such a tricky braking zone in these cars. to go from such high speed down to, they're not really designed to do that. And so that's going to be very interesting indeed. I think we might see the odd, touring car. Let's be honest, it's touring car racing. We'll see some proper touring car racing.
See some contact.
Yeah.
You and Tyler Maxton had some disagreements on whether touring car is a contact sport. I think we're going to see some contact here today. That is a certainty. Now, when it comes to this car as well, I think people don't realize that it is fast. It just makes its speed in a different way. And I think for the first time today, Lewis, we are going to see touring car specialists potentially rise to the fold.
Well, that's why What's Cooking Racing Adventures, I mean, we brought up their victory last time. It's from Jack Sedgwick in, it wasn't this car, of course, it was the Elantra back then. But, you know, again, you're talking about a touring car specialist. Sedgwick is a touring car specialist, and there are plenty out there. And it is kind of one of those cars where, like, the IRO 4 or even, you know, obviously the Dallara F3 as it was last time we went VCO Infinity, it can, like, those kind of cars, you don't really need to be a specialist in them. They just kind of work, right? Whereas things like the touring cars, things like, I'm going to say as well, the BMW M Hybrid, when we get to it, you need to be a specialist in that kind of car, in that kind of style of racing. There is a different way of driving them, a way of racing them that doesn't really apply to all other cars that you can kind of get away with on things like the IRO 4.
So you take a look at the track, and we'll get some qualifying started in a handful of moments' time with, again, solo car qualifying in the one lap. I really enjoy this pressure, Lewis, that one lap qualifying puts on the drivers. Not to put the perfect lap together, to put a lap together.
I know you don't need a. Well, actually, I was going to say you don't need a perfect one. I did check back at the first race, of course, that we did at Fuji, as to what 1 second would be. And if you qualify 1 second off there, and I guarantee the gaps will be closer here than at Fuji, 1 second off there was the difference between first and 29th. Right, so there is that kind of thing of like, we'll just get a lap onto the board. But in this, genuinely, sometimes just getting a lap onto the board isn't good enough. You need to get within 2 or 3 tenths of your PB, right? And it'll at least get you in the mix. But 2 or 3 tenths, you're still taking a lot of risk. The exit of turn 1, the exit of this corner here, you can kind of get a little bit risky through the double left-hander, and of course, most importantly, through the penultimate and the final corner. How many laps have we seen around the Red Bull Ring be absolutely brilliant, and then you maybe hit a little bit too much curb or get a bit too much understeer in that final corner, and suddenly, yeah, you're out wide and done.
Well, I think a good way for us to understand a little bit more about touring cars might be to run around with one of your touring car whizzes. Now, Ross McFarlane is probably the best of them, so let's jump on board with the PureSims Esports car because he's already up to speed and getting ready to fly up into turn 1, braking just after the 100 meters and then trying to rotate the car on the brakes. Rear end will step out, but a loose touring car is a fast touring car. Uses all the runoff on offer and then uses the momentum down the hill before working up into, as Lewis McLeod is going to insist that I call it, turn number 2. Heavy braking zone and primary passing opportunity, but it pinches down, so the wider you are, the better it is. McFarlane sweeps it all the way out, and in these touring cars, you can use a little of the anti-cut curb as well, and so as he crests himself over the hill, it's a nice and tidy run to open up the lap so far. A nice tidy opening sector. Now down into Schlossgold, the side of so many side-by-side contacts. But if you get this corner right, it is so rewarding to even try a switchback cutback pass. McFarlane tidily using a little bit of the cutout on the inside to work his way through the corner. But Lewis now into the end of the lap and the fun part of the lap.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit tricky. Like you say, slightly off camber heading into the second sector. Using a bit of the curb, naturally that's okay. You can get a little bit of an off track if you put 2 wheels into the gravel out there through this left-hander, which sets up the 8th corner, 7th corner. Again, we're going to have arguments about this all day. Brilliant. It's looking tidy. It's looking clean. It's not looking crazy, but it's just looking clean. But this is where it can all come apart. Down to the penultimate corner, you can see a little bit of a struggle of rear brakes there. You can run out that wide. If you go any wider than the curbing, then you can get into trouble. But I'm going to say, that looks tidy. The final corner, the penultimate corner, it was the right amount of risk. It just looked like a clean lap.
So we'll see what the time is going to be, a 45.33, and already 2/10 quicker than Oscar Mangan. But quickly, Jaume Torres jumps his way to the outside of the front row. And guess what? It's not a surprise to see these front-wheel drive specialists at the front of the field. But where's the likes of Gael Valero representing the Apex Racing team? Where's Diogo Pinto, the 2022 world champion that finds himself in front of Josh Thompson?
I was actually having a chat with Dom Doohan this weekend about Redline, about this event. Obviously, you know, the team manager and person behind the scenes at Redline, and how much he loves this event, absolutely adores the idea of this event. And we were having a little bit of a chat about Diogo Pinto and about his exploits elsewhere in the world of sim race, particularly in the Lulham Virtual Series. I did not expect him to be a quick touring car driver, but to beat Ross McFarlane in this qualifying session, one of the absolute best in these cars, that is astonishing right now. To have Redline first and third, I don't even know what to say. I'm genuinely impressed.
It's just unfair at some point, the level of consistency that Redline seem to find, no matter what car, no matter what track we seem to throw at them. But once again, qualifying is in the books, and it's Redline on top. 3 pole positions in 3 races so far. The defending champions have shown up with intent, and they are carrying that forward so far today. Let's run you down then through the starting grid as the Honda Civic Type Rs are ready to go here in the Styrian Mountains as we go front-wheel drive racing for the very first time. It will be Diogo Pinto, the 2022 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup champion, on pole position, but alongside is Ross McFarlane, and he will be looking to put up a fight. Josh Thompson behind, looking to close out the year with some sort of a result, has Jaume Torres for company. Oscar Mangan for Altus Esports shares row 3 with Pablo Espez for the Obsidian Racing team. Rincon Racing once again up there in the front 4 rows with Alberto Senau inside of Simone Pisoni. Dylan Becky Shrivens joins us for the first time today inside of Florian Lebigre for Romain Grosjean Esports. Monaco Esports sees Elias Riker in 11th inside of Skirt. Speed takes over the wheel of the Team PGZ car, while Havu and BS Competition 13th and 14th. We see Josh Anderson for the very first time. Triton and the Beeler Racing Team Euronic share row 8 with Fordzilla and Urano directly behind them. RaceSpot's own Will Chadwick in 17th. The Bonga Drums roll from 19th. The first time we've seen the BS Turner car outside of the top 10 in qualifying. Oscar Reno goes back-to-back. He lines up in 20th. Pinchez and Bachmeier 21st and 22nd, with Jürgen Frank surprising to see Sim RC in a touring car all the way down in 23rd, along with a DCW Racing entry. Tregurther back in the car in 25th, along with Grochet for Carbon Simsport, with Wave Italy Racing Team seeing Luzio in 27th. Alex Simpson jumps back behind the wheel, Apex Racing's team owner and a former World Championship competitor back at the wheel. Shooty and Schiff through the top 30, and we'll cycle through the rest of the names as we get ready to go. Gael Valero, Jack Cedric, 2 of the major names with no times on the board. Add into there even the likes of Norbert Leitner, who's always quick in a front-wheel drive machine. Plenty of surprises once again in qualifying.
Yeah, wow, there are some big names further down the order than what you'd expect. Like I say, Sim RC, I was like, oh god, they're out of position. Then you go down, you see, like I say, Cedric and whatnot, way out of things. That's crazy. Mirror Esports, this is one where I'd really kind of see them focused on it. I'm just not sure what to expect. Pure Sims, though, haven't had a podium in VCO Infinity. Could this be the time for them to potentially go even better? They had a 4th place with Ferguson back in the McLaren MP4-12C.
Yes, and I think Ross McFarlane up in 2nd. It doesn't get much better than this. That's a car they've got some experience in. Redline 1 and 2 I think is important as well. Urano only being back in 9th is not the worst situation in the world. I know we're early in this, Lewis, but I think we are shaping up for potentially Urano versus Redline once more.
Potentially, but Urano, you know, they're a little bit more out of position in this one. It could be Redline versus Redline.
That is true. The timer is about to expire, and then the engines will build, and we'll get ready to send them for their first standing start of VCO ProSIM Infinity. It's Redline 1 and 3. It's Pure Sims looking to spoil the 100% record of the pole position that Redline have had so far to stop them from converting to victory. Slow start from Obsidian as they bog down off the line, but McFarlane with a rocket of a start challenges Pinto on the run up into turn number 1, and the Portuguese driver has to sweep the long way around to hold on to the race lead and maintain first as they power their way down towards turn number 2. Side by side behind them as they funnel in towards the heavy braking zone up the hill, but Lewis once again, 40 cars get through turn number 1 safely.
Yeah, it's nothing too crazy realistically in all of this. As you can see, Redline once again hanging on to the front. Zenith trying to get around the outside. Thompson trying to get to the inside of that Zenith car. A bit of side-by-side, a bit of smoke as we'd expect. As everyone gets through cleanly, 40 touring cars. I'd bet my house that they don't, and yet still, I think somehow we've all got through. Thankfully, they don't own a house, so we're okay on that one as we race our way down into the third or fourth corner, whatever you want to call it. And that's a little bit more of a look from Thompson to the inside of second spot, but he's just managed to wrestle his way past the third place and back into the podium. That
was Ruben Bonga. I'm pretty sure that was off the track. Yes, he's gone gravel riding and now is outside of the top 40. That is crucial positions and points lost for the BS Turner machine. Front of the field though, Pinto, McFarlane and Thompson. 1, 2, 3, no changes there, with Thompson able to get back in front of the Zenith Esports entry, but still behind them as they single file at the front. Look at this battle pack, big drama at the back. I think Door Esports got involved.
I think it might have been Mirror, it might have been the DCWR car as well. I'm not sure which ones it was, but certainly, yeah, a couple of big offs going through the final part in that middle section. You got BS competition there with SimRC also towards the back end of the top 20. They're racing out the corner. We're focused on a large competition. Adam Pinto, she's got plenty of experience in these cars. You've got Triton as well going side by side directly ahead. Jagodzinski was side by side with Pisoni on the run up towards turn 1. Watch them come through here. There is Pisoni on the outside, Jagodzinski on the inside. It's going to be a terrible run, and Pinchess is off.
And that for Arnage is heartbreaking because they were up towards the front, and lap by lap by lap, one by one, they are dropping. And touring cars, maybe unsurprisingly, the craziest of the races so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 45-minute race though. We can afford to calm it down just a touch. You can see Triton Racing still side by side with that Wave Italy Racing team car once again on that race down towards Schlossgold. I get it, it's touring cars, you've got to race hard, you've got to go for it, but sometimes play the longer game. It's a 45-minute. When it comes to touring car racing, this is a long race. You've got to look after your tyres, you've got to play the longer game. And at the moment, I don't know about you, I think the top 3 are. Yes. Everyone else, not so much.
No, not so much. Although having said that, in the context of a sprint touring car race, yes, 45 minutes is a lot, but these cars can also go endurance racing, which point the stints go up to 90 minutes in length. Another car where we're not expecting pit stops to be a thing, but we will, of course, likely see some cars head down to pit lane, just given how much chaos, carnage, and destruction we are throwing out onto the track. Still side by side between Triton and the Wave Italy Racing team. Harvu managed to get past Jürgen Frank, but now it's going to be a slide for Tommy Katala. Uses the front wheel drive to his advantage though, punches the throttle and back in a straight line.
Yeah, going to lose out a couple of spots there. BS competition might also come through on that run up towards the first corner, but all things considered, yeah, you'd take that 707 also there.
Oscari Ride says thank you very much as he gets his way on past the BS competition entry of Joshua Anderson, and Katala able to hold on for now. We haven't even looked at the front of the field though, and I think that's what's concerning me, is they are so calm at the front, they are so crazy at the back, and it means that these drivers already 10 seconds back from your leader, almost 4 wide into turn 2.
Yeah, this is going to end in tears for someone. I have absolutely no doubt. Rocket Sports firing it in there. Urano losing out even more. You've got, I think it's one of the Apex Racing team cars now. You've got Williams Esports in there, like we said, 707, also a part of it, Wave Italy Racing. I mean, it's just chaos at this point. Urano not seeming to feel it too much. That second car, wow, what a move from Wave Italy Racing straight to the inside. I mean, that is about as aggressive as it gets.
And the problem is, there's quite a bit that we want to go and take a look at in terms of replays, but peel yourself away from this. I dare you to try it. Still, Noah's Ark, and now some contact. Gertha fires it into the back of Oscari Rine, and I think partially because Gaio Valero has already gained 11 spots and continues to charge his way forward. Remember, Valero, one of the shining lights out of the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship.
Yeah, obviously, I've got to say in this, just play the longer game for Valero. He's done so brilliantly, just picking up the pieces of those that have kind of tripped up over each other. That won't be quite as easy the further up you go. One off in the background, never mind about that too much. 707 out, a little bit wide there. Ascari Rene, bit of 4 wide on the replay on the race up towards that first corner. This was the first lap, or was this that lap 2? Surely
no,
first lap.
This was the first lap, and I said 40 cars got through okay. 40 cars, yes, but then Visceral, one of the few that didn't. And there are plenty more things that we're going to have to go and try and circle our way through. Now, let's turn our attention away from this momentarily if we can, because as much fun as it is, there's not many points being paid out at the very front of the field anymore, at that point in the field anymore. Much more sedate, much more calm towards the front. Really, the only fight is where we see Dylan Shrivens trying to work his way forward to reconnect with the top 5 as Rincon Racing seems to be a bit of an anchor.
Yeah, Rincon Racing just struggling a little bit, so now just a little bit slow at the point. Dylan Scrivens focused on more than just this battle for 6th spot, wants to get in the battle for the race lead. I'm sure all 3 of these do, including Florian Lebigre, who's a multiple race winner in VCO. It might be one-time race. Well, I can't remember. I'll look it up again in a moment. But RHG certainly have won a couple of races. Valentin Mandelac certainly has. But we know RHG should be a little bit more experienced, particularly in this car, as we can see what happened to Ruben Bonga. I mean, cold tyres, to be quite honest. That looked like a bit of that, to be honest. Not enough grip on the front end going down into Floshgold. Did not get it slowed down on the brakes.
I think a little bit also just trying to push too hard, too early in the race, which is a very, very easy mistake to make. I think we've all made that mistake in the past. So about never made it. No, Lewis is perfect. No. Perfect driver. Yeah. He's never forgotten to come down to pit lane.
Never forgotten to come down to pit lane, never rejoin the circuit in a dangerous way, never thrown away a guaranteed race victory, any of that stuff. Never done any of it.
This is all still, by the way, on lap number 1. This was the Geeks Energy Sim Racing team in Fregato, and that's before they even got to that second gaggle of contact that we were looking at slightly earlier. Front of the field, by the way, they are working past lap traffic. McFarlane content to ride behind, and it goes to your point on tyres, Lewis, because front wheel drive, power goes through the front, steering goes through the front. It's a lot of load on the front tyres.
Yeah, it really, really is. Like I say, you've got to underdrive it in the exit. I know, like I say, I know these cars can do endurance stints. They really can. These tyres aren't too bad. They're actually pretty good when you've got through a longer stint. You know, they can actually be pretty fine. After an hour, you can start setting some pretty decent times. But it's still, as much as they're designed for it, you will see some drop-off, especially if you are driving it like a lunatic. You need to drive within yourself and within the car, especially around here. I know it's not a high tyre wear circuit, particularly through the penultimate and final corner. You can burn them out, and through that double left-hander right here, as we can see what happened to Mirror.
Okay, now Carbon SimSport involved again. I'm just saying, don't know if this one is necessarily as much their fault, but that rejoin. Yes, no, I was going to say, I was waiting for the rejoin there.
That was not a good rejoin, but that's fine. Mirror Esports, like I say, they're not having a good time of it right now. To be fair, I've got to say, Mirror Esports, who are a quality team, just qualified a couple of drivers for the WTCR Esports Championship that will happen next year. They're not having a good time of things in VCO generally, because Esports Racing League and Esports Racing World Cup have not really had a great, well, Esports Racing League anyway, they've not really had a great time in things, as well as in
penalty,
this.
by the way.
Yeah, too right.
Yeah, yeah. Not often that we call things as cut and dry, but that was pretty cut and dry. Here's Ross McFarlane to the outside of Pinto, and all the corners at the Red Bull Ring invite you to try the up and under. I'd be worried about trying the up and under, though, if I'm Ross McFarlane, because look who's behind. It's the teammate of Diogo Pinto, and if you let Redline get to 1 and 2, they will control this race. McFarlane still to the outside, though, as they run to Schlossgold. Yeah,
you can absolutely get through outside, inside on quite a lot of these corners. If I'm McFarlane, the critical thing is to not lose second, but it's to go for the race lead, because if you're in the race lead, you can absolutely defend around here. It's going to have the inside into that left-hander at 5 and 6. A little bit of a slide on the rear end, a little bit of a pinch from Diogo Pinto. Maybe a little bit too much of a pinch from Diogo Pinto, who's just been sent out. Torres gets through as well as Thompson. Mangan also might find his way past that Altus car. You can see the face there of Ross McFarlane. I'm not sure that was McFarlane's fault.
I agree. racing incident, it looked like to me.
I'd agree. At least from that angle. Again, I'm not seeing it from above and didn't see it from a driver's perspective. But the potential, I mean, don't get me wrong, the ProSim's car was squirming a little bit to the brake zone, which would typically tell you that it's going to go out wide, but that's not necessarily the case as to what will happen as Visceral been into a bit more of the car. We did see Carter McColeman in chat to watch his team.
Oh!
Ouch.
Ouch! Love 46 need a new Honda Civic Type R delivered to the garage pronto, please.
That was not good. I've seen a few people hit that
attenuator.
Yeah, not quite at that angle. In fact, it's one of my first ever races in sim racing, or one of the first that I was watching. So
oh my word!
Very similar.
Lewis, you asked for chaos and carnage. This is entirely on you, by the way.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I'll take it. That was Brabham that were sent around ahead of the Geeks Energy car, I believe, and of course our large competition. Yeah, no, I'm okay with it. I'm
You're okay with
it?
It's
fine. I'm sure a lot of teams and drivers aren't. But hey, yeah, we've got a lot of replays to get through. If you could just hold some of the chaos until the final 10 minutes, though, that would be great for two reasons. Number one, Arduino will only have one PC on the server, and number two, at least then we'll have some crazy moments in the final 10 minutes.
That is true. Let's jump on board with Speed himself. It is Skirt that we ride with behind the wheel of this Team PGZ car. Another fantastic camera. I've got to say, where do they get the inspiration for these camera angles from? He's going to lose out to Will Chadwick there.
I think this camera angle inspiration comes from Holtzman. Is it Holtzman?
Probably. No.
Rietveld.
Rietveld, yes, the red line driver.
Rietveld.
Yes.
Yeah,
but to be fair, you need to be able to have about 2 pixels of visibility to have it be the true Rietveld.
That's true. It's inspired by, again, spy cams. I'm sure they have their own streams where you can pay a little bit extra and you get some other angles from maybe on top and around on the sides. But right now we only get this one on the main stream. That is what it is. You can see Chadwick. He's looking pretty chill, isn't he? I say that now. He's looking pretty stressed. Actually, I don't know. It's hard to read. Chadwick.
Sorry, you got me laughing right now because I want to start talking about going to OnlyFans again if we're talking about all these different angles.
No comment.
We do need. There is a RaceBot TV OnlyFans, by the way, and I would highly encourage people to sign up because who knows? Maybe we can go and start posting there.
Yes. Just to clarify, it's not just that content.
Yes. Oh no. Yes. No.
Just to clarify,
show you behind the scenes of a RaceBot broadcast. Join our RaceBot OnlyFans. Diogo Pinto, Passiamo Torres, by the way. Yeah,
I was going to say, look at that gap that McFarlane's got. That's how much he wanted to take over the race lead. See you, lads. I'm going to burn my tyres a little bit and see you. And what that's going to do is that's going to stress out that group behind. If you Thompson, maybe not. Yeah, sure. We can catch back up later on.
Trigurtha, Bachmeier, the Rocket Simsport car goes around after initiating the contact. Trigurtha holds on to it. My word. Again, I'm going to keep hashtag blaming Lewis McLeod here.
I'm okay with it. I'll take it. We're getting excitement. We're getting drama. We're getting some crazy racing. That's what we're all about here in VCO ProSIM INFINITY. Yeah, 2 right. I want to see this taking risks. That was definitely some 3 wide.
This was a proper risk as well. You got Sedgwick, Rene on the inside. They banged doors a little bit, but yeah, again, more impressed that Trigurtha holds on while Bachmeier is the one that noses it into the wall.
I need to go and open up this penalty list and see if Race Control is saying anything. There was a stop and hold gifted. What a delightful Christmas gift to Mirror Esports against Absolute. It was a stop and hold for 10 seconds.
So that would have been for the lap 1 shenanigans.
Yes. Yeah. Nothing else as of yet.
Okay. As of yet, that being the crucial phrase.
That will change.
Yes.
That will change. I have no doubt. Sorry, Race Control. You're going to be busy.
Yeah, we did mention that it's been busy for Race Control in the last couple of months. Sim Racing Expo has a handful of them under the weather, but they continue to power themselves on. On board with Oscar Mangan, one of the newest members at Altus Esports, is Diogo Pinto now in front of Josh Thompson. Maybe a bit of coordination with the Redline teammates there saying, you know what, maybe Pinto slightly faster. Let's see if we can close on McFarlane because that gap's already up to 1.4 seconds. If you are behind the wheel, though, of this number 43 Altus Esports machine, what are you thinking if you're Oscar Mangan? Because I'd say it's a great spot to be in.
It is. Like you say, you can be... If you're at the rear of the train, you can get a little bit frustrated because you're seeing that race leader starting to check out. If you want to win, obviously everyone does. That can be a bit of a concern. But right now, even if you fought your way to the front of this train and then got on with it, that gap will be at a minimum, an absolute minimum, 2 seconds by the time you got to the front of the train, and most likely close to 3 or 4. So there's nothing you can do right now, and that's the style of this racing. Sometimes, if you're at the back of the train, if there's nothing you can do, don't stress about it. Just keep driving, keep looking after the tires, and keep putting yourself in a position where you're going to be able to attack later on in the race. Where with 5-10 minutes left to go, that's where you can go on the attack. And let's be honest, Oscar Manga's got plenty of experience in touring cars and whatnot. We've seen a fair share of him elsewhere in the world of sim racing teams-wise. And so, I'm curious, when did he move over to Autos? Was that very recent? Was that?
Nah, probably during the Porsche Tag Core Esports Super Cup qualifying series, towards the end of that. So probably September-ish, something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because of course the core sim racing exodus happened earlier. That happened around, I guess, May or something, because that's when we were making the Oscari Rene to Veloce jokes, and I remember that being around the same time. So yeah, I think Oscar was the one that took the longest to figure it out. We saw Oscari leave core and pretty quickly go over to Kova, for example. But yeah, just silly season.
Such a shame for Rene.
I know. I feel so bad for Kova as a whole, because I don't think I say this all the time. I think sim racing teams, you need to find the group that you get on with the most to actually be able to grow as a driver. And I think for everyone in Kova, they had found that.
Yeah, because they were all Finnish. And let's be honest, no one else in sim racing get along with Finns, because you just can't, like, the
Finns don't get along with Lewis McLeod now, that's for sure.
Nah, I love them. Love Finnish people, but it is always the so as a setup, well, you know, it's, well, actually no, I can't say it on broadcast, but
he's smiling. Yeah. We've got a smile on Oscari Rene's face.
He's loving life. Like I say, I mean, they've got to enjoy this event. 707. Yeah, they've just got to come into it. We don't know when exactly. Is this the last event that we're seeing with them, or are they? Because we were expecting this with the final round at IMSA Esports, and then obviously this. I assume this will probably be the last time we see them all in one group.
My understanding is this is the last time we'll see them as a group. It doesn't mean that the entirety of the group will not still be able to find a home.
Yeah.
But yeah, a little bit sad.
So enjoy it.
Yeah. Now I've left the webcam up for a little bit longer here, because can you see who's on the face? As Oscari's looking at the camera, he knows we're talking about him. Can you see who's on the face of that shirt?
No, I can't. Is it you?
Unfortunately, well, fortunately,
I can just see the top of the head.
Yeah, I was gonna say, fortunately, it is not me. Let me. I have to find the button here, because there are way too many people in the Zoom right now. There you go. That's the person.
Oh, okay, that does make sense.
Yes, Pablo's Discord, I have no doubt, is enjoying this right now. This event. We had Team PGZ join us as Team PGZ. Oh, I'm sounding very American right there, haven't I?
That's terrible.
It is terrible. They joined us as the late replacement last May, to the point where it was so short notice that the first round of the competition, they had another team's name on their car on the broadcast.
Yeah, that's a little confusing.
Immortalized forever in Pablo's Discord, by the way. They're never going to let me forget that one.
No, and then so they shouldn't. You just need to do better. Oh, dear.
Yeah, I know. I know.
That's just the that's the truth of it. I'm disappointed.
I'm just saying, by the way,
which happened in an event that I couldn't really do very much of, but that's fine.
Right, Dr. Skirt, Dr. Speed does need to get a better camera angle. You either need to commit to having the terrible camera angle, a la Jeffrey Rietveld, or you have something very nice.
Yeah, no, I think I want to see. I just want to see more stuff in people. I want to see more, like, I don't know, chairs.
Oh, office chairs, like we have with.
Shout out to Sean Campbell.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
I just want to see, like, more random stuff. Get some quirky stuff in there. I don't know. Not that quirky. Roll back on the quirkiness. I want to see something crazy. Well, Valero.
Yeah, speaking of crazy, where's the apples behind you, Gael? Where's your Xbox games? Just because you've gone to the Apex Racing Team facility doesn't mean you can't have fun.
Mate, the boss is in this race. You don't want to make a mess of the facility whilst the boss is there. You know what I'm saying? So
yes, and
I think it'd be a little bit more cautious.
And you are 100% right, by the way. I'm pretty sure if we do, there is Le Boss, Alex Simpson, back behind the wheel. I gotta say, Alex is such a nice guy, so hardworking behind the scenes. Sometimes you need to have some fun after what has been a hectic year for the team. So much success as well, well-deserved success. I'm glad that Alex has been able to let loose a little bit and get behind the wheel. You can see there's people hanging out behind him. It's a party atmosphere at Apex today.
And that's what we like to see. You know, it's going to be a long 24 hours, 22 hours left, of course, of it. It's going to be a long ride for a lot of these teams. It's going to be a fun one, though. That's it, especially if you embrace that team vibe. The idea of having this done in person between you as a group, that's big. It just means that you can enjoy it a little bit more. You can get out of the rig, you can have a little bit of banter. You can watch the football or something. You can just enjoy it. It depends on what country you're from, but
So, just by the way, I want to make sure for those that don't know about Alex Simpson, he has competed in 6 seasons, not full season, but 6 seasons he's competed in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, one of the best series names of all time, and also competed in 4 full seasons of the VRS GT iRacing World Championship. That is a man that definitely does know what he was talking about. And I don't know if you knew this, Lewis. You and I mentioned ISOWC earlier. We commentated on that together. Alex Simpson was meant to be part of it.
Was he really?
Yeah, until he had some technical issues the day of the first round, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
Yeah, fortunately,
I didn't know.
Now they've got a facility, so, he doesn't have to fix his own PCs, but, like...
Yeah, get someone else to do it.
Yeah.
That's where you want it.
Yeah, and the reason I bring it up, actually, is I think we talk about how the facility has helped the team, Peter Berryman and Kevin Ellis Jr., for example, living with each other, and, that relationship has surely only gotten stronger. But in the same way, it's allowed Kevin to take on more responsibility in the Apex group, for example. He manages the Apex racing team and the drivers, the academy as well, and the progression of some of the up-and-coming talent. Kevin knows a lot about that as a member of the academy that graduated to the full team. You got Jamie Fluke, who's behind the scenes with the Apex Racing TV, doing some of the broadcast work with John Robertson, iRacing Rallycross World Champion of 2021. So, like, these aren't just people who are young drivers anymore. These are professionals.
They're old drivers.
Yeah, no, well, unfortunately, I didn't want to call them old drivers, but they are old drivers who are becoming increasingly professional. And I think Kevin Ellis Jr. might even have alluded a couple of times that we've chatted publicly on the VCO Esports studio or on Talking Tents about the fact that retirement is something he's thought about.
Yeah, like I say, it is exhausting being in the world of sim racing. Even the level of sim racing that I did, which was definitely not at the front. I don't get wrong. Like, I've won a couple of lower level championships and whatnot. I have raced in some pretty big stuff. If I were only in sim racing from a driver's perspective, I can tell you now, I've been in sim racing now for coming up to 10 years. I would not be in sim racing anymore. I would have gone on to, because it is the level of focus and attention to detail that's required, especially these days, is ridiculous. The amount of work that is put in, and sometimes the work put in does not match the reward output. Well, and that is stressful.
And this is a conversation I think in 2022 has become much more commonplace, but the reality of how much of a grind sim racing is, and the reality that unlimited practice puts a burden onto drivers and to teams to spend as much time as possible, but also be as effective with the time as possible. And I was talking with a driver last night, and he was saying he's not had the best 2022, up and down year. It's been times that he hasn't enjoyed it, and even if you're quote-unquote a full-time driver, I know some of the numbers that these drivers are making. It's not like it's a full-time career for many, it's something they have to, like we're saying with Kevin Ellis, they do other things to add and to make this possible, to be able to commit to sim racing as a whole full-time. But if you're not enjoying it, I can only imagine how frustrating it must be to still every week have to put in 15, 20, 30 hours of practice when you're not enjoying it, when you're not having fun.
Yeah, which is where we've seen this done with a few small championships. We've obviously done it with the VCO Esports Racing League and ProSim last year, as Seno gets past Scrivens for 6th, 7th, and 8th. I think Lebigra might also be back involved in this fight. We'll talk about this and then I'll waffle on about my point on that topic as we see if Seno can actually get past. Got the inside line of the run down towards Schloss Gold at the moment. Scrivens with the outside line. You can see Lebigra just sat there in that R8G car. On board with him now. He's going to get right behind the Rincon Racing car. Just push him around. It's going to be a bit of a long run around the outside of this double left-hander, though. Not sure he's going to make it.
Yeah, it always lends itself to cut back to the inside if you can, and now Lebigra will try and take advantage. That's fair. That's good racing as well, to just know that sometimes it's not worth fighting more, to back out of it. And from someone as young as Florian Lebigra, yes, he's flashing the lights, but
He's frustrated.
He's more frustrated that they continue to go side by side when they could be trying to close on those in front.
It's exactly why he's frustrated. He's not frustrated that there's 2 cars ahead of him. He's frustrated that they aren't working together, that they're just wasting time. I get that. I fully get that for Florian Lebigra. You can see, shake of the head, completely irritated by Snell there, and Scrivens up back into 6th position, Lebigra in 7th. As I was saying though, with ProSim and what we've had before, where it's a random track, right? Or it's not a random track, it's a track which is voted on by you, the community. And as much as I love that, I think then the teams and drivers actually have too much to say. If I were doing a championship, genuinely, it would be a completely random track. Or not completely random, yeah. But there are a few ways that you can kind of like, I don't know, you get like 12 tracks, and over a 6-round calendar you get 12 tracks, so twice more than what is there, and then you randomly pick one before, which means that even for the final round, even for that 6th round, there are still 7 tracks that it could be, meaning that no one can really practice too hard on each of them. I know sim racers still will, but still, it's about trying to find ways to get drivers to reduce practice, because it does 2 things. Number one, it actually can increase the show, because it means that drivers make mistakes and do crazy things. It's about the driver's skill, and also it means that it doesn't completely affect the life of drivers coming into it, which, to be honest, sim racing has that tendency to do with having so much going on.
And this is where it's interesting talking with both sim drivers and real drivers about how they feel about unlimited practice. Real drivers, talking with Adam Smalley on the VCO Esports studio yesterday, he was saying, well, now one of the things that I'm seeing with sim racing that I can have a big benefit with is there's tracks that he'll be racing at next year that he's never raced at before. Well, he'll jump onto the sim, and instead of having 3 test days where maybe he'll get 4 2-hour runs because you got to pay for tires and whatnot, it's not cheap to go out and test. Now he could spend a lot more time. He could go to the Apex facility and practice with Kevin Ellis, right? And really dive into telemetry and stuff. So they see a lot of value in it. And then you talk to the sim racing professionals, and they also recognize and say, while we enjoy these sort of championships where you don't have to do so much practice, the reality is when it comes down to the big money tournaments, where the slightest advantage can be everything in sim racing, they are going to go to every effort that they can to make sure they have a competitive advantage. This, by the way, has now devolved into a 7-car train behind Dylan Shrivens. You've got RHG, Rincon, Obsidian, Monaco, PGZ, Fordzilla, all embroiled in this one. We'll check back in with them in a handful of moments' time, because I have been reliably informed by Elvis Rankin that we need to check back in with Alex Simpson. So now we have to wait and see why.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's just chilling. Is he going to say something on broadcast? Is he going to look at the screen, wave?
There's Elvis. He's going to come. He's going to wander up slowly.
Oh, because he's more distracted, of course, and also it's your boss.
Yes. He's being very awkward right now.
You can't do that. You can't tease us with the idea of something and then not.
I know. You got to commit like Pantsless Pete did back in the Talking 10th episode with Kevin Ellis Jr. We will get a timestamp linked out for everybody when we can, because yes, you need to see that.
Just to clarify, Pantsless is American Pantsless.
Yes.
Just
to be clear.
Just to seriously be clear. By the way, speaking of fights on this, race lead. Pinto's closed back down to McFarland, and if anyone is keeping an eye on that, it's to 1 second now. It did go sub 1 second briefly, but heading into the final 15 minutes of the race, you can see the gap absolutely flying down. I think that lap 9 was Pinto finally getting through, and then that first lap, and then I think we saw McFarland respond on the timesheets, right? I think that's what that was.
I think you are right indeed. Oscar Mangan, by the way, tried to get past Jaume Torres. Did not work out. He will have another go at it. Down maybe into Schlossgold, but they have lost ground somewhat to Josh Thompson at the front. Final step on the podium. So we'll track Pinto, because you're right, he is very much bringing that gap back down to McFarlane. Checking back in, Dylan Shrivens lost out to Florian Lebigra, who's finally back at the front of the field, or this train. And I think your point when we were watching McFarlane go for the lead was salient. You can defend the lead here, even with the draft, and that's why I think you want to lead wherever you are. You want to have track position. So Daytona, last lap of the race, you want to be second. Right, around here, you want to be the leader.
because you can control your destiny from there. You defend up into turn 2, 3, whatever you want to call it. You actually you can defend that. You can keep position there by yourself by using them. It will be slightly different in things like the IRO4. That's where this track will become slightly more intriguing, slightly more different. But if you're in these touring cars, absolutely, being the lead of the group is where you'd want to be. You can control the group from that position, with there only being 15 minutes left to go, by the way.
Yes.
I wanted to update you on the race control sheet.
Okay, yes. Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. The only thing that there was a report of track limit violations. That was it. And that was declined anyway from race control. Everything else, there's been nothing. There is nothing on the list.
Oh, I like it.
It could be. There is a note on there that there's a lot of people watching it as we see the move straight down the inside. So now trying to get past Scrivens once again. That is such an aggressive move.
Well,
and clearly hammering home the poster in the background by absolutely from a karting move. That
I was going to say, it's so fitting. And are they 3 wide for a moment? They were, and they're banging doors as Scrivens tries to maintain positions, bullies the Obsidian racing car of Pablo Espes out of the way, who now has to watch potentially the Monaco Esports car slide on through, but it's getting increasingly physical, and now Labigra, I'm wondering what the look on his face probably is, because he must be smiling for the first time.
Yeah, potentially, especially if they fight hard enough, then it might actually clear off from this group. It's exactly what he wants, because, like I say, Florian Labigra was super frustrated by the entirety. Well, I say the entirety of that group by one specific member of that group. No, he's still not. He's still frustrated. Again, I don't really blame him too much, but. Alas. By the way, didn't win a race. The only person to win a race for RHG and VCO Infinity was Valentin Mandak, but did get a pole position in the Dallara IR18 at Monza, as well as finishing on the podium at least once, maybe even a couple of times. Certainly once in that race.
Okay, well, hashtag blame Elvis Rankin, because he's not even at the facility. He teased us.
Ah, that's dirty.
And that's a broken Honda, isn't it? Is that car got damage?
I think it might be okay, actually.
It looked like the suspension
it was an odd angle.
Yeah, it was sat at a very odd angle for a second. I tell you what, fire back to the RaceBot TV replay and see.
It's a little bit light now.
Oh,
just got sent off by. Well, oh yeah, no, that is broken. Yeah, it was Triton that they had contact with. The angle that we saw, obviously, as it was rejoining, looked okay. I don't think it's Triton's fault. If from that angle, I think Triton were there, and then Lightning was trying to get over to open up the final corner and misjudged it slightly. And if you make front to rear contact at that angle in a front wheel drive, well, there's only one place you're going to go, and it ain't good.
No, it is not a good situation in that one. And we've seen a couple of those multi-class fights stumble over each other like that as well. I think that's something that's more common when it comes to this car than any of the other cars that we're going to be racing over the course of this afternoon, day, twice around the clock.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I was going to say wherever you want to go with it. Also, can I just say how many people are going to get absolutely destroyed mentally when we finish this event on Saturday
instead of a Sunday?
Instead of a Sunday, because I'm literally going to be like, right, I've got work tomorrow. And it's like, no, that's Monday. That's Monday. You're all right. It's like, oh, what do you do? I wonder how many people are doing this and then doing the race for mental health. Jimmy Broadbent's.
Oh yes, Jimmy Broadbent's 23 hours older.
That's Saturday, Sunday. So there might be some people doing basically a 24-hour race, or 2 essentially,
right?
Kind of, on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Whew. Oof, indeed.
That sounds like a very, very long day indeed.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, no thanks.
No thank you.
I mean, we're both doing 12 hours, basically, of VCO ProSIM Infinity, so it's not like we can... We're a sucker for punishment.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, no, I think for 24-hour races, 12 is normally where I go. It's normal. I'm normally doing 12 hours of it.
Gotcha.
There is a bit of that. Thankfully, not in one go. You got to spread themselves out, and got as commentators, I'm kind of like, no, actually, I used to be. No, you got to stay out for the whole race. Whereas now I'm just like, no, I'm too old now. I'm going to bed. So, you know, each their own on that one.
Ooh, nice little fight here, Jack Sedgwick and Konstantin Scharf. This for 18th and 19th positions. Now, of course, Jack Sedgwick, with no qualifying time on the board, has been able to work his way up 17 positions so far, but you're never going to be able to challenge for a victory like he was able to do at Spa in a touring car machine if you start at the back end of the field, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is what it is. Those are sometimes some of the things that happen. I'm sure we will see that What's Cooking Racing Adventures car at the front at least of one of these races, whether it is touring cars or something else. I mean, let's be honest, the IRO4s are pretty open to everyone, realistically. Not sure, though. We'll have to see. Sedgwick there on the left of it, say one of the fastest drivers in touring cars on the platform. So I'm not really sure what to say. I'm sure there'll be big disappointment though from this race.
Did you see how his camera just froze on that run into turn number 1? By the way, I got
maybe it was disconnecting.
Yeah, I got a little bit scared for a second there because that's one of the few things that we don't have gearboxes go, we don't have engines go for the most part, but technical failures are the one thing that we cannot control in the world of sim racing, and it's the one thing that. In an event like this, Lewis, we do have a bit of flexibility. Drivers did have to give their nominations for which driver is doing which race before we got underway. But if, in case there's technical issues, in case there's a driver that oversleeps, which I think is a real possibility, teams and drivers, I think, get 5 jokers over the course of the 24 hours to slot one of their other drivers into the car.
Yeah, like you say, technical issues, they do happen, whether it is on here or like I say in this style of racing. Again, I was having in the chat that I was having with Dom Dillon at the weekend, we were chatting about Le Mans Virtual and a couple of their drivers being Drugovic and Ollie Rowland, and Drugovic was initially slated to start the race, only because of some technical issues. He had his computer off, and then 20 minutes or half hour, whatever it was, before the race was like, right, time to turn it on and get ready, get in the session, get ready to go. Presses the on button. Nothing happens. Presses the on button, nothing happens. And so couldn't start the race. And so Ollie Rowland had to jump in last minute because you needed a pro to start that race. It's kind of in the let's say, it's in the same. Sometimes technical issues happen, sometimes crazy things happen. You need your team on station to kind of replace. Yes. But the way this event kind of works with, you don't typically do 2 hours in a row by yourself, right? It means that there's normally a driver, a teammate nearby at all times, just in case. Maybe they're not ready to race, but they are there.
Yes, and the format, again, it means that if you have one bad race, you just return for the next one and you go again and you hope that you have a little bit more luck. So it does give you a little bit more of a bounce back in that way, especially for those that are more familiar with an iRacing special event where, there's no safety cars, so once you go a lap down, it feels like an awful lot of punishment to move your way forward. 7 minutes to go, and the gap at the front, by the way, is going back and forth. It's not really ever getting underneath a second and staying there, Lewis. Ross McFarlane is doing just enough to keep Diogo Pinto at bay as we get ready to start yet another lap with 7 minutes left to run.
Yeah, these two have been absolute class in the field, haven't they? I mean, McFarlane did a great job. The slipstream's just about there, but Diogo Pinto, I mean, did he burn out his tyres trying to catch McFarlane? Is there a little bit of that tyre game, tyre strategy between the two of them? You can see how much wider he's running going through the first corner. How many instant points do they have?
Ooh, it's a good question.
Do you know?
Thought it was 17.
Because if I had none up until this point, I'm starting to use some.
Yes.
Not all of them. I think you need to leave 5 in a tank for one very specific reason. And it is car contact. And I'm not saying punting, I'm saying, just in case they send it in, there's a little bit of car contact, then you only get 4 instant points. It still means you're not going to get DQ'd, right? Leave at least 5.
It's 25, by the way.
It's 25. I'd start working on them. If I have any in the tank, I'm starting to work on them. I'm starting to, like what we saw with Pinto there at T1, he didn't care. He's only trying to avoid the slowdown penalty. The actual 1x doesn't matter right now.
Right. I did see that I think Jack Sedgwick was already up to 18 about 5 minutes ago. So you can get them pretty quickly. And like we said earlier, even if touring cars is not technically a contact motorsport,
it's not a contact sport.
It is a motorsport where there is enough contact that you do need to be aware that you want to keep yourself enough of a buffer with those incident points. Because once you hit 25, I'm pretty sure it's a straight disqualification. Let's give a shout out, by the way, to this man, Gael Valero, because 18 positions gained. Yes, no qualifying time put him on the back foot. But once you're in that spot, all you can do is work your way forward. And he's done so with some clinical moves. And Jack Cedric, another car with no qualifying on the board, 6 seconds separates Was Cooking from Gael Valero.
Yeah, and also it's not done yet. Pisoni and Frank also directly ahead, 13th, 14th. So it could be an extra couple of positions for Gael Valero to pick up. And that's even ruling out the idea that there could be any drama even ahead of that. So, yeah, I don't know which way it's going to go, but I think we're in for a bit of a... I'd say a bit of a crazy drive from Gael Valero. It's just, I say, it's the nature of racing. To go circle back to your point, by the way, because I think you put it quite poignantly, quite nicely. Motorsport is a non-contact sport. That includes touring cars. It's just that touring cars tends to be a non-contact sport where there is in fact contact.
Yes.
It's just how it goes. It's like rubbing his racing is kind of a thing, but it's all rubbish to me. You shouldn't be able to shouldn't be making contact with anyone. But it's just the nature of this style of race that sometimes it. Yeah, you get a little bit into the car ahead, car behind, car side to side. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, and for the record, you and Tyler Maxon disagree on this. The real-world driver thinks it is a contact sport. I just want to make sure. I think I agree more with Lewis on this. Yeah. We don't want contact. It happens sometimes, just like that. Bit of door banging between Jürgen Frank in the SimRC machine and Pisoni, who is trying to chop the nose down. And Frank's a wily old veteran. He's not going to sit down and let it happen like that. They still will fight side by side. The Bumblebee's not through yet, but he's got a little bit more of a momentum. If Pisoni can hold strong, you'll have the outside. But all the while, Gael Valero is there to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, look at that. Brilliant through the two left-handers. A little bit of contact at the start of it, but fair enough. Brilliant through the two left-handers. Gael Valero now to the outside, coming into the penultimate corner. Both on the brakes. It'll be sliding a little bit. Valero backs out, doesn't go for the move. Trying to make his way past that SimRC car of Jürgen Frank. Pisoni at the front of this group. I'm not sure where the leaders are. I believe it might actually be 3 laps left to go as opposed to 2, but it might be quite tight to it being just 2. I believe it will be 3, though.
2 more for the leaders after this. So yes, I agree.
That's what I believe, yeah.
Yes, so 3 in total. I think we're set on that. And I think we're set on a Ross McFarlane victory here as well, because that 1.1 second margin has not been touched as yet. And you question if McFarlane, once he got the advantage and the ability to pull a gap if he used up his tires, doesn't seem like he's hurting too much at this point in time.
No, I say, even if he did use up his tyres, Diogo Pinto did exactly the same thing when he was clearing away from Thompson, Torres and Mangan. So in that sense, it's all zero. And I think these tyres probably are both in very, very similar scenarios between McFarlane and Pinto. I don't know. I do get the feeling it is, like I say, it's more in control of McFarlane right now. The pace they're setting, you can see it there, best and last, is exactly the same for Diogo Pinto, being that he's just set his fastest lap of the race. McFarlane did a 38.061 on the last lap. So their tyres are absolutely fine. Compared to the rest of the field, they've done an absolutely incredible job. And it just proves that sometimes you can go fast and look after tyres, not the other thing.
Tyre whisperers, apparently. That's what I'm going to claim. So 2 laps to go. I think we have officially confirmed that. And now McFarlane has momentarily put some traffic between him and his main rival. However, that's going to help Pinto, give him a bit more of a slingshot on the run up in towards turn number 2 to close the gap to under a second and to try, with 2 laps to go, to make this battle as close as possible. Mirror Esports will clear out of the way down to 7 tenths as they come up through the crest.
Yeah, there's not too many opportunities for Pinto. He's got to find something pace-wise. There is that for sure, but realistically, I'm just not sure he's got that much in the tank. And even when he does get there, he's only going to have 1 or 2 opportunities. And I don't think it's going to be into an ideal corner for overtaking. You need to get there to have a little move into turn 2, turn 3, turn 4 down to Schlossgold. This middle part, which is more likely, even if it does catch, it's more likely to be in this middle section. You don't really have an opportunity. Through those 2 left-handers and then through the 2 right-handers at penultimate and final, there's just not a good opportunity to properly fire one in, to properly give something a go, which means that, for me, McFarlane, with his experience, not to ruin it for the audience a little bit early, they are, Ross McFarlane, very much in the driving seat of this race.
Yes, our job is to try and hype things up, but sometimes we also just have to be honest. With a gap of about a second that has not shifted, even with some traffic help, it's Ross McFarlane that is 1 lap away from grabbing victory number 3 of VCO ProSIM Infinity. 1 more lap to survive in the Styrian Mountains.
Here comes the big slipstream out of turn 1 up the hill. This is again where Pinto's going to close in that little bit more. Is there a bit of track limits abuse? I think so. In the background, riding on board with Pinto, who's going to be just in the final little wisps of that slipstream, but you can see by the way the gap's coming down, it is simply not going to be enough. It's down to 0.8 of a second. It's going to finish under a second. It's just McFarlane is way too fast. And we don't see mistakes out of that 116. Again, a reminder that the Pure Sims car is a car that we have not seen on the podium in VCO Infinity, whether it was in VCO Infinity, of course, earlier on in the year, or ProSIM Infinity. Obviously, we've had only 2 races thus far, a third now. We're going to see him on the podium and potentially a victory as well. That is a way to make a statement in the cars where you are feeling the pressure. We expect them to be good, obviously Ash Sutton's team.
Yeah, and you know, we haven't looked at points just yet because it's taken a handful of moments for race control to finish the results before we get ready for the next race. But I can tell you right now, it's tied between Team Redline and Urano Esports. It is going to shift a little bit, of course, with Dylan Shrivens down in 10th position. Redline will start to build up a bit of an advantage, but it is still very, very early stages of VCO ProSIM Infinity. What a drive from Ross McFarlane, though. Outside of the front row, challenged up on the run to turn number 1. But when the opportunity presented itself, McFarlane needed no second invitation. It's not going to be much celebration, to be honest. He knows there's still a lot more work to do. But a well-deserved victory, the first victory for Pure Sims in VCO Infinity competition.
Yeah, how calm he was across the line there, that tells me that is a driver. Yes, this can be egotistical the way you're saying it, but the way I'm saying it, that looks like a driver that knew that race was won when he cleared off. Right, has known that race was won for 20 minutes. It's a beautiful feeling when you have that. Of course, there was a little bit of pressure. Pinto was closing in, but he would have understood the gap and understood the pace differential between the two. That I don't think there would have been much of a problem there. Again, super drive from McFarlane, super drive from Pinto. That pole position was brilliant, and the race towards second, absolutely stunning. But McFarlane, just a little bit too good, and timing was everything, and his timing was perfect.
There was a number of drag races to the line. Wait till we get some of these results up on screen. It's been a fun way to close out the first 3 races of VCO ProSIM Infinity. And now we get set for the big debut. It's time to roll on out to Brazelton, Georgia, and to break out the BMW M-V8 Hybrid as the GTP Evolution arrives here on iRacing. Handful of cars still yet to come across the line. We'll wait for them to do so. But I mean, Lewis, you're going to unfortunately miss out on that BMW V8 Hybrid for now. But I think this is the one that we're very excited about.
I don't know about missing out. Because it's not as if I'm going in. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to go and get myself a little bit of food. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to become a spectator for a little bit and see how the racing unfolds. So excited for it. The racing, I feel, it might be a little bit calm, but still, I think it's going to be incredible to see.
Here's a look at the results then out of race 3. Ash Sutton jumps into the YouTube chat, so good job from Ross McFarlane, one of the best that touring car has to offer. 7/10 the margin at the end. Diogo Pinto was able to close, but just not enough. The 100% pole streak though rolls on for Team Redline 1. Josh Thompson third, able to finish where he starts in front of Zenith and Jaume Torres. Oscar Mangan also trying to hunt them down. Florian Lebiger was frustrated, but he's able to come across the line in the 6th position for Romain Grosjean Esports, in front of Rincon Racing, in front of Obsidian, Urano and Monaco, making up the rest of the top 10. Then that was that gaggle that we saw with Team PGZ, Fordzilla also involved. Anjan Amuthan finishing in 11th in front of Chadwick. Valero up to 13th. 20 positions gained for the Apex Racing team machine. Wave Italy, SimRC, Havu, BS Competition, then Urano, Was Cooking Racing Adventures, and Team 707, the top 20, plus 17 for Cedric as well. But I think as we look through the names once again, Lewis, qualifying has got to become a priority for some of these teams.
Yeah, it really does. But, you know, that's the nature of things. it doesn't need to be pole position. That's the important thing. Again, I pulled out the stat earlier. I'm going to pull it out once again. When it came to pole positions last time when we did VCO Infinity, there was just 10 pole positions that became victory makers. 5 of them were on the bounce, by the way, and 7 of them were in the second half of the event. In the first 12 races, in fact, realistically, if you want to be pedantic about it, it was the first 14 races, just 3 pole positions became victorious. And to be honest, just 7 of them were on the podium. So pole position's not the important bit, but just qualifying up inside the top 5, just getting into the hunt, into the mix, that is the important bit. You just want to pick off some decent results.
So that's the look top to bottom at your race results here. Very fun so far, that's for sure. Started off quiet with the IR18 at Fuji, but boy, has it exploded since then. Time to confirm, though, that your winners are indeed ProSims here for the first time. Well, Lewis, a fun 3 hours now comes to an end. Delighted to have started this off with a slightly more awake Lewis than back in May, but I mean, we've still got a lot more racing to go and a lot more excitement still to come. Yeah,
off for 3 races, then back on for 4. It'll take me to about 3 o'clock in the morning, but I think the racing that we're going to see is going to keep me plenty awake. It's been great, and I can't wait to see some more. Obviously, I'm going to take a little seat back and enjoy watching you and Paul, who'll be jumping onto the broadcast in a second.
Yeah, we're getting the Rallycross team back together for the first time in a long time. We're going to step aside for a couple of moments here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the BMW M V8 Hybrid debuting in VCO Esports competition. Hello everyone and welcome along once again to VCO ProSIM INFINITY. We've switched things around behind the scenes very quickly. Still Arjuna Kankipati here alongside, this time with Paul Smith, as we bring the iRacing Rallycross crew back together for the first time in a while. Paul, I think the last time we commentated together was actually back at Daytona in January of this year. What a long year it's been and what a fun way to close off the year.
Yeah, the series may well be dead, but we're still around, so you'll have to put up with us for a bit more. But yeah, what a tremendous year it's been for sim racing, that's for sure, and for VCO with the various series. So it's nice to actually get onto the show. I'm loving this concept. I watched last time and I was very jealous, so I was like, yeah, Arjuna, I want to be in.
Yes, and I'm glad that we were able to get it so that we actually want to get to work together. And we head to one of my favorite tracks in the world now, Paul, the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. But of course, I don't think we're that focused about that, to be honest. It's the fact that we get this brand new car, a car that has not hit the track in competition in the real world. And it's great that BMW and Dallara are such firm supporters of sim racing and of iRacing that fans of motorsports get to appreciate these fantastic cars.
I mean, we've seen the partnership of BMW coming into sim racing and really getting involved and thinking, do you know what? If we're going to do this, we're going to do this correctly. And so definitely it's great to see them so get behind sim racing to bring us the brand new LMDH car, which, I mean, I'm looking forward to the Rolex 24 in January to see. So yeah, it's going to be great.
I'll be honest, Paul, I kind of want to try and go out to Daytona for the event because it just looks so spectacular. It looks so amazing what we are going to be in store for there. Now, unfortunately, we've had very little time to talk about what we're in store for because qualifying is already in the books. It is time to go racing here from this fantastic facility. So fast and flowing, but technical at times, and a fix-up will mean that all the drivers dealing with the same characteristics as they navigate their way around the 2.5 odd miles of the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We'll wait for the starting grid as the grid begins to form for what will be another 45 minutes of absolute chaos. Here's a look at that starting grid. It is still Redline 100% in qualifying, but it's Enzo Benito for Redline 2 that punches his way forward with a 106.554. We've chopped off several seconds from previous prototype times with these GTP cars. Not a surprise to see Matt Farrow finally up there. 3,000ths off the pace. A very quick prototype driver, Rainer Talvar for BS Turner, alongside with Patrick Holtzman, Jordan Caruso, and Tom Burns complete the front three rows. Sulio Almeida, first race for the Love 46 driver, in 7th with Arturo Melgar alongside Lassie Urano, and then Fraser Williamson bookend the top 10. Owen Carl, one of the first outings that we've seen for the new driver in the Apex Racing team as part of VCO competitions, along with Mateus Luchak for Stabled Esports with Pablo Lazar, and then Vlad Kimachev for Obsidian and Urano. Plenty of work to do back from 14th spot. Michelle Rack in 15th for the Carbon Simsport team. We'll see Leo Gariboli alongside Mex Janssen and Attila Bushi for Visceral and Mirror Esports share row number 9. From 19th is Mateus Nojak with Moritz Lohner back in the competition, but back in 20th position as well, looking to carry some LMP3 experience in the real world over to the sim. Vitkinen Ferreira 21st and 22nd with McDaniel and Prada behind them. Luca Wunsch in 25th with Carlos Puya for the Rincos Racing entry in 26th. McDonald Gotstadad, 27th and 28th. With Joop de Ligt in 29th. Plenty of work to do there. Sasha Lehman in 30th as well. Scroll through the rest of the names here. Maybe no major shocks so far. The fact that Nathan Lewis is in 39th is maybe a surprise. Julian Sonnen as well in 41st. No lap times for Dylan Pereira and for Ramon Pinheiro as we bookend the field. Now, Paul, for the second time today, we are looking at a race where there is the potential to see some pit stops.
Yeah, there certainly is, and that could really throw a spanner in the works here. I'm looking forward to this though because it's the first time I'm getting to see this race. I did try driving the car the other day on Tuesday on build day, and let's just say I'm not a prototype driver.
To be fair, neither am I anymore, but we've got the finest ready to do battle. Already a bit of a stack up and going around at the front of the field. Chaos before the green even drops, but we're racing for round 4 of VCO ProSIM INFINITY, and look at the speed as they dance through turn number 1. They jink up the hill already. Rainer Talvar up up to second. More drama through turn 1. Looked like Godstad and the Brabham Esports entry off the road. And at turn 3, Chaos, Carnage, and Bedlam. The craziest start that we've seen so far today.
Does somebody want to tell these drivers that the touring car racing was the previous race? My goodness, there's contact everywhere in this car here in this opening lap of the race. This is absolute carnage. It's chaos. Calm down, lads. We've got enough for 44.5 minutes.
How many are even left with no damage, I think is the question. Through turn 7, they're still trying to avoid stumbling over each other. Enzo Benito will be the second happiest man in the world, because Luke Crane will be the happiest man in the world. The Enzo Benito leads from Reina Talvar, Matt Farrow, and then Patrick Holtzman, 1, 2, 3, and 4. We've got to go back and figure out what happened at the start of this race, because my word, it started before the green even dropped, trying to form up for the start down the hill. 44 prototypes were meant to start, 44 did not.
Yeah, we've lost Wolf Team Racing and Arnage competition as well. They're on pit road, so they've had issues on that opening lap and taking the tour. Back to the pits, we've got a car reversing down the side of the track there. I have a funny feeling they might have got some assistance there. So, drama already. I mean, we've got to the end of the first lap.
Oh!
And it's just...
Sorry, out of turn 5, 3 cars from 2nd through 4th all almost went off the road. I don't even know how to describe this race, Paul.
I don't think we had this much excitement in Rallycross when we covered the entire season. This is absolutely crazy stuff. One person who's loving it, though, is Enzo Benito, right at the front of the field, saying, right, see you later, I'm off, I'm getting out to the front here. But Talvar is doing a good job trying to keep in line with him. Matt Farrow right behind, but this is just... Calm down, chaps.
It's worse than you know, Paul. This was before they even started racing. That was legitimately on the formation lap. Now, we can tell it's the race clutch car, and yeah, it's just, I mean, this is how we started the race off.
I mean, it's like nobody, these guys have never done a rolling start before at Road Atlanta with just this. It's just, I mean, there's carnage there. We've then got, right, okay, well, there's a wall of cars in front of me. There's cars darting across the grass, losing control, and that's one of the Zenith cars losing control as well. So people darting left, right, and centre, and big traffic jam and nowhere to go.
Yeah, and that doesn't even get us then to the rest of the incidents. We had one out of the final corner, one into turn number 1, so plenty for us to look at. 6/10 at the front, though. Enzo Benito being held honest by Reina Talvar, Matt Farrow, Patrick Holtzman, and Jordan Caruso all in the mix as well, with Tom Burrs, Julio Almeida, Team 707, Sabelt, and Urano's entries all in the top 10 and split by about 8 or so seconds. Now, traffic's going to be a major factor because of how many catastrophes that we had on the opening lap. Let's see if we can pick up what happened to turn 1. Brabham on the inside. RPC tries to come across the road and, well, it ends terribly for the both of them.
Yeah, 2 into 1 does not go, that's for sure. And, I mean, coming across the road quite that much from left to right, yeah, that wasn't exactly... the best, shall we say. I'm trying to be a bit sort of, you know, diplomatic here. I don't want anybody thinking that I'm picking on them, but yeah, there has been some poor stuff there. I mean, that's just a snap of the car. Did he collect anyone else? No. To be fair, that's well avoided by quite a few of those drivers there.
Yeah. No, I think that was about as lucky as we could have got with that replay. And still plenty more for us to go and work our way through, by the way. We are by no means done. Exit of turn 7. Let's see if we can cycle back in the field. This is a 14th spot as we see a swap for the lead. Yeah, Reina Talvar gets past Enzo Benito. And if we're expecting a pit stop in this race, Paul, fuel saving might start to be a thing.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course fixed setup for these drivers, so you know they've all got the same car out there. So basically, it's a case of right. Let's. Enzo is thinking, okay, I did get a little bit of a breakaway at the front, but I want to do some fuel saving here. I can sit in the slipstream, get myself saved a lap or 2 of fuel. That'll help along the way. Here's what happened at turn 5, and well, that was rear to front, front to rear, even should I say, contact. And it's usually the driver in the rear of that one that will get told off.
Yeah, we'll ride on board and see if we can see what the aftermath was like as well. We jump on board with Julio Almeida. And not really get a good indication, but you get the sense of how strong that hybrid is that it kicks out of turn number 5. That's one thing that, of course, these drivers would have had to try and understand how that system works in a very short order, Paul, because hybrid systems, of course, only really seen in LMP1 cars, which don't see race too much anymore in iRacing, and in Formula 1 cars, which unfortunately have never been the main focus in the last handful of years for some of these iRacing drivers. So it's a very new mechanic that they're trying to get to grips with.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, was it 2018 the last time that World Championship Series had hybrid deployment with the F1 car? So, you know, it's quite a while since some of these top drivers will have bothered with the hybrid system. I mean, yeah, but we have had a few races of endurances, like a 1,440 minutes of a northern French track. You know, they may have participated in, but other than that, really, they've not really touched those hybrid systems. So it's getting used to it once again. But yeah, it's with a fixed setup though. There's not really much you can adjust with that.
More carnage down the hill, and this time it's Arnage who comes together with, I'm not even sure which car that is, but I think that basically, you can see how many tire marks there are to the inside of turn 5. Owen Carl in the Apex Racing car, by the way, on the outside of turn number 5. There aren't many shots that sum up what this race has been like. Gap at the front is opening up, by the way. Rainer Talvar is on a charge, and he is looking to break away from Enzo Benito. He's got some drafting help, and he's 1.4 clear of the Redline machine.
Oh, thank you very much, by the way, Max Verstappen in the chat, in the Twitch chat, saying that Enzo Benito is actually stuck in attack mode.
Oh.
So that's why he's dropping back here. So obviously he's not getting the full recharge that he needs to be able to compete. You know, yeah, that's definitely not... It's suboptimal, to use a Ron Dennisism.
Oh, is that a Ron Dennisism?
Yes.
I've always attributed that to Sir Lewis McLeod.
I mean, Lewis does use that, absolutely, but
Yeah.
Ron Dennis used that back in the day.
Now I know. TIL. But, okay, so to harp on to focus in on that attack mode thing, though, this is something that now every driver is going to have to be aware of. That they're going to have to make sure that they, whatever the case is, if they can figure out what the respective issue is, to make sure it's not an issue for the remaining 4 races that we have in this car.
Yeah, and again, we talk about it's a learning experience for these drivers, for these teams, and if they are finding a few little bits of foibles in the system and with the car, then this is definitely the time to learn it, as, I mean, I always like to concentrate when I'm driving, but I can't drive in a completely darkened room. Maybe it's my old man eyes or something, but
no.
yeah, I've got to have some lighting in the room there. But Matt Farrow, he does not want to be disturbed, does he? He just wants full focus on his car.
We were talking about this earlier. Lewis and me are completely the same, Paul, and we don't understand how people like Matt, how people like Bobby Zelensky can race in situations like this. Maybe it is just the eyes, unfortunately. For us, this is not such a concern for some of those younger chaps, Paul, that we've commentated on in the past, some of those 13-year-olds in the Rallycross World Championship.
Well, it will be a concern for them later in life, I can assure you of that.
Fair enough. Yes, eventually we will all reach that point. Benito still, having said that, is punching in some impressive lap times. I guess what is happening for him now, Paul, is he's having to adjust his driving style to account for the fact that the car is trying to spit out more hybrid, maybe going to the point of even like lifting off the throttle at the end of the straights to avoid dumping a bunch of battery.
And this is where some of the best drivers will show their worth, is how they can adapt to situations. So say you pick up a little bit of damage on a car, it's how you adapt your driving style to compensate for that, to lose as little time as possible. And something like this with a hybrid deployment issue, that's another time where you need to maybe just adjust things here and there, and hope that you lose out as little time as possible throughout the race with that issue. But so far, I mean, he's keeping within 1.4 seconds at the moment of Talvar, so he's not doing a bad job up there.
I like the way you put it. Lose as little time as possible. It's always the way that you need to be thinking about it in terms of sim racing. Jump on board with our current championship leaders, Patrick Holtman in the Redline #1 entry, currently sitting in the 5th spot. Now, this is a driver that's had a bit of an interesting 2022, Paul. I still remember the day that Patrick Holtman got on Twitter and said that I don't feel like I'm an elite sim racer anymore, and the very next weekend he went out and proved that yes, he is actually quite a good sim racer in the BMW Sim GT Cup. But confidence is such a crucial part of top level competition, and Patrick Holtman started to get that confidence back now.
Reverse psychology is such a good thing, isn't it? Yeah, just to throw that out there and that's it, I'm done. My days are done. And then next week come along and win. You know, you're absolutely right though. Confidence has such a big role to play in top level performance in any sport that you can participate in. And if you've not got that confidence there, then you're just going to feel off your game. And any slight thing that doesn't go right for you, it just adds up and it mounts up, and you get into a bit of a negative headspace. And before you know it, you're making more and more mistakes. So definitely, these drivers like Paddy Holtman, he's a top-class driver. Yeah. We all know that. It's just having that confidence and getting that confidence back and be able to win races certainly helps that tremendously.
So here's a look at the 3 drivers fighting for the final step on the podium. You've got Jordan Caruso tucked in the middle of the sandwich right now as his Altus Esports machine bounces over the curbs at turn number 5. One of the few times that Jordan Caruso is probably racing at not on totally abnormal time in the morning, because it's about 7 o'clock, I believe, on the east coast of Australia right now, which is not a terrible time to be up to go racing.
No, it's when you're having to wake up at 4 a.m. to get on a 5 a.m. Commentary session that'll be the issue for some of us. But yeah, Jordan, he'll be loving this. He'll be getting into the swing of things, and he's a top-class driver again. I mean, they all are. Let's be honest. If you're racing in this, you are some of the best sim racers in all of sim racing, and if you have to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to do something and participate in a race, then that's what you have to do. It's what you signed up to.
Ooh, that's a broken car.
Yeah, that's tried its best to rearrange the aerodynamics of that. I don't think BMW intended it to be like that.
Yeah, BMW did not design it like that. Here's Julio Almeida. He's behind the wheel of the Love 46 entry. Now, this car launched with the new damage model. However, we are not using it here today, so it's on the older damage model in terms of compatibility. Just keep that in mind for some of the bits of contact and whatnot that you'll see. Almeida's going to have to nurse that car all the way back to the lane. There are not many more painful feelings than that one. Check back in with your race leader, because the battery drain is only so manageable if you are Enzo Benito. The gap has grown up to 2 full seconds as Reina Talvar continues to just punch in consistent lap time after consistent lap time.
Yeah, it's been impressive at the front for the BS Turner car, and I do love that BS livery. I do love what they do with their cars and how they do it. Of course, BS Turner, that big association with BMW, and it's suiting them down to the ground right now. But you know, he's got a little bit of fortune, but sometimes you have to benefit off of other people's mistakes, and you've got to grab those opportunities and run with it.
Pick up what happened. Oh, wow! I don't think I've ever seen a crash like that before, Paul.
You've obviously never seen me driving around here. Yeah, just one little touch of the grass there, just around the outside. You're loading up those left tyres, and as soon as you get it onto the grass there, it loses adhesion, snaps the car into the wall, and that's the day done.
Oh, and this is a car that already had damage that I think was trying to bring it home, and then may have realized that with no rear deck, yeah, you need downforce on these cars, it turns out.
I mean, you do get an element of downforce from the diffuser, that's
True.
for sure, but with no wing, then you're definitely out of balance there, that's for sure.
just a little bit out of the balance. Now, I think one thing that we both were very surprised with at the start of this race was the appearance of a car that was going backwards. So I kind of do want to turn our attention to the very start of the race again, because I want to see what happened to Joep de Ligt behind the wheel of this Urano Esports entry, coming to the end of lap 1. And it's the same thing. You just hook the tiniest bit of grass, and suddenly you're going backwards down the main straight.
And it shows how unforgiving this car is then, doesn't it? Just one little bit of getting the tyre onto the grass, and that's it. It just spits you out of this car. So that's interesting and intriguing for us to know, and for the drivers to find out as well.
And for some of the drivers, they'll be finding things out during the race because of the limited preparation time. And I want to give another, especially now that we are in this BMW V8 hybrid car, give a huge shout out to all the painters that on very, very short notice, Paul, had to throw stuff together, and, well, they managed to do a spectacular job.
Yeah, liveries, I think, were at like 4 AM tweeting out going, we've just got one more to do.
Just one more.
Yeah, it was, I mean, it's a tremendous effort, and they always put in, I mean, the level of detail that they put into these paints as well. And iRacing try their best to make their lives as difficult as possible with the paint maps. So, you know, praise to all the livery designers, not just iLiveries.
Yes, no, that I think is a fair way to put it. Although I think for this event in particular, poor iLiveries had to stomach the lion's share of load, and yeah, one Williams, Altus, Urano, BS Competition, and those are just the ones that off the top of my head I could name to you.
Apex?
No, Apex have their own painter as far as I'm aware. Now, one thing that I want to quickly see if we have working at this point in time, because I am honestly not 100% sure. Do we have live points? We do have live points working, and so now we can start to talk about the swings and roundabouts that maybe we're going to be looking through over the course of the next handful of hours as we move to the halfway mark of this event, Paul, where, of course, this is still a long way to go once you hit hour 12, but you start to see the trends, and the night starts to separate the contenders from the rest.
I mean, it's like the start of a football season. You don't really pay attention to the table until you reach the halfway point of the league. So it's great for those teams to get an early start and a good launch at the start of this round of competition. But we're in race 4. There's a long way to go. Many things can happen, and it usually does in motorsport. Question for you, Arjuna, is will we get a dozy hour? You know, in a normal 24-hour endurance race, you do. But, of course, with this being 24 races, with theoretically fresh drivers getting in each time, will we get a dozy hour at all? Or have we had it already with the start of this race?
I think the one that I was most concerned about being a bit slow was the race at Fuji, and that was just because of the way that the car races there and the gearing that we had. I don't think there's going to be any other slow races. I think there are a few races where they are going to be bonkers. The RO4 at Daytona, for example, is one that guarantees chaos, very similarly with the Honda Civic Type R at Daytona as well. But I don't know, Paul. I feel like the nature of the event, the fact that it's not the best idea to try and do a back-to-back races for a driver, I think it all lends itself to this idea that you're guaranteed action for 24 hours.
Oh, without a doubt there will be action for 24 hours in this, and you do not want to miss a moment of it. 3, almost 4 seconds now is that lead, but crucially, Enzo Benito is still in second place here. So doing a sterling job in that car with the issue. Apparently we haven't been hearing there's a number of other teams as well have got the same issue. And that's because of not just getting their setups, just confirming the setups before they jumped into the race. So, yeah, it's little details like that can have a big effect on a race. But fortunately, that Sim RC car getting in the way there, and that's allowing the Fordzilla car to come right up behind.
Yeah, it's a nice little fight that we've got here, and again, we'll look at all three of the drivers as they funnel through turn 5, one of the most difficult corners on the track just because of how much you bump yourselves over the curve. Vlad Kimichev, Tom Burns, and Lassie Urano all going at it as they get onto the brakes. Very short braking zone into turn 7, and then onto the power and the long straightaway. The next time you get on the brakes, apparently it's somehow turn 10, despite the fact that it's a straight, but we won't rant about corner numbers for much longer. Matt Farrow, by the way, is dropped behind Team Redline and Patrick Holtzman. I wonder if Farrow is struggling with that attack mode issue as well, because Reina Talvar seems to be the only driver that's consistently punching in the same lap times. That gap at the front now 4 full seconds.
Yeah, tremendous stuff at the front. And it's really difficult to be out at the front and to just pull away and just to keep those lap after lap after lap consistency. It is such a tricky thing to do, and this is where you need to be one of those top drivers who is used to just putting in the laps and being ultimate consistency in these sorts of situations. Me, in the very few and rare occasions that I have ended up at the front of the field and having a bit of a gap, I start getting into my own head, so that shows why I'm not a pro sim racer and instead I'm here talking about it.
Those that cannot do teach, those that cannot teach commentate, I think is the way that I have decided to talk about it, because I know about you, Paul, I cannot do, but I'm also a terrible teacher.
Oh no, I'm a tremendous teacher, but there you go. That's from being a team leader in my full-time profession. The exception that proves the rule, I think, is the way that we're going to phrase that. Vlad Kimichev, by the way, ran off the road, so he's now dropped down to 10th position, and he's may even drop behind Fraser Williamson, who will get down to the inside, and Kimichev comes down to pit lane. Not sure if this is scheduled or if there's damage on his car, but it's the first major pit stop, and there's definitely damage at the front, yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Damage. Yeah, I was thinking that the front clip was looking a bit damaged, and that's the beauty with this car, is that you can get that front clip, just take it off, put a new one on, get going again. So it's a relatively quick fix, is that in the world of iRacing pit stop damage repairs. And oh, there was a car. Oh yeah, so that's where they did it. Turn 5. It's a corner that catches so many people out.
I think actually it was up at turn 3.
Turn 3.
Just your camera got you confused.
Another corner that catches so many people out. There you go, I saved it, Arjuna.
That's such a painful one as well, because it looks like it's the out. Oh, and he was very lucky to not be collected. He pushes wide, he's onto the grass, and from there, understeer city was basically all he was suffering from. And then Sabolt Esports got very, very lucky that they were able to turn that car in time to avoid running off into the grass. But crucially now, those are valuable points that are slipping away from the Urano Esports team. And I go back to earlier in May, Paul, when the championship was decided by just 3 points.
Yeah, every point counts, and you do want to get those early points in the bank. But you know, it's Redline are so good. They are so
yes.
good. They know how to go about and win championships, and to be able to get to the front and to be able to push on. I mean, you saw that they actually won the Autosport Award for best sim racing team.
Yeah. As
well. So you know, they've had a very good year of Redline, and of course their driver Diogo Pinto. I got to call him a champion across the line, which was it's such an honour to see yet another world champion get added to the list of winners. So yeah, they've got a good group of core drivers there that they can rely on at the front and be able to get up there and win.
So we look at Benito and Jordan Caruso. Caruso, one of the pro drivers, of course, for Altus Esports, so he's going to fill out one of the 6 races that he is required to compete in over the course of the 24 hours. I think for the first time, Enzo Benito looks quite frustrated right now, and I don't blame him. This is obviously something that he's going to have to deal with throughout the course of this race, and now Jordan Caruso on the back of him and well and truly looking to get on through. I'll ask you a pointed question here, Paul. I'm not the hugest fan of the BMW M4 and the way the front end of that GT3 car looks. I love this BMW M8 hybrid. I don't know why, but it just works, and the fact that the grille lights up as well, it looks fantastic to me.
I'm going to counter that and say I absolutely cannot stand the new design concept that BMW have got with the design. But then again, I'm a child of the 80s who grew up with the E30 BMW, so you know, it's a classic design that I love, and I just think it's just. It just doesn't do anything for me at all.
Fair
as a
enough.
design concept. Do you know? Here's the funny thing: when we went to Munich in 2019 for BMW Sim Live, the first event that they did at BMW Felt, we were walking through, and one of our colleagues, and we'll just have a look at a replay here. But one of our colleagues went and
technical failure.
That's definitely a technical failure. Was that? On board with the Wave Italy car, so coming round the right-hander, and then
monitor failure. Monitor failure, VR failure, one of the two, because that's a corner that curves back up to the left, and he clearly didn't know when to turn left, so it took a bit of time for the issue to resolve itself before he could get going. But we did talk about technical issues earlier, Paul. We saw one right in front of us.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just goes to show that, you know, just because you don't... There's
more trouble.
Yeah, there's a very slow car. I don't like it when they're slow on the apex of that final corner, because it's such a fast sweeping corner when you plunge downhill, and it's very difficult. Once you've committed to your line, it's very difficult to alter that line mid-corner through the final turn. Yeah, that car does not look right, and we'll find out what's happened here into the chicane.
Well,
and that's just like a... And you're locking up on the engine brake.
No, this is a quite common complaint that, or I say complaint, a note that I heard about drivers trying out the car, that there is a lot of rear actuation in the brakes, and they found it very easy to lock up like that. So maybe a driver mistake there, Paul. Plenty of incidents that were cutting off a story that you were trying to tell.
I mean, I just want to touch on that. Obviously, I wasn't driving the car hard enough to be able to make the rears block, but there you go. But yeah, no, we went to BMW Felt in 2019 to BMW Sim Live, and one of our colleagues was there going, "Oh, have you seen the new BMW? The I think it was the 7 Series, wasn't it? The first one with the elongated grille design."
Oh wait,
as Jansen's gone off. The final corner.
Yeah.
We'll get to see what's happened to him, but yeah, I said no, I hadn't seen it. We turned the corner, there it was, and my reaction wasn't appreciated by the BMW staff who worked there.
Fair enough. So that's Max Jansen, by the way, who did really impress us in VCO Infinity. I forget, I think he was with the WOR Esports team, but really was up there. And I remember him mainly because his name, I kept saying Max Jansen instead of Max Jansen. Still fights right now with Julian Son, and he's in the car, by the way, as the pro. That Son now off into the grass.
And that was called not using your mirrors. Oh, Son is having problems as well. Well, nobody wants to be able to get this place now.
No, it's... Yeah, we are seriously finding out what a tricky machine this is to master. That's Jansen's initial incident, which is why he was off to the left side of the road, and then, like you got very worried about, that rejoin was right into the path of oncoming traffic.
Yeah, that's... I mean, fortunately, there was a bit of a gap behind, and it was slow to get up to speed. This, though, I'm sorry, this is just not using your mirrors. I know it's not got the greatest visibility out of these cars, I will say that, but still, you should be aware of your surroundings, aware of the fact that there is a car pretty close up behind as well. And
you have an F3 box as well. It's not like you just have your mirrors. There are plenty of other tools in sim racing where you should be aware of what's going on. And so I think Paul's point is right. That we saw a similar thing earlier with the GT3s, which almost resulted in a big drama. Need to make sure you keep your nose out of trouble. Another look at live points, because I think it swung around quite significantly. Urano will drop behind Altus, and Altus, I think, will know that they can grab another spot here and steal a point away from the second of the Team Redline cars if they can get past Enzo Benito. Obsidian's up in the mix as well, another team which is maybe going to show some impressive performances over the 24 hours. To stand out as a name here, Paul, this is what's great about VCO ProSIM Infinity. We don't just have the Redlines, the Apexes, the Williams. we have some of these smaller teams as well that get to make an impression on us and to showcase their potential.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw in that previous Honda Civic race with Ross McFarlane for Pure Sims. I was actually a driver for their team before they moved to the Pure Sims brand. So I've known Ross and raced against Ross for years. So they've got a really good team there, and it's great to see somebody and a team like that, and some of the other teams as well, as you've mentioned. You know, Team 707 currently in 6th place. You know, Obsidian Racing doing well out there. Fordzilla, who are a known entity, but I think they want to get up to the next level, don't they? They're diving out of the slipstream there for Sebel Esports, and nice simple move in the end.
Yeah, I think for Fordzilla as well, they're just looking forward to the day when they're going to be able to race in an actual Ford. instead of some of the other wild and weird cars that sometimes we commentate on them in.
They were a little bit late to the party, weren't they? They should have been around for when we were all doing the GTEs.
Yes, or they need to bring back Rallycross. Yes, they need to bring back Rallycross exclusively in the Ford Fiesta. I think that probably does sound like quite an intriguing plan to many. Now, more carnage out on track, by the way, and we're going to have to pick up a number of these incidents, because I think BS Turner may have been involved. One of the BS competition machines for sure. We're spending more time trying to look at replays than anything.
Oh.
And that's SimRC that got involved with Nathan Lewis, and that was up at turn number 3.
Yeah, that SimRC car just seemed to break loose. I was out the pit lane, so he's come across, hit the brakes, and yeah, that's not the best.
It was Dylan. Yeah, Dylan Pereira was behind the wheel, and oh my, I don't know what anyone's doing in this case.
Serious miscommunication. Well, there's obviously been an incident there at turn 5, the classic Road Atlanta issue, and then where it's just target fixation.
Yeah,
absolute target fixation there.
That was Luca Wunsch, by the way, in the Biela Racing Team Euronics car. Moritz Lohner will come down to pit lane now. That car looks okay, so knock on wood. Is this a scheduled pit stop?
Well, I mean, I've been fortunate enough to commentate on Moritz and a series other on some other sims. I'm actually allowed to mention the sims on these broadcasts, aren't I?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm so used to doing just purely iRacing. So I've commentated on Moritz in the ADAC GT Masters Esports series, and multiple champion Moritz in that series. So Door Esports. I'd not heard of them until I commentated on them in that series, and yeah, they've been an absolute sensation.
We got Reina Talvar, Enzo Benito in. Jordan Caruso, the only one that was able to extend. Patrick Holtzman does go one lap longer as well, but about 14 seconds was the pit stop for Moritz Lohner, similar for Vlad Kimichev, who pitted earlier. And I think that's the mark that we're going to be looking at now as they all find their way into the stalls for the one and only pit stop of the race. It's the BS Turner machine. That's at the front. Nathan Lewis, of course, in the other of the BS competition cars. Only about 11 odd seconds, 12 seconds for Reina Talvar. A bit longer than in the box for Moritz Lohner.
Yeah, so that's intriguing to see. By the way, you could tell who was using the pit limiter there by the synchronised flashing of the lights. And there were actually a couple of drivers not with flashing lights, so therefore they were doing it the old-fashioned way of just hovering their foot on the throttle pedal. Caruso, I would imagine we'll see him come onto pit road along with Patrick Holtzman. There we go, sharp right turn there. I've crashed into all of those walls at some point in my racing career, but yeah, he's made himself onto pit road. He'll be trying to get that.
Fraser Williamson has lost the front end of the Was Cooking Racing Adventures car, and this is on cold tires, and with him potentially as well. Team PGZ, Leo Gariboli, also on cold tires, down through the S's, 2 victims in the blink of an eye, and I think Jordan Caruso just slid through his box and cost himself valuable tenths in the pit stop.
We'll have to see how that all pans out for him. Talvar should go back to the lead and does. It's Caruso who gets the jump. Well, he stays ahead of Holtzman, doesn't get a jump on Benito. In fact, has lost time to Benito then in all of that. So yeah, sliding through his pit stop looks to have affected his run, because he was within the second of Enzo just before the pit stop cycle.
Wow.
So yeah, losing a little bit of time there.
And to quantify it, Paul, Caruso was half a second shorter in the box itself by virtue of needing a little less fuel, but took a second longer from cone to cone. So that's 1.5 seconds time lost in the lane itself. That is the entirety of the gap between those two drivers. They'll be pushing to the end of this race, that's without a shadow of a doubt. Reina Talva, though, looks like he's on course to grab the victory. Behind them, Patrick Holtzman has emerged from pit lane in front of Matt Farrow in the Williams Esports car.
Yeah, Farrow won't give this one up, though, but again, Redline, you look at them, 2 cars in the top 5 right now. You know, it's that level of consistency and the level of being able to run at the front, which will help them in the overall championship throughout this day. But Farrow, don't write him off. Give him a chance, and he'll take it here. But at the same point, you don't want to get in trouble with any of the race stewards either.
Yeah. No, you definitely do not want to get in trouble with any of those stewards.
That was Zenith.
Yeah, Ramon Pinheiro had spun around. So much chaos and carnage that we can't even track all of it. Let's see if we could figure out. For Fraser Williamson, it's the same thing, and Leo Gariboli had no time to respond there.
Oh, and almost getting the Conor Maddox shake of head rejoin there. Yeah, it's just, you can tell it's just twitching. Nope, gone. And boy, he has to avoid, but the only avoidance is onto the grass. It doesn't matter how much you turn that wheel to the right there, it's not going to turn right.
That's a big one, and Fraser Williamson, well, hashtag blame Fraser, I think, is the way that we're going to put that one for the time being. About 8.5 minutes to go, so less than 10 laps to go as well. I mean, Paul, I feel like we started off with some relative calm, and we're just getting crazier and crazier and crazier race after race. 44 took the green, only 22 are left on the lead lap right now.
Yeah, it's all my fault. I've come to the commentary booth and it's all descended into chaos. So that's what I bring, panic, chaos, disorder! Oh, that's an aggressive defensive move there from the Obsidian driver. Stays ahead for the time being, but Fordzilla driver of Burns, Tom Burns, will be not happy with that rather aggressive defensive move.
I mean, I think what's really happening here, Paul, is we got the Rallycross crew back together, and now we're getting Rallycross driving.
Yeah.
Mex Janssen and Julio Almeida, 2 pro drivers going at it back and forth. This for 17th and 18th spots. 2 drivers that have shown some speed, but by misfortune, mistakes, however you want to put it, find themselves back outside of the top 10.
I mean, Mex, we saw with getting involved in a couple of those incidents there, so able to get himself back up into the top 18 there. So definitely, I think, how dark do some people want? Oh, it's the camera. It's adjusting. The camera's adjusting. We're okay. We're fine. I was thinking that it's complete darkness there, but no. Not the case, and Mex just isn't able to keep up there. He's actually losing time. Yeah,
I do wonder, of course, if there is any residual damage that's slowing them down, because one thing that we had with the LMP2 car that this is going to in many ways replace, you know, despite the fact that they will live on together for the time being, is the fact that if you got underfloor damage, you would end up losing a lot of top speed as well. So one of those carryovers that maybe we are going to be talking about. And I think the hope is for many, Paul, that this is the first of many LMDH/GTP/LMH, whatever you want to call them, that comes to iRacing in the next couple of years, because sports car racing as a whole looks exciting as Matt Farrow down the inside slides his way past Patrick Holtzman.
And gave it a little bit of a squeeze at the end there as well, saying, no, Patrick, don't even try to get the undercut on me through the chicane there. He really gave it a little bit of a squeeze, but yeah, Farrow getting ahead. I said he'd try it and he would put a move on, and he certainly did that, and he looks to be able to pull away now. So I wonder if Holtzman is also, like his Team Redline teammates, having that issue with the hybrid car.
We check in with Moritz Lohner back out on track after his slightly lengthier pit stop than some of the rest of the field. He's battling with Michel Rack as Rack cuts off the nose on that run into turn number 1. And for Moritz, I think there's some good and bad from 2022. Of course, another full season competing in the DTM Trophy, as this time he does make a little bit of a mistake and is going to get a slowdown penalty to boot as well. Another full season of racing, the opportunity to even jump into an LMP3 car just a handful of weeks ago, but I think the thing that is most sad of all is the fact that with the DTM Trophy coming to a close, Moritz Lohner is out of a drive in the real world for 2023.
Yeah, that's sad to hear. Not just for Moritz, but a lot of talented people,
including our good friend Luke Crane.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are always opportunities out there. It's just so difficult to get funding together, to get opportunities, to get yourself a drive, or to get yourself a position behind the scenes or on broadcast. And yeah, it's such a tough, competitive world, is motorsport. And for something like, you know, DTM Trophy, it has quite a big appeal to a lot of people, to something like that. So I do think that something will come out of that, but still, for the time being, it's not great news.
You will get to hear from our good friend Luke Crane in about 15 minutes time, when I'll step aside and I'll let him slide into the commentary booth to take you through the next handful of hours. If anyone needs a commentator, look no further than Luke Crane, that's for sure. 4 seconds at the front of the field. It's still Reina Talvar that has a comfortable margin and a comfortable buffer of 4 seconds going back to Enzo Benito. As it shakes up right now, Paul, Redline have pole position in every single one of the races, albeit with Team Redline 2 grabbing pole position in this particular race rather than Team Redline 1. However, we're on course for four different winners. Sorry, I had to make sure I was getting myself my words right out properly. 4 different winners in 4 different races, and this is why this combination and this idea of VCO ProSIM Infinity was so exciting to everyone when it was first announced.
Yeah, and those that weren't involved in that first one were kicking themselves, weren't they? And thinking, do you know what, we need a piece of this. And it's such a great concept, is this? And again, you know, this is why I was holding my hand up, going, yes, I'll work that show, because it's just such a really good concept. And yeah, these drivers, it gives us such competition, it gives us such diversity in terms of cars and tracks. Okay, we have a limited selection of cars and tracks to give the teams at least a little bit of a hope of being semi-competitive, and we can't exactly just throw them into a Legends 34 car and something like that at random points to go around Brands Hatch, for instance, which by the way is a lot of fun. I do recommend doing that.
Sounds fun to me.
Oh, you drift those things around those corners, it's fantastic. But you know, you've got to give these teams some sort of practice in these cars to be able to be semi-competitive and not throw it at the wall. Unfortunately, in this race, that's exactly what most of the field did.
And it started before you even actually got to the green flag. I think there's going to be plenty. I haven't even gone and looked in the Discord to see what the chatter has been about this race, but I have no doubt there will be plenty of it come the end. 2 laps to go then for Reina Talvar at the front of the field, and that therefore 2 laps for Patrick Holtzman to maybe work his battery back into a usable state to try and deploy it to get past Matt Farrow for what it will be 4th position on the road as the sun continues to set. And that's another thing that these drivers are dealing with: different tracks, different cars, different conditions as we work through the 24 races as well.
Yeah, and these are top drivers. They'll just drive in whatever, and they certainly love it. And I just don't think Patrick Holtzman's going to have quite enough left in the tank and in the battery to be able to make a move on that Farrow. I think Farrow's just got the edge over him on these last few laps. In fact, okay, Holtzman was 0.3 of a second quicker than his last lap, but he needs more than that to be able to close up and then to actually make a move as Prada comes onto pit road.
That might be a penalty then for the PureSims Esports driver, given the fact that there are only 50-odd seconds left to go. This time into turn 10. Holtzman not close enough, but again, it's all going to be about the battery games that they're playing as they'll shuffle through the final lap of this race. Front of the field, though, working through traffic, in a sterling drive for Reina Talvar so far, 3.7 the margin behind. And to be fair, Paul, outside of that fight that we're tracking with Farrow and Holtzman, not too many fights. The chaos of this race very much made this maybe one of those slow races that you were alluding to.
Yeah, only 16 cars on the lead lap, so that just goes to show how things have panned out around here. I mean, yeah, as I say, Patrick Holtzman and Matt Farrow is the closest battle, and then other than that, there's Lucas Prada and Jose Soria. So those two as car out in the old weeds there.
Julio Almeida, who's now going to drop outside of the top 20 in the Love 46 entry. So a bit of drama to end off the race for Almeida. But I mean, at the front of the field, what more could you ask for from VCO ProSIM Infinity? 4 different combos, 4 different winners to start off the 24 hours. It is BS Turner that will come across the line to grab the victory in front of Enzo Benito, in front of Jordan Caruso. But a sterling drive with a brand new car as the GTP era has hit iRacing's platform.
Absolutely. It's brilliant, is this stuff, and these cars, I mean, once we actually got cars underway and being able to put laps in, really showed us what they can do, even with a fixed setup. So yeah, it's a bright future for LMDH.
Of course, we'll all build to the iRacing Daytona 24, 3rd week of January, here on RaceSpot TV. The first of the big iRacing special events, but we'll head to the World Center of Racing slightly before, of course, for the Roar before. Always a new highlight that we have on the special event calendar. We'll wait for the cars to come across the line, and then we'll get set for what is going to be an exciting 5th combination as we break out the iRacing Formula 4 and we head to the Ardennes Mountain and to the circuit Spa-Francorchamps to get 5 of our races officially into the books. Time to grab a look at those race results with all the cars across the line, and as they stack up after the 45 minutes of racing, it is a 3-second advantage for Reina Talvar at the end in front of Enzo Benito, who put it on pole but then was stuck in attack mode and had to manage his BMW M8 hybrid all the way to the end. Jordan Caruso lost a whole bunch of ground at the very end after trying to displace Benito from second, but he grabs a spot on the podium in front of Matt Farrow and Patrick Holtzman, who round out the top 5 positions. Lasse Urano for Team 707 finishes 6th in front of Mateusz Luchak for Sable Esports. Obsidian, Fordzilla and Urano round out the top 10 with damage for Vlad Kimichev, maybe making this race a little bit harder than it would have needed to be. Hunter McDaniel for Brabham Esports 11th in front of Carbon, Door, R8G and Delatraz Automotive. The cars all finishing on the lead lap, only 15 of them able to do so. They're in front of Max Janssen for Visceral Esports, and then the second of the Apex Racing team machines with David Sampson behind the wheel. Lucas Prada with a late trip down to pit lane drops down off the leading lap, but in front of Jose Soria for the 4-man racing team, while Rocket Simsport round out the top 20. So many names to work our way through. Mirror Esports 21st in front of Love 46 and Rincon Racing with Havu, DCW and Impulse through the top 26. RPC, Race Clutch, Absolute and Arnage will make the rest of the top 30, and we'll scroll through the rest of the names and some of the retirements. Significant names: Delict for Urano, Lewis for BS Competition, Williamson for Was Cooking Racing Adventures, but Paul, absolute insanity to complete our 4th race of the day.
Yeah, forget about Arnage. It was absolute carnage out there today in that 4th race of today. And a lot of those drivers, there'll be a lot of drivers thinking what could have been out there. But yeah, you've got to take your chances when they come to you, and BS Competition did exactly that with the issues that Enzo Benito was having, and certainly took advantage, take the win, another race winner.
Confirmed your 4th winner in as many races. It is BS Turner on top. And so, Paul, unfortunately, as much fun as you are going to have now with the IRO4s at Spa-Francorchamps, it is time, unfortunately, for me to say goodbye. And At least just for now. I'll be back in the middle. I'll be back at the end as well. VCO ProSIM Infinity is well and truly underway, and it's been a great 4 hours to start things off, but now we head into those middle hours where maintaining momentum, controlling your fatigue as well, is going to be paramount.
Absolutely, and also about if you've had a bad start, to really kickstart your campaign now and try and move on and get yourself further up the field here in the team standings. So definitely an important portion of the race here is to go into that second half of the first half of the race. Some would say the second quarter of the race, but I didn't. And be able to push on and to get yourself back into some form of teams championship battle.
We'll get the points update for you as well when we're back. We're going to step aside for a second. Don't go anywhere on VCO Esports. We'll be back for VCO ProSIM Infinity at Spa-Francorchamps.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, to the VCO ProSIM Infinity 24-hour race with 24 different races. Thank you to Lewis McGlade and, of course, our junior Kinky Pants, who has now vacated the area. It's now down to me and Paul Smith, who both have definitely had a few too many pies in our time, but we've also watched a fair few races as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And okay, that was a little bit chaotic and a little bit messy for my liking, but IRO4s around Spa-Francorchamps, I mean, that should be potentially chaotic and messy. So who knows what will happen here, but we know that there'll be plenty of slipstreaming here.
Yeah, we were just discussing the previous race, and it's a new car, and people wouldn't have had too many reps with it. Apparently, there was a couple of people who didn't understand the setup, so they were stuck with attack mode. As Max Benecke was saying, Enzo's on attack mode. He's always on attack mode, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But it may have caught drivers out as well. They would have been coming out of corners a little bit too quickly, lighting up the wheels a little bit easier, and that kind of really does indeed show why people may have struggled. But I'm sure as the championship goes on, as the 24 hours do go on, we will see the car more and more, and it should be better and better.
Yeah, absolutely. Just there's no sort of really, you can only do one thing and get more experience with the car, and the more that you learn the car, the better that you'll get, and the more consistent you'll be. The car was only launched on Tuesday for these drivers and these teams, so they haven't had the most amount of time to be able to get practice in. So yeah, we are going to be a little bit sympathetic to the teams, but you know, we will call it out if it is bad.
Yeah, well, it was bad for me this afternoon. I did 4 races in week 13 and then 4 DNFs. So, you know, it is what it is for week 13, and it may be just slightly pouring over to our championship. But anyway, on to the next race. We have got the Formula IR04 this time out at Spa. The first time we're going to see Spa-Francorchamps. And we will have Radiant and Eau Rouge at the start with an open wheel car. But let's check out the standings of the championship so far. So Team Redline won, even though we've had 4 different winners, are indeed the lead team by 11 points, showing that consistency is absolutely key. Altus Esports then, a little bit of a surprise here. Of course, we know they're very good within iRacing, but to be ahead of Urano, I don't know. I think that's a really good result so far for them on 157 points. 1 point back then, Urano Esports Data Group. They were the biggest surprises for me last time out in the Infinity Series, coming second by 3 points. Obsidian Racing then are in 4th position with 142. A further point back then for BS Plus Turner competition. They, of course, just won the last race, so, you know, that's always a good thing. RAG Esports a little bit further down than I would expect. A little bit of misfortune, though, for them on 131. Williams Esport, again, another team I expect to see a little bit further up the order, but consistency really being an issue. 130 points for them. Sabelt Esports on 125, then in 8th position. And then a real shock here is Team Redline 2. Even though they've got 2 teams, you still expect them to be both up there. They're on 123 points. And then Team 707 is on 121 points. Paul, are there any surprises there for you?
I mean, seeing the second Team Redline car so far down in the top 10, but I'm not surprised to see them in the top 10. BS Turner, I think, had a little bit of a slow start, but getting a race win in that last race will help matters for them. Obsidian Racing, I mean, they're a real sort of potential dark horse for this one, but Urano, they've shown some really good performances this year in the world of sim racing, and definitely great to see them up there competing. But speaking of competing, what a venue to compete at as we go through the grid.
Here we go then. So Lorenzo Colombo, who won race number 1 as a pro driver for Team Redline 1. He's on pole position once again. Julian Kieselhunt is in 2nd then for BS Plus competition. We then got James T. Armstrong for Brabham Esports in 3rd position. That is an incredible qualifying for Brabham Esports. They are indeed getting faster and faster as every competition takes place. Visceral Esports with Albin Spetz then is on the 2nd row in 4th. We've got Chris Lulham for Team Redline 2 in 5th, and Elliot Veyron, a pro driver for R8G, in 6th position. Then we've got Will Redford, a pro driver for Apex Racing Team 2, and Alexander Davidson for Pure Sims Esports as your 4th row. And then we've got Luke McKeown in 9th position, and for Love 46, Kane Halliburton in a top 10.
Yeah, Wave Italy with Marcus Luzio, then 11th with Timo Malacanas in 12th place, and Thomas Trojacek.
That'll do.
Yeah, that'll do. With Sandy Mitchell, with Antoine Gramain, and Dylan Scrivens there, with Roger Christiansen and Zhao, should I say. Sindra Setsource, a man that I've commentated on a lot there in 19th, with Deegan Flairclough in 20th place.
Yeah, next up then we've got Alvaro Marinero racing for Wolf Team Racing in 21st. Then we've got Chris T. Shorter, pro driver for Impulse Racing. Alex Alcaraz in 23rd, another pro driver for Rincon Racing TM Custom Logos. And then we've got Alexander Spetz for Williams Esports in 24th position. In 25th, we've then got Josh Poulain. In 26th, we've got Pekka Seppänen, another pro driver lineup, both on that row of the grid. Then we've got Jacob Kwiatkowski for Carbon Simsport. Esports ProSim drivers, that's their team name. In 27th, we've then got Marco Zappoli, another pro driver in 28th. Philip Schiff in 29th, and then 30th position, it is Jordan. I've just missed the name there, but it's Rocket Sim Sports.
Yeah, absolutely. Andre Della Valle with Zoltan Succi, with Phil Dinez. I mean, I'm surprised to see him down in 33rd with Dylan Pereira. Just Boermeister and Tony Latimaki down there in 36th with Julian Ebloff, Gabriel Streitmatter, Luis Nunez, Ted Bradbury, and I might as well finish off the grid for you. It's Ben Hitz and Georgi Dimitrov. And then finally, it's Manuel Gonzalez-Simon and Mark de Valenchau at the back.
Yeah, something like that. I think it's Fulgencio, Paul, but I'm really enjoying you trying.
Getting the teeth into here in this one. I need some new Fixadan.
Yeah, we all have a trier, and you definitely gave it your best there, so it's fine. And no, I'm not angry at Francorchamps. That's just how it's said. Alex Jenkins, you cannot say Francorchamps without saying Champ. Here we go then. It is our fifth race, I think. Fifth race, yes. It's race 5 of the VCO ProSIM Infinity, and we're about to go green light racing here then in the IR04 at Spa, and we are indeed off and rolling here. Green flag is indeed dropped. We're about to head then up in towards turn number 1. It's frantic. It is indeed close. It's almost 4 wide at some points, but as we go through turn number 1 then, it is Enzo Benito that actually does get up into the lead here. So looks like Reina Talvar has dropped back down here. Although I may have the timing screen from the last race, which is not ideal. As we see there's Streitmatter making a mistake at the back of the grid, going to drop all the way down to the back and actually nearly cleaning out, I think, the BS Turner car. But as we go over the top of the hill, it's actually Lorenzo Colombo then who does lead out here. I did have the last timing screen up. It shows how professional I am.
James Armstrong, I've been commentating on him on a few different on a series on Race Spot. He's really come through from Brabham Esports. There's contact there going into Lecombe and Malmedy, but Kesselhut had a terrible launch off the grid and has fallen down the order here. This car's been squeezed on the exit of Malmedy, but Luke McEwen, he's the Rocket British Formula 4 Esports champion. He sealed that last week. He's rocking himself right now into 8th place and into the back there.
Yeah, monkey see, monkey do.
Oh dear.
See, well, that is some IR04s doing something funky, and well, congratulations to all 3, because I think there's going to be some baby ones born soon enough, because they were very much inside of each other, and that looked like a calamity at the back end of the grid. We've already seen the BS plus Turner team at the back end, so yeah, not ideal. As we come down then towards the middle sector, or in sector number 2, it is just frantically just trying to find positions. There is, well, Halliburton's going to be facing the wrong way. That is not where you want to be, and it looks like another car, it might be Scrivens, has just fallen off the wayside there as well, so not ideal. No, it was Halliburton. I think it might be Della Valle, who's one of the favourites for me to go out there and get a big result in this race, not having a good day at all.
Going 3 wide into the Fania chicane is not the ideal line through there, absolutely not. So I have seen it done in touring cars before, but that's cars that have got a nice big metal box around them and not an open wheel car. So yeah, there was almost an air of inevitability with contact there, but through Blanchimont for the first time, heading to the bus stop, which isn't the bus stop really anymore, but that's what I've always known it as, and that's how it will be. And they're going 2 by 2 and doing so far so good.
Yeah, tell you what, Deegan Fairclough there made an absolute lunge up the inside of the Apex car, and it worked out beautifully well. And as you can see here, McKeown running off wide, having all sorts of issues here down in P12. So Fairclough again just holding on to that position. Then Fairclough loses out here to Stanley Mitchell, a British GT driver doing bits here in the sim world.
Deegan Fairclough is a rapid driver in this iRacing IR04. He's not got the consistency yet, I don't think, but he certainly is a quick driver. We saw that in the British Formula 4 Esports Championship, and well, we're going to see a few replays, and I think this is a bit maybe graphic for, well, we're past the watershed now.
Yeah, we are past the watershed here in Europe, but to anyone in America, I am so sorry for you to see that not safe for work scenes. You weren't warned about it, but yes, that will be the end of 3 teams race here, and I'm just not really sure how to describe it. They got intertwined, it's like a spider's web, and that was it, game over.
And that's it with these open wheel cars as well. As soon as you interlock wheels, there's very little you can do. There's a Fordzilla car off in the background at Malmedy getting spat out. We've got drivers making moves down at, well, I know it's Rivage, but it's Brussels now, isn't it? The right-hander there. But yeah, that was rather unceremoniously dumped into the kitty litter.
Yeah, the exit there, Liscom, not having a great time there for Team Fordzilla, and I'm going to be honest, every single time I commentate on them, they seem to have some sort of misfortune, so I'm sure there's going to be a petition put out for me not to be commentating on their races for the meantime, although I did get to meet them, a few of them last week, and they were all very positive and very, very happy people, and they had Sonic at their booth as well, which absolutely blew my mind. But we're seeing a replay here, and well, Paul, you can see a lovely move around the outside there from the PGZ team, and they hold on to the position.
It was actually James Armstrong for Brabham Esports making the move for the lead. Was that? So yeah, James at the front, and it's great to see some of these names coming from Full Metal Racing getting involved in esports and actually thriving in places as well. But a track around this, yeah, it's nice to lead a race, but you've got to be leading at the end of 40 minutes. So Armstrong a bit deep there. And the 2 Redline cars now ganging up on him here.
Yeah, great spot, by the way. Again, I just see it from a distance. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be. But yeah, the Redline cars working together here. And how much are they going to work together, Paul? Of course, they are representing the same organisation, but they are 2 different teams. Redline 1, Redline 2. Colombo with, in the lead team so far, and Redline 2 kind of needing a win, realistically, to start pushing forward, because as soon as you drop outside that 40, sort of 40, 45 point mark, you're in a bit of trouble. Every team's going to have one bad race. Just from what we had last time out in the Infinity Series, no team really had 2 really bad races. So right now, it is on Chris Lulham to potentially move forward here. Has to kind of win, as we see them both moving towards the lead. Brabham, Wave Italy now in 3rd and 4th. Visceral Esports kind of just sitting behind going, do you know what? You can all crack on. We'll wait for the pieces to be picked up.
You see, for me, right now, they need to work together just to try and keep themselves both in 2nd and 3rd place, to try and hold back the cars in this queue. Keep in touch with the race leader as well to use the slipstream in the draft, because that's all this race is going to be. It's a draft race around here in these types of lower downforced formula cars where you need to carry a bit of momentum, especially up the Kemmel Straight. A lot of people don't realise how steep the Kemmel Straight is, but I can assure you it is a very steep slope. Not as steep as some parts of the track, like the plunge down to Pouhon, for example.
Oh, it is steep, all right. It's not a fun walk, I can assure you of that. And the battery on my scooter that I took round there didn't last too long also. That might be my size more than anything, but less on that. Yeah, it's a very, very steep track, and there's no real flat braking zone. It's always either downhill or uphill. It's a very unique circuit in that. It's Spa, right? Spa is one of the most incredible circuits. Everybody runs wide, by the way, through the double right-hander onto the back straight. It's not really straight down towards Blanchimont. And actually, if you look at this, Wave Italy now up into the lead of this race. Marcus Luzio maybe gaining a bit of a time, about half a second the advantage. Has got a chance to potentially drive away. A really good Blanchimont, a really good bus-stop chicane. There might be an opportunity to break that gap, although it already seems like the rest of the cars are catching back up. Yeah, gap now, about 1/10 of a second, just nothing.
It's not going to happen, not around here, not in this car. I mean, if you do make a breakaway, you will see that person will then just waltz away at the front of the race. As soon as you break that slipstream at the front, it just allows you to just get out front and just run away with it all that you can. But it's getting that break of the slipstream to start with that's the issue and the tricky part. We've got plenty of time. Look at him, he's heading for the endurance pits there, trying to break the slipstream. That's not going to work here, and the Team Redline cars are just going to work together. And here's a point, you don't want to be too close going into a Rouge and Radion. You want to have a little bit of a gap so you can then get the run on the car in front of you uphill.
Oh yeah, if you're too close, you will basically have to let off the accelerator or even have to brake, and ultimately you're then under pressure from the cars behind, so you've got to be really careful. The front 4 though, as it stands, Wave Italy, Team Redline 2, then Team Redline 1, and then Brabham Esports. In terms of livery watch here, I will say one thing, Brabham Esports had lots of deliveries over the course of the last 12 months. They kind of celebrated being as a new team, had some of the Brabham liveries of yesteryear, and they've used like maybe 5 or 6 this year, and now they've kind of stuck on this one. This is my favorite. I love it. It's a nice dark green with the gold trim. They've got all the esports gear as well with the same colors. It looks classy, it looks great, and I just hope they continue to stick with that one.
And do you know what? I actually got to meet Sir Jack Brabham years ago at Lulham Park, and it was an absolute pleasure and honour to meet him as well. He was a true gentleman that day. It's the only time I've ever seen my dad, who has been a motorsport fan all of his life, actually be speechless. So it was a fun day for me to be like, wow, you were starstruck. Oh, that's not starstruck though. That's a tyre wall.
Yeah, I'm not too sure exactly who that was there, ultimately.
Impulse.
We're on board. It was Impulse, indeed, you're right. And that was, I'm not sure if there was contact there. It looked like it potentially could have been, but I'm not sure they were close enough together. So maybe I'm going to put that down to netcode, or the case of maybe just crossed up steering whilst on the power, although these cars don't really tend to do that whilst you're on the curb. So yeah, it was just an error there for sure. But again, I need to see that a little bit closer, see exactly how that went down. It was 4 at the front, now it's 5 because Pure Sims Esports have gone, do you know what, we're going to join onto the back of this party here. Only 10 minutes into this race, so it's kind of a case of me and Paul will slightly get more excited as the race goes on. We can't get too excited because by the end of this race, we'll probably end up losing our voices. And I've already lost it once this week. I don't really want to do it again.
Well, I think if we started getting excited now, only dogs would hear us at the end of the race. That's for sure. Would get that high pitched. Alex Davidson for Pure Sims Esports. He's been had a really good year this year. Mainly in GT3 cars, he's done a really good job. But he seems to be taking the Formula 4 car by storm. And Pure Sims, we saw them get a win in the TCR with Ross McFarlane. Right now, if I'm in this front pack, I'm not trying to make any overtakes. I'm just trying to keep out of trouble, keep nicely in the slipstream so that you can then work towards the end of the race and then start making your moves. Yeah, because ultimately, you know, a 1 in 5 chance of winning this race, you take that at this point. If you keep messing around, you're going to be a 1 in 10 chance sooner than you know it, and that's where mistakes can happen. You've obviously got more cars to judge by going left and right, and more mistakes can indeed happen. So you've got to be careful, but ultimately I just think Spa is one of those circuits where it lends so nicely to run side by side. It's just natural to do so, and you don't lose as much time here as you say would lose at Daytona, because Daytona's got, at the infield, if you're side by side through there, you lose so much time, but at Spa, because of the undulation as well, you do lose time, but just not as much. I think it just lends itself more to that. So we head then down towards Pouhon, such a unique circuit. I'm so scared to use that curb on the right-hand side to get my car stopped. I always end up facing the wrong way there, which is never ideal. And as you can see here, Armstrong just losing a bit of touch there, running a little bit wide, but ultimately with the slipstreaming should catch up relatively quickly. We come through probably the most technical part of the circuit, apart from maybe Radion and Eau Rouge, although that is more about momentum and pace. And we've got this double right-hander here. It's so vital that you do not run wide out onto the gravel there. As you can see, a couple of people have done already. It will just drag you and it will pull you out further and further and further. You'll lose more time, and it's all about getting a really good exit through this part of the circuit. It's flat out now all the way down towards the bus stop chicane, and with the slipstream being so strong, if you can have a really good exit, you can be close to the car in front, you might be able to make some opportunities. But it looks like everybody kind of just chilling right now. Lulham, who hasn't really had the best of days so far, back to where he's used to being, up the front of the order. Luzio just touching the inside curb and the grass through Blanchimont. I can't say I'd be wanting to do that, but Wave Italy driver seemed happy to do it, and just keeping himself in second place. But you're absolutely right. It's just chill out time. Don't push. It's a long way to go in this race for these cars. You want to be in that group. Oh, James Armstrong throwing one down the inside at La Source. That's intriguing. If I'm Colombo, I'm almost saying, do you know what, have it. But I'm not these drivers out there, and the Pure Sims driver Alex Davidson behind is seeing an opportunity, but is he going to have to lift out? No, he isn't. He's kept it flat on the throttle there. That's
perfect there. Also 13 minutes into my first race ever with Paul, and we are already hearing sexy noises from him, which is great.
Well, I mean, you know, welcome.
You should start selling that.
Well,
that's another conversation. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that privately another day.
Well, I do stream on Twitch, but anyway. But yeah, these drive. I don't think there's going to be anything really dramatic from these ones. It's Spets, Castle Hut and Redford that are the ones to keep an eye on. If they can catch up to this front five, make it an eight line of cars, but I think the driver out of all these that will be disappointed will be Castle Hut, starting second place on the grid and just having an awful launch and then just got bullied down the order at the start of the race.
But he'll know he has the pace, so that's the difference. You know, when you know you've got that pace psychologically, as we see an absolute lunge here up the inside, that's Davidson, so Colombo moves down into P5. I think this is dangerous doing this. You don't want to let the front three go, because if you do, then, well, you're in trouble. Maybe Colombo's had a couple of bad laps and kind of the opposite. Davidson's trying to keep with the front three and feels like he might lose out by being behind Colombo. Colombo having such a good day so far. I will say one thing though, this is very much the first race where we've had, like, I don't know, 15, maybe even 20 pro drivers. We've had the most so far. I'm going to go through a few of the pro drivers here. We've got ourselves for Urano Esports, we've got Sandy Mitchell. He's a British GT champion for Wave Italy. We've got Italian F3 vice champion from 2009, Marco Zippoli. Was Cooking Racing are using 3-time podium winner at the Nürburgring 24-hour Norwegian Sindre Setsas. Team Redline 1 have got themselves Lorenzo Colombo, a race winner in the FIA Formula 3 as recent as 2021. We've also got Team PGZ. They'll have Rocket Racing Star F4 winner Deegan Fairclough. We've already had a little chat about him. Team 707 will have V8 specialist Tony Latimaki, who has won 5 IRL V8 championships over the last decade and a bit. And then we've got Sim RC, Dylan Pereira. He's going to take the wheel. Porsche Carrera Cup Germany vice champion, as well as the Porsche Mobile 1 Carrera Cup Germany vice champion as well, all in 2020, just to name a few. So look at some of the championships they've won, got podiums in. Like, you know, this is a nice opportunity for them in sim racing, but they are used to the pressure as now the lead group becomes 8.
And they're used to driving cars with limited practice time as well, aren't they? So, you know, they've got to have that adaptability in them to be able to run well in this, as Redford makes a move into 7th place now at the back of this queue. I said it wasn't going to be a queue of 8 before long, and that's exactly what we've got now. But we saw bump drafting up the Camel Straight. You've got to be careful with these cars, with the front wings, because even the slightest of damage to the front nose or the wing, and that can really affect you with multiple kilometers an hour down on top speed. And around Spa, you do need speed.
You certainly do. I just saw Spets there looking as far left as he possibly could to find some information out. His screen is so wide, I'll be looking behind him. It's like a 360 monitor there, which is quite interesting. It's going to need wing mirrors to be able to see the rest of his screen. But as we go up to the front here, Sandy Mitchell, maybe with an opportunity from P9 now to catch up to that group if they start playing silly buggers. But as it stands, it looks like the front 8 are kind of doing a nice enough job there, as we see Kutrazic, another pro driver there for Triton Racing. Triton having a bit of a disappointing day so far. They actually got 2 P2s at the Sim Racing Expo last week in 2 of the major competitions. So they had a good week last week, but it's not going so well this time round. And once you get a little bit of damage to the front wing, which you were just rightly pointing out there, Paul, you're in trouble. As we just see, it's too much power, isn't it? Just lit up the rears, and once that car lets go, it's very difficult because of the lack of downforce compared to the, you know, that IR01 we've got in iRacing, the IR18. Once it goes, it's pretty much gone.
I think he maybe carried a little bit too much speed into the corner. It was almost breaking away on corner entry as Ben hits for Door Esports. It's just in this gaggle of cars. I think it's safe to say that this is a gaggle down here in the edge of the top 20. And Hits is another driver who's been doing well, has been progressive, but in front, Elliot Veyron for R8G Esports. Some of these names that are involved in sim racing now, you know, I almost pinch myself when you see. I mean, I was at Sim Expo in 2019, sat down watching one of the races, and Frank Bieler sat next to me, and I'm like, okay, as a child of the 80s into the 90s watching the British touring cars, it was like, yeah, that's a big deal. Hello, Frank.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Again, this is what is happening now with sim racing. It's all coming round full circle. We're all giving ourselves, you know, or having to pinch ourselves half the time because of how many people are involved within the space You know, we've also got Mark de Fulgencio, by the way, who just joined that party. We saw 3 of them going along the camel straight up towards Lacecom. And then Mark de Fulgencio is just in behind going, yeah, I'll have a go at this at some point. You all crack on going side by side. We nearly saw them all end up in a wall. And then he just goes round the outside and says, cheers, I'll have all those spots.
And that's sometimes his experience, isn't it? Where you can just assess a situation and say, it's going to be an accident here. Let's just hang back and, yeah, thank you very much. I'll take those places. As down the inside, that's a hell of a dive into the Fanny chicane. Nice move.
Ooh. Yeah, Kutrashik, they're making a really nice move there. And it's kind of getting to that point now where we're looking round about the top sort of 20. There are opportunities aplenty because there's going to be a lot of cars with damage to the front wing, as you see there. Mark de Fulgencio, a podium winner in the DTM Trophy, has been racing the DTM Trophy Season 1 and Season 3, made the move to ADAC for Season, but whilst Season 2 was happening last year, and he's been driving in the BMW M4 over the course of the last 12 months. Nice to see him racing in the sim. I didn't really know that he had much experience in terms of sim racing, but he's doing relatively well here. Being anywhere near the top 20 in any of these fields over the course of the next 24 hours, if it's not really your strength, is an absolute feather in the cap for sure.
Yeah, it's see, just getting held up there on corner exit. Yeah, it's all well and good getting a good exit out the corner, but then you just have to back off because or else you would be making contact with the gearbox of the car in front. As Tony Latimaki now, at the back of this group, waiting patiently for his opportunities, and it's these types of events, these types of races that are really fun because you can get in a little group of cars like this and just be switching places left, right, and centre all the way through the race. But there comes a point where you need to be working together with each other to try and move yourselves forward, and that's a big problem with these slipstream races. Is don't slow each other up too much, or else you end up losing out all of the opportunities.
Yeah, there we go. Tajik is coming through once again. Fulgencio. Oh no, that isn't ideal. Someone tried to get a free ride on the front wing there of 3 cars. We see the rear wheel being taken at Halliburton for Love 46. Unfortunately, that is not going to work out. It's Josh Poulain for Team Fulzilla. That's twice now we've seen them in the same part of the circuit, in the same part of the kitty litter. So not ideal. Looking back to the front group, it is 8, and they've kind of chilled out a little bit. That's why we've not seen them on camera. Luzio then for Wave Italy P1. Lulham in second. As we see now a replay here. So Fulgencio leaves a perfect amount of room. Oh, there we go. So we see the contact there. Oh, that's not ideal. Kane Halliburton's going to be furious with how that's gone down. And really, the initial part was more of a racing incident. The second part, there's nothing could be done, ultimately.
Yeah, once he's hit that tyre wall, he's very much a passenger, isn't he? And Halliburton,
yeah, the momentum.
The wrong person at the wrong time coming along, and there's very little that you could do there. Absolutely right.
Brakes with 4 wheels would struggle to stop the car coming across the track there, let alone with 3. As we still see more and more bump drafting, and this is the difference, ladies and gentlemen, between being a very good sim racer and being an exceptional sim racer. Being able to bump draft in a open wheel IRO4 at Spa, that is the difference, and any one of these top 8 realistically can put out as our large competition are into the pits there. So Dahal is into the pits by the looks of things in the background, and that can only be for one thing. That will be either he's been handed that penalty, or it's because he's had too many incident points. And we know Spa is one of those circuits where, well, track limits are very difficult to stay within.
I bet they'll be glad that they're not actually using the full Grand Prix and Endurance pit lane, because you basically lose a minute just by traversing the pit lane, let alone any sort of stop and hold that you may have there. So
I may or may not have had to deal with that before.
Have you had to deal with a teammate of yours flipping the car on the hairpin of the full 24-hour endurance layout around here? Because I have, and it was broadcasted on RaceSpot TV as well.
That is impressive. No, I've managed to get to 99 incident points for the team and then be very, very careful for about 15 laps to make sure that I wasn't the one that did the drive-through. As Dalla Valle, who I'm expecting big things from today, has unfortunately ended up in a wall. I'm sure we're going to see a replay as to how exactly that has happened, but that is not where you want to be.
That looked to be on the top of Radion, on the exit of Radion, on the left-hand driver's left-hand side there, did that. And, oh, yeah.
Oh! Yeah, innocent bystander then into the barrier we will go, and that was like a snooker shot, wasn't it? Cue ball went astray off the cushion and then just chucked then the red ball into the wall. That is just so unfortunate. Dalla Valle would probably not have seen that coming. That is just not ideal in the slightest. I will say one thing to everyone watching at home. If you're watching on Twitch or indeed on YouTube, let me know who you're supporting right now. What team do you want to see do well? And also, if you have any cool clips that maybe you've got from other perspectives from the teams you're watching, make sure that you tweet them at VCO Esports on Twitter. Also, make sure you go and retweet the VCO Esports stuff on Twitter as well, and maybe put out a link for, you know, maybe your own stream if you're driving, or the stream at hand right now. So again, we're all trying to get the same thing here. We're all trying to push for the same thing. More people watching, more chance of bigger investors and sponsors come into these championships, and you get more opportunities as drivers. Anyway, back to the actual racing at hand. 21 minutes to go here, Paul. I think things are going to start to spice up in the next 10 minutes. Well, will we see this group of, well, it's about 8 cars, right? Top 8 start to separate.
Sorry, I've just seen that Michael Evdoka, who's Alex Davidson's teammate from PureSims, has been just explaining that he's eating a burrito on the straight.
Nice.
Just multitasking as you go along. You've got to keep yourself, you know, keep yourself plenty of energy, and keep that energy up throughout an event like this where it's 24 hours. But yeah, there's just a little bit of a field spread, isn't there, between these front 8 now, well, apart from the front 3 now, who are going to be busy bump drafting each other down the up the straight, and everybody else is going to concertina up in response to that. But yeah, multitasking. I mean, I will call him out here. A commentary colleague of mine, Chaz Draycott, he took part in the iRacing Spa 24 Hours one year, and he was busy texting on his phone down towards Pool, and the car went straight into the wall.
Trying to get some Netflix and chill action, and next minute you're on your roof. It is what it is. These things happen. It's happened to the best of us. I will say one thing. The difference between being a great driver and an exceptional driver is bump drafting. And then the difference between being an exceptional driver and a legendary driver is eating a burrito and bump drafting. So those are the rules and regulations. I didn't make them up, but that's just how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, this is the difference of being able to drive full stop. Is this track is challenging enough for me, and the Kemmel Straight is for me to just get my breath back, because I have to concentrate so much. And I'm usually about 2.5–3 seconds slower than the top guys, so it makes you feel really great about yourself when you're competing in those races.
Yeah, you're trying to be nice and calm and stuff, and yet you're still moving left and right on the straight when you're just on your own. And that's your time to try and just chill out and whatnot. You're still trying to concentrate like his corner's coming up. By the way, these two playing City Buggers, BS Competition, and Apex Racing Team 2, they've dropped off the pack now, and now the only real way of them catching up is either by bump drafting, which is very risky, and also they're both going to be driving frantically, so it's an even higher risk, or that the front 6 start battling. But right now, a big opportunity then. 8 has become 6. With about 19 minutes to go, it's Wave Italy that still lead the way. Team Redline second. We've got the second Team Redline team in second. PureSims will see Urano Dahal, who's just had a drive-through penalty, actually battling for a position here. So looking for a top 16 with R8G Esports. Elliot Veyron then just up ahead. Come through the bus stop chicane. Looks like all is good. Just in behind them, they've got Benedict Hits. There's a Dirt Esports also getting involved. And yeah, a little bit disappointed with how Benedict has done here. Must have had some issues somewhere along the line. But Dirt Esports themselves, not really an iRacing specialist team. They're kind of growing on different sims outside of where they began really with Race Room. But they are going to be a big hitter sooner rather than later, I can assure you of that. A very young team as well, and a very driven team.
And they've got some tremendous talent in that team as well. I mean, I'm fortunate enough to commentate on Race Room with the ADAC GT Masters Esports series with Connor Amadik, and yeah, they've always impressed me. Okay, they got the car choice wrong last season that they did that series, but they still were able to pull out wins when they weren't even in the favourable car. So definitely a team that is very much on the rise here, and it's been tremendous. But with my involvement in sim racing and a commentary perspective since 2015, seeing some of these teams that have come and gone, and it's always nice to see some of these smaller teams rise up through the ranks and look to challenge. It's always tremendous to see new talent coming through, and unfortunately for me, all the drivers seem to be getting younger and younger, and I seem to be getting older and older.
Yeah, that is not ideal. I must admit, I'm also in the same boat there, being 36 years old. But that is life, I'm afraid. Especially when you've got teams like Unicorns of Love come around, it makes you feel sick watching those drive around a circuit, seeing that they're about 12 years old. I will say one thing, Esports are Apex for me, Apex Racing Team are probably one of the best teams. And when they race together amongst their fellow drivers, they are incredible and they get things done because of how good they are at utilizing team environments. Esports are very similar to that. With this environment, one driver in each race, it might be a bit of a struggle for them, especially on a sim that they're not really that comfortable with. Oh, as we see a driver off the circuit there, just in front. Who was that there? So that's Visceral Esports then, who've just dropped a little bit further back. And actually, this is really good news for Apex and BS competition because now Visceral, I believe, will become the bridge. So they've got a car that can really drag them towards that lead group.
Yeah, and that's what they needed. They needed that little bit of help there just to get themselves up there. So Visceral, yeah, they not the best of times into the bus stop, but they're still within touching distance here. I mean, you look at it, the top 8 covered by 3 seconds. It's just tremendous to see. We've still got 16 minutes of this race. So while it's a little bit calm here, get yourself a cup of tea, preferably Yorkshire tea, and get yourselves prepared because the final 5 minutes of this race I think is going to be a bit crazy.
Yeah, the very young Zach Sweeney, who I will be commentating with over the course of this weekend, has just messaged me to let me know that Luzio is a Rocket Racing Star F4 Esports top 8 finalist there. So he's just trying to prove now that he's the big dog with all the research and stuff. Thank you there, Zach, making me feel silly. But no, thank you for the information, mate. Really appreciate it. And I look forward to speaking to you soon.
As Sindra Setsos then moving forward to 12, was Cooking Racing Adventures, showing themselves well. And I will say, as somebody who whenever he does race, does rock some baby pink on his car, I do like that shade of pink on a car.
Yeah, it's a unique livery, isn't it? I quite like it. It's the first time I ever come across it. Name was the last Infinity series, and they were brilliant in the chat as well. Lots of memes, lots of banter, but they were just getting involved, whether it be a good performance or a bad performance. I love the way that they're saying that certain drivers are getting demoted within the kitchen. That's their team environment. They don't have a garage, they have a kitchen. I like it, but it's different. Have a bit of fun. Ultimately, sim racing, it is serious, and everyone wants to win loads of prize money. But if you're not enjoying it, there's no real point in bothering, to be honest. In my honest opinion.
I mean, I'll be honest. In terms of my sim racing, I was getting to a point where I was starting to get a bit burnt out, and I've taken 3 months out of sim actually racing. Got myself into the new Toyota, the 86, and I've been loving that car, and I think that's going to be my new choice of car for the next iRacing season, personally. So if you see me in official races in that car, I do apologise in advance.
Zipperly then looking for a move up the inside. It's brilliantly done there. So Zipperly moving up into P13. I think Setsas is going to move down into P12 once it sorts itself out, unless that was live. Was it Christiansen? It might have been Christiansen. Then so Zipperly moves up into P13 and sets his sights on Setsas, which is in P12.
Now, is it just me, or is this a race where we are seeing a high proportion of the pro drivers up there in this top 20? I think Spa-Francorchamps really gives some of these pro drivers a really good chance to just stretch their legs and to push on. Yeah, we have seen a number of them in the top 20 here, as we've seen Kesselhut on the timing tower switch positions, but Setsos now not making any move. He's just happy to get the draft here.
Yeah, and I think he realises with the two behind, they are side by side, they are battling. There's a chance here that these two can just drive away and they can just, take solace in their P11, P12 and not really have to worry about Zipperly or Christiansen. And also able to see in his rear view mirror or his wing mirrors that Zipperly is sending it. So, if he does get involved in a battle, they're going to lose a lot of time. So kind of just pushing away, trying to hold on to that position. Urano Esports data group, then P11. They've got their other team just up the road there as well. Well, I was just about to say that, but who is that off the track there? Was that the other Urano car? No,
Scrivens,
well,
yeah.
Scrivens has dropped down. Yes, so Scrivens then has dropped down. Sandy Mitchell is in P10. They're all going to gain some positions here. Scrivens was on his own, I think, coming out of no name, and ultimately is now falling all the way down the order. As you can see, he's not happy, is he? 100% see he's not happy there, but I'm not sure that there was anyone else involved in that.
I think that's a case of just not being happy with yourself there. If you make a mistake like that, at the end of the day, your worst critic is yourself when it comes to racing, especially at a high level. And when something's not gone quite right, and when you make a mistake, you can't beat yourself up too much about it. You need to just say, right, okay, that happened, move on. And that's what the approach you need to take. You see that Apex car with the slight bit of damage to its front wing, and that will be affecting it. Here we go. Here's the onboard, touches the curb on the aim tray, touches the curb in the middle of the corner, and just for good measure, manages to avoid everybody else.
I tell you what, he's going to be so pissed off with himself there. But the save, not hitting the wall, not losing your rear wing, when it all is said and done today, or tomorrow, whatever you want to call it, that might be very important. Because still in the top 16, remember, every position you lose is a point loss. That could quite easily have been a P40, not finishing the race, or P38, I guess, not finishing the race, and ultimately your team really do suffer. So I think he might have just saved his team 20 points. He may have just lost himself 8 from where he was, but I think he might have just gained himself 20 by saving that car. Because you could see mid-incident, he was already thinking, look, how do I save the car? As opposed to how do I keep positions, it was all about how do I make sure this car was all good. So I think that was a really good choice. Also, looking at the Twitch chats, going absolutely bananas about a LAN event. Can you imagine 200 sim racers all outside their bedrooms, leaving their houses to go somewhere? I can't see it, to be honest.
I tell you what, I missed the Sim Racing Expo because I was working on the British Formula 4 Esports finale.
Oh, that's a weird fact.
But definitely, you know, I'm sorry, but I missed that. I had the all the tweets coming up from friends and them thinking, oh, I would love to go to Sim Racing Expo again. But we need more live events. I love a live event. The energy source just seems to come from that audience and from the competitors, and being able to actually physically meet people and say hello to them and get to speak to them and get their story. That's part of the appeal of what we do in commentary work.
Yeah, sorry I couldn't be in the Sim Racing Expo. I was too busy changing the sim racing world. Fair enough. You know what? You know, not all heroes wear capes, but it is what it is. They wear flat caps, apparently.
Where's flat cap? Yeah.
Let's go back to the race here. Then we've got Lucio, who is indeed in first position, and he is keeping Lulham at bay. 0.08 of a second separating them. You could cover these 5 with a loincloth. You've then got Davidson in P3 for Pure Sim Esports. We've then got Team Redline 1 in 4 from Brabham Esports, just about hanging on there. And actually, there's a nice cluster of cars, or as Matt Malone and Paul Smith would say, a gaggle of cars in behind. Another 5, maybe 6 cars. So it's becoming a battle for a top 6. It's becoming a battle for the win.
Well, as long as it doesn't turn from a gaggle to a schmozzle, then we're all good as they plunge downhill. But 9 minutes left, so we've got, what, about 4 laps or so? No, about 3 laps remaining. It depends when they cross the line as to whether we get the extra lap or not. But this is where...
Okay, we'll figure it out when it's his final lap, Paul. Okay, let's not do maths live on stream. Right. Especially time.
Commentators doing math is just not a good idea. But
nope.
yeah, this is where the meat of the race is now coming to it. When do you start pulling the trigger? I mean, these guys have pulled the trigger a little bit early. They're squabbling over each other and they're slowing each other down here. This is affecting their chance of getting a top 5 finish here.
You asking me when I would pull the trigger? Yeah, I would have probably made 3.5 minutes of this race, so I would never have been in this position. So my brain can't really comprehend it. But I'm thinking you don't really want to be in the lead, I wouldn't say, before you come out of the exit onto the back straight, I would say. You kind of want to be in second position there, unless you're really confident of going through Blanchimont and managing to hold the inside line down towards the bus stop chicane. I just think it's not okay. It's not like Daytona, where it's about drag racing towards the line and being ahead just before you get to the line. I think there's a massive opportunity of making the move into that bus stop chicane. So, yeah, for me, I think you want to be second, about here on the circuit, still being second, and then there's every opportunity. But I also feel like at this circuit, it rewards being in the lead. You can defend that position as well, and you force drivers to go around the outside in towards the bus stop chicane, which again is a possibility. It's a beautiful set of corners in the final couple of corners. I've seen Moritz Lohner win the DTM Esports Championship a couple of years ago by making a move around the outside in towards the bus stop chicane on Jack Keithley of all people. So yeah, it is absolutely possible, and the beauty of sim racing is it doesn't really have the marbles like real life, so any line is a possibility of an overtake.
You can see there Alex Davidson just backing out of it. He's just sitting. He's waiting there patiently now, and the young man from Pure Sims Esports will be plotting things, but Chris Lulham,
race winning team as well, remember? They've already run away today. They won the race number 3, which is a big surprise to everybody, but in a position here to win another one. Sorry to cut over you.
No, absolutely not. It's a very pertinent point that you make there. And, yeah, Davidson's got a tough task, though, because Lucio and Lulham in front are incredibly quick drivers in themselves as well. And they'll be thinking the big game here. Are we going to see a 200 IQ move in the final lap of the race? Because that time is ticking down. And they're catching a little bit of lap traffic, but I don't think they'll be affected by it much.
Yeah, you've got Hearts of Midlothian shirt there, so he's kind of very similarly in the Scottish Premier League, been waiting for Celtic and Rangers to capitulate, and that's what he's looking for at the front right now. It's not likely to happen, but if it does happen, he's going to take full advantage. I tell you what a segue that was. That was an incredible link.
I mean, the segues go. I mean, only Linus Sebastian from Linus Tech Tips gets it even better, but there we go. As going down through No Name Corner. Now, this is, for me, this is where James Armstrong now needs to be starting making some moves forward with that 6 minutes remaining now. Just getting himself into around about that 3rd place spot coming onto the final lap, because I think actually 3rd place could well be the place to be coming into the final lap of the race. Get the run up the Kemmel straight, get a bit of draft from the 2 in front of you, and then move forward on that final lap. That could potentially be the race-winning position.
I think P6 might be the race-winning position here, if I'm honest with you, Paul. I think we're going to see some proper shenanigans. They've got a back marker here, and if you're Team Redline 2 and Team Redline 1, you kind of want that back marker to be about 5 seconds up the road, so you can utilise them on the final lap. That's not going to work out here, but the 2 Team Redline cars, behind Wave Italy, of course, Wave Italy being at the forefront, but again, they want it to be about 5 seconds in the lead. I think Redline are the favourites here, because if they can utilise each other to get a result here, they're absolutely going to, right? There's no rules and regulations to say that you can't work with another car. We're seeing it on every single racetrack, really, with the slipstreaming and the bump drafting. So, you know, they've got the same skill on the car. They're going to do it even more so. You see a spin in the background there. Not sure, it's Williams Esports. Williams Esports making a mistake into the bus stop. That's down to P10 they will go. And, well, that is not ideal in the slightest. A couple of laps to go, and you throw away a big result. As Was cooking us through as well. There we go. We're about to see a replay here then. And it's a very deep manoeuvre. It's 3 wide. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure the inside car, but basically one of the 3 cars there is never going to know it's 3 wide. That would be the inside car. So all they think they're doing is defending against one car. And if you squeeze to within the 3 cars width, 3rd car on the outside is always going to get hit there. Racing incident for me, nothing more, nothing less, as we now start to see the Redline cars do their magic. Lulham leads, Colombo 2nd.
Yeah, and it's a question of which way around do Redline want them to be in. Do they want them to be the Redline 2 car of Chris Lulham to be in the lead come the end of this race to help bring them up the field, or do they want to help cement themselves at the top of the title with their number 1 team? It's really intriguing how the team dynamic works. Lulham's car, nice and clean. You can tell he's not really been doing much bump drafting, whereas the nose cone of Colombo's car showing the effects of that bump drafting.
Yeah, I think Colombo's going to slow the pack down here and let Lulham go and take the victory. There's nearly a 40-point gap between the front 2 as it stands. I can get exactly what it is between the 2 Redline teams anyway. So 123 points to 188, so it's actually 55. So right now, Redline 2 aren't really any kind of challenge for Team Redline 1. So the fact if they can manage to get P2 here, but also guarantee that their Team 2 gets in the race win, there's only a 1 point difference between that. It's still going to be 54 points between the 2, but it gives Team Redline 2 the best opportunity to close up as we go through the 24 hours. That's just maybe I've got too many conspiracy theories in my head, but I think that's exactly what's happening right now.
Well, I'll tell you what, it looks to be working so far, although with Italy, they're looking menacing. Whoa. Down the inside. Nice move there, Lucio. Nice move indeed, and well, Colombo saw that coming and said, "Yeah, you can have the place." Just
that was a delicious move. You know, as much as it was, allowed to happen. Let's not take away from the fact that Lucio sent it up the inside. Says, "Thank you very much." Said, "If you want to defend that, absolutely, you go for it. But I want to win this race And Wave Italy looking to take their first victory, and it could be 5 different teams picking up a win. Again, if we go a bit down, ProSims, of course, have already won a race. Brabham have yet to win a race, so realistically, if Lucio and Armstrong have to win this race for it to be a different team winning. And actually, Redline 2 as well. Redline 2 have not won a race again. Just checking out the results here. No, they haven't. They've got a second and a third. So actually, there are 3 potential new winners.
And we've lost Kesselhut from the race now, and I believe that's a disqualification for instant points. So that's another car out of this race then. And that, remember, was somebody on the front row of the grid. So an absolute nightmare of a race here.
Yeah, and look at Dylan Scrivens. He's gained another position because of that. And of course, earlier on, we saw him facing the wrong way. Could quite easily have driven into the wall if he was a bit too frantic with his save through No Name. But ultimately, just saved the car, took his medicine. He's fighting for another day. So I think Scrivens, when it is all said and done, that might prove to be a huge moment for them. Again, I think he may have gained them 20, 22 points now just by being in P14. Of course, we know he was in the top 10, comfortably in the top 10. But yeah, just keeping the car going. There's always going to be some sort of melee near the end. There's going to be cars that will finish with, you know, one wheel or not finish, and there's going to be cars that may get disqualified because of the instant limit as well. So just making sure that you get yourself to the finish, get yourself some points for the team is really vital. We saw, of course, Coanda last time out. They won the most races out of every team, but their consistency across the course of the whole Infinity 24 wasn't enough for them to win the outright championship.
And consistency wins you championship. So are you predicting that we're going to have a finish like the 1993 Italian Grand Prix where Christian Fittipaldi finished the race on his roll hoop? Are we going to have a similar finish like that?
I'm going to be honest with you there, Paul. That's well before my time. I'm not sure how old you are.
I'm 38.
Okay, you're a couple of years older than me, so you must have a bloody good memory, but I didn't start watching motorsport till 1995. Yeah. I have no idea what you're on about, to be honest, if I'm honest.
I feel old. I was watching motorsport when I was in nappies back in the 80s. So yeah, but final lap of the race. Let's go.
Yeah, here we go then. So it comes down to this. Lucio is in the lead, already trying to break the toe then down towards Radion and indeed Eau Rouge. I think Armstrong might be a bit too far back now. I think this could potentially be a 3-car race for the victory, unless Armstrong has an exceptional middle sector. Brilliant stuff then from Davidson. Very close then behind Lulham. Pulls out of the slipstream of Lulham. He's trying to box Lulham in here. Lulham trying to make himself a little bit of a gap there. Really nice stuff, actually, from our driver, Davidson. But as it stands, it's just about going to go around the outside. Potentially, no, it's not quite going to work out. So Lucio is going to hold on there. But it's really clever from him, because he boxed Lulham in. Lulham there was the mistake as well. Lulham was not able to turn the car. But I just think that's really clever there. Using the slipstream of the 2 cars in front, but also forcing Lulham to not be able to make a move. Really nice stuff.
Yeah, that was tremendous stuff from Davidson. I said, you know, 3rd place could potentially be the place you want to be at the start of this final lap. And Alex Davidson right now up to 2nd place using the slipstream. Lucio has got some traffic, but they're not going to catch them there. They're not going to catch them in time to be able to utilise them. So the leader is going to be giving a lovely slipstream to this queue of traffic now. And Alex Davidson, could this be 2 race wins for ProSims, or are Wave Italy going to be the ones to take it?
Oh, it's going to be close, isn't it? As we come up then towards the final few corners. It is Marcus Lucio who leads. Alexander Davidson in 2nd position. Then we've got Lulham just in behind. Don't count them out as Wave Italy move off the racing line into the gravel. And I tell you what, that is not ideal in the slightest there for our race leaders. A mistake where he did not need to make it. Back marker, though, might have got them out of trouble for the time being. Down towards Blanchimont. And wow, it's going to be too wide through here. I think Davidson has to go for this. As we come then through Blanchimont, it's going to square Wave Italy up through the apex. They're going to be slow. This could be a delicious little move then for Davidson up towards the final couple of corners here. And the BMW is very, very scrappy. This has been a delightful race to watch here. Wave Italy going very deep here. Davidson cuts underneath. It is a whoop-de-whoop if ever I've seen one before. As we come up towards the line, I tell you what, Team Redline 2 might get involved as well. They are not quite close enough. It is Wave Italy Racing Team 2 to take the victory. ProSims Esports take 2nd, and Team Redline do take 3rd. Paul, what an exceptional finish. A couple of mistakes there, but Wave Italy become the 5th out of 5 races to take a race victory.
Oh, that cut under attempt from Davidson just wasn't enough. He had to just check up ever so slightly, and that's what cost him a race win there, and he knows it. But my goodness, are you not entertained? That was sensational finish.
Incredible stuff there. Team Redline 2, I think if there was another 200 meters, they go and win that race. Wave Italy, they didn't have any momentum coming out the corner. Pure Sims had to sort of check up ever so slightly, maybe a touch of contact between the front two. And Team Redline 2 were not able to take advantage there. Chris Lulham, though, indeed not having a good start to his Infinity Series this time of the year. His second race has been pretty good indeed. But Wave Italy Racing Team, oh, they've got a victory here, and it was so well deserved. A mistake at the end of the race, it could have cost them, but it didn't quite, as we've got Alex Alcaraz, then another pro driver in P25, battling here to hold on to that P25. Remember, every single position is worth points. You've got Phil Denez just in behind as we come up then towards Blanchimont again for the final time. We're going to see some more 2x2 action. Phil Denez sends it up the inside, forces Alcaraz out wide. Alcaraz has still got the inside line, though, down in towards the bus stop chicane. And, well, you know that both of these drivers are going to be aggressive here. They're not going to lose any positions. Side by side they come through. It's synchronized driving between the two. And Phil Denez, then, using all of that experience, is just about going to have the nose ahead. And, well, grabs himself one extra point to add to the total. Racing from start to finish, from the front to the back of the grid. And I think Spa proving once again to be an exceptional race circuit. So there are your official winners then. It's Wave Italy Racing Team. They take P1, and it's Marcus Luzio behind the wheel. Alexander Davidson is in second position. We've then got Chris Lulham in third. James T. Armstrong takes fourth position for Brabham Esports. Lorenzo Colombo, adding to his race victory earlier on for Team Redline 1, takes a P5. We've then got Will Redford in sixth. We didn't really speak about Will Redford, but that's a really good performance in the end. Kind of flew under the radar. Albin Spetz is in seventh position. Sandy Mitchell for Urano is in eighth position. We've then got Marco Zippoli in ninth and Roger Christiansen in 10th position.
Sindri Setsource gets himself a nice 11th place with Urano Duhau in 12th for our Nage competition. Elliot Veyron for RHG Esports 13th, literally 10th between the two of those. And Dylan Scrivens then for Urano, a bit of damage limitation for him in 14th ahead of Luis Nunez. With Luke McEwen, he'll be disappointed with that, down in 16th after being running in the top 10 early on. Pekka Seppänen ahead of Toni Latimäki with Jakub Kartowski and also Mark de la Fulgencio. Oh my goodness, my teeth. I'm gonna go to bed.
Oh, that sounded delightful. Not sure what you're trying to say, but it sounded great all the same. Ben Hitz is in 21st, then Philip Schiff is in 22nd, Guilherme Egloff in 23rd, Ted Bradbury in 24th, Phil Denez and Alex Alcaraz, we saw them battling at the end there for 25th and 26th. We've got Alvaro Monero. We've got Josh Poulain, Antoine Gremain, and then we've got Deegan Fairclough in the top 30.
As the rest of them coming through, Jordan Bachmeier with Andre Delavel, with Just Baumeister for DCW Racing lap down, along with Julian Kesselhut, who had those issues at the start. Alexander Spetz did not finish, along with Gabriel Streitmatter, Manuel Gonzalez Simon with Kuchak, and then Halliburton and Shorter, and then the final few finishes on that scene as well, with Race Clutch, Myra, SimRC and Monaco Esports all having a bad day in the office there.
I tell you what, Paul, I feel very bad for you because from 11th down to 20th and then, 31st down to 40th, there's some tough names in there. It's the first time I've got to work with you, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure. We are going to catch up tomorrow as well, early in the morning. You're on a little bit earlier than I am, but I've got children that are going to wake me up. But wow, what a race 5. What are you looking forward to most over the next couple of hours?
I mean, I get to call TCRs, which, I mean, as a touring car guy, you know, at 5 a.m, that'll soon wake me up, that's for sure. Getting to see the BMW hybrid again as well, and getting to work with you again as well from 7 o'clock. So definitely it's going to be an enjoyable event, but sitting back and watching the rest of the racing, it's tremendous. And all the best to everybody in the rest of the broadcast.
Well, I can't wait to see Paul in his PJs tomorrow morning. But next, we've got Ewan O'Leary joining us, but that's going to be after a very short break. Well, welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, to the VCO ProSIM INFINITY 24-hour race with 24 races. Still one of the old bucks is here, but we've got a young calf. We've got Ewan O'Leary. How you doing, mate? And how have you enjoyed the show so far?
Doing very well, thanks. Yeah, very much looking forward to what's coming up here over the next couple of races that I'll be here for. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, a revolutionary idea from VCO once again, and we're using it once again, as we did earlier on in the year. And yeah, it's producing some good racing so far, and hopefully it will continue as well.
Yeah, next race we head to Road Atlanta again, which with the BMW LMDHs, it was interesting to say the very least. But with the IR18 IndyCar now, a little bit more pace for these cars. Hopefully it's going to be nice and clean. What are you expecting from this one?
I'm expecting qualifying to be very, very important. We're just in the final seconds of it at the moment. It's just finishing up right now, and I can't see it being that easy to overtake, to be honest. We saw it with the BMWs earlier. It's a wildly different car, and the IndyCars, you know, a lot more experience under the belt for a lot of these drivers in this car compared to the BMW. But even so, overtaking is going to be quite difficult, and so qualifying is going to be very, very important. That's just the way that Road Atlanta is, really, especially a short race like we have. Well, short-ish, 45 minutes.
Yeah, we have that long straight that goes back down into the final sector of the course. But ultimately, we saw Fuji earlier, and it didn't really help. So we've pushed the pass. Hopefully, we're going to see some overtakes. But here is your starting grid for race number 610. Ryan Barneveld for BS Plus Turner is in P1 with Valtteri Alander for Team 707 on the front row. Then the Finn in second. We've got Leo Garibaldi for Team PGZ in third. Luca Kita for Urano Esports Data Group in fourth. Elvis Rankin for Apex Racing Team 1, the pro driver. Also joining another pro driver, Richie Stanaway for Team Redline 2 in 6th position. We've got Valentin Mandanak and Raymond Pinheiro for RHG and Zenit Motorsport. Jupp de Ligt for Urano Esports, Heineken Media, and Luke Bennett for Team Redline 1 are indeed your top 10.
Yeah, Monaco Esports just missing out there with Jaden Legic, and it's going to be Altus Esports alongside them. Arno's Competition 13th ahead of Love 46 with Suelio Almeida. Then Lewis Woods in the top 15 ahead of Carbon Sim Sport. Brabham Esports, Bart Horstein, I should say, sorry, 17th position. Pedro Sanchez Albert for Obsidian will be 18th ahead of Thomas Imborg for Delatraz Automotive, and Visceral Esports, Mex Janssen rounding out the top 20.
And then we've got Alexander Davidson for Pure Sims Esports, a very good performance in the previous race. Can he improve on that? It's going to be tough from 21st. Alberto Senao is in 22nd. We've got Gergo Boldy and Nathan Lewis as your top 24. Johan Arroyo and Timu Korhonen are 25th and 26th. Kieran Harrison and indeed Cesar Giovanacci are in 27th and 28th. And rounding out your top 30 is Peo Payev and indeed Stephen McDonald.
Yeah, then RPC Esports just missing out on the top 30. Williams Esports, Moreno Sirica quite a long way down there. Connor Bell for Wave Italy Racing Team, last race's winners 33rd. DCW Racing 34th ahead of Brabham Esports and Door Esports. There, Moritz Lerner all the way down in 36th, but expect him to do well as we quickly cycle through the rest of the order, because the formation lap's already underway and race 6 is about to get underway.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It is 44 points up for grabs if you want to indeed get yourself a P1. BS Plus Turner, Ryan Barneveld on pole position. Then we've got Team 707 that are indeed in second. We are green flag, we are green light racing as we rush down towards turn number 1. And well, already one car off the circuit then, and it's not an ideal start. Looks like there's no damage to the car, so it should be okay. Looks like we've managed to actually get to the race start here at Road Atlanta before we saw any carnage.
Yeah, I think that was Sim RC that went off down the hill there towards the final corner. Not as chaotic as we saw in the BMWs, although that doesn't mean we're without chaos. One of the teams going straight into the wall on the right-hand side. That's Joshua Chin in the Was Cooking Racing Aventus car. He would have been one to look out for in the IndyCar here today, but stuck in the middle of the pack and no doubt had contact there to get into that problem.
Yeah, such a tough part of the circuit to run side by side or even really close to another car. But one driver is not too worried about that right now. It is Ryan Barneveld out there in the lead as we head down in towards that final chicane. Then we've got Alanda, who started on the front row in second position for Team 707, looking really good. Garibaldi for Team PGZ, looking very strong as well. Elvis Rankin for Apex Team 1 has moved up one position. Then we've got the first of the Urano Esports teams. The data group team, Luca Kita in 5th position, Valentin Mandanak and the RHG Esports in 6th, who really need a big performance here. Ewan, RHG, who we expect to be battling for the championship, they haven't really had a great start.
Still 5th position in the standings at the moment in that Triple Eight, so they're not doing terribly at all. But they do need to start making up some points, because I have to say, Team Redline 1 have had a really good start to this race over the first 5 races. They've not been outside of the top 5 yet, which is absolutely fantastic. Their average finishing position, by the way, in their victory earlier on in the year in VCO Infinity was something like 6th or 7th as an average over the races. They're far below that at the moment. I don't expect them to keep it up throughout the 24 races, but it's a wonderful start for them.
It certainly is. And again, RHG, the reason I say that it's not something we expect from them is because we kind of historically expect them to be battling for the win every single race. So again, yeah, P5 is still very good, but they'll be expecting just a little bit more frantic racing as we're on board with Mandanak in behind Kita and Ranka. Kita using push to pass for the second time in, well, as many sectors of the circuit. Down towards turn 1, it's going to run very deep here. We'll just about hang on to it as we come up over the blind crest. We now have the chicane at the top of the hill and actually holds onto that position nicely as Mandanak gets all out of shape there. And actually it's now Luke Bennett who's just in behind in P8 in the Redline car. Redline's best position actually is P8 right now. Stanaway down to 10th position from 6th.
Yeah, some poor starts, but some good ones as well. The top 2 certainly have been allowed to get away as a result of all this, and a good pass from Luca Kita there. But yeah, qualifying proving itself to be pretty important, really. Ryan Barneveld and Valtteri Landa wouldn't have been able to get in the position that they're currently in without the qualifying performance that they put in to get there. So yeah, they've done a good job so far. For the rest of them, it's just about fighting with where you are. You've Delict is going to try and get down the inside of Valentin Mandanak here, maybe. But not quite able to do it. You've Delict actually has won one of the IndyCar races at VCO Infinity earlier on this year. He won the IndyCar race at Road America in the first VCO Infinity. That was the very first race on that particular event, so he knows his way around this car, although I don't see him driving it too often.
Yeah, well, if you can win against this kind of competition and you don't drive it often, that's pretty scary. It's a scary proposition for everyone in and amongst him right now. Shout out to Suelio Almeida, currently in P11 for Love 46 team. And he is one of the most impressive human beings I've ever had the pleasure of talking to. He actually gave up playing the piano to do sim racing properly and become a coach for Logitech G. And also, he is a real-life driver now. He's been given an opportunity last year to race in open-wheel cars. And yeah, the world is at his feet. He's a very intelligent young man. He's doing a good job right now down in P11.
Absolutely, just getting this race off to a nice clean start, which can't be said for a lot of the drivers around him at the moment. So yeah, good story and a good place to be at the moment. 11th place, just in with the front drivers right now, kind of in this battle for 3rd place, if you like. It all stretches down from Team PGZ in that 3rd place all the way down to this kind of area with David Topp as well. I guess you could say in the Arnold competition car just behind as well. They're all very much involved here, all in a line, but this is what I expected from the race, really. Not many overtaking opportunities, but just people being locked in the positions that they are in from the start.
Yeah, we're just about to see the incident we saw earlier on in this race. Nice side-by-side action as we come around the final corner. It is just a driver error. Simple as that. That was a little bit, oh, it's before the green as well, I'm just being told in my ear. So that was even before the race started. Cold tyres, just lighting up the car, of course, a little bit further down the grid. So the race had officially gone green. I think we're about to see another one of those incidents as well as we come through the chicane. Well, that is contact before we've even gone across the start-finish line, which is not ideal in the slightest. As we go back live, with 7th and 8th position, they are both using push to pass. I will say one thing, Ryan Barneveld and Elanda, they've both driven away. As we see even more contact then as well. That's Ace-Lift then, who's making a mistake. I'm not sure who the other car was to do with that. Was it one of the Urano cars as well? And then here is the Was Cooking team as we come through here. Just everyone's so tight on the first lap, jostling for position, trying to grab any inch they can find. And you know, sometimes you just get a bit too much momentum. You get very much close to the rear of another car. You have to check up. And with these high downforce cars, and actually it looks like it's a tag from behind. With these high downforce cars, once it's gone, it is absolutely gone. So plenty of incident at the start of this race. Not as crazy as the first time we're here at Road Atlanta, but this circuit proving to be a very tough challenge for our drivers.
No, you could attribute some of that first race chaos with the BMW to the fact that it was only released on Tuesday. It was 3 days ago.
Exactly.
You know, so some of the chaos there could have been attributed. But I mean, there's some silly things happening before these races start. I don't know what it is about Road Atlanta, as that's another pretty silly thing happening down towards the final chicane. But I don't know what it is, but with these kind of formation lap incidents that are happening at this particular circuit. But they certainly are doing it, and you'd expect better from this standard driver. But either way, most of them got through on this occasion, and Luke Bennett has just gotten through into 7th place right now. Not the best qualifying from him, but he is starting to make some progress in the race past Joop de Ligt, and really close with Monaco Esports as well as they go up towards turn 1. De Ligt could lose 2 places in a matter of corners here if he's not careful. Side by side with another red car in this field. Still side by side towards the top of the hill. At turn 3, he's going to get pushed out wide there and pushed down to 9th.
Yeah, nearly kept his nose in there. Decided against it, which is probably the better play for the longevity of this race. And, well, for all your troubles, you've now got another Team Redline car behind you. So, yeah, well done, Joop de Ligt. You've done well. You've kept your car in the race. You've lost a couple of spots, but ultimately now you've got to battle with the second Team Redline car. So, yeah, not ideal in the slightest there for the Urano Esports car. BS Turner still leading this way, 707. We've got PGZ. No one really in the top 4 using their push to pass too much. We're seeing Apex Racing Team right now using it. We've got RHE using their push to pass as well. You only have so much to use during the race. Once it's gone, it is gone. We're expecting to see a pit stop during this race, as well as we see some more side-by-side action here. Monaco Esports just turned in. I'm not too sure who exactly was at fault there. Urano Esports and indeed Monaco going side-by-side. And for me, I think that the Urano car was definitely far enough alongside. I think the Monaco car had to be a bit cleverer there and just leave a bit more room.
I don't know if either of them were at fault really, given the way that ended up turning out, because yeah, it looked like there was a lot of space given there by Jaden Legic, but either way, he's down in 16th now, spun around and yeah, lost quite a few seconds as a result. Yeah, de Ligt may well feel the same, that there's not a lot more he could have done there on the inside line, and as you say, was quite far alongside. Here's the incident again. Ran the outside through the first spot, inside for the second spot. I mean, yeah, come on. Yeah, it's. I think more than enough space was given there by Monaco Esports. One of those unfortunate things.
Yeah, I still feel like they should have left more. To be completely honest, he did cut across the nose as they entered the corner. They were side by side. Maybe the Monaco car was just slightly ahead, but I feel like in this championship, 24 races, every position's worth 1 point. I think you've got to be a bit more aware, I guess, of your surroundings. But it is frantic. These are at the very top level. Split-second decisions. It can ultimately cost you, or it can gain you spots. It's just not worked out there for Ladic. But Ladic is quick. He'll come through. He won't have damage to the car. The tyres will be a little bit warm. But actually, he's battling now with Carlos Fenalosa, who's a very, very good driver when it comes to open wheel as well. So it just doesn't matter how far you fall down the grid order here. You're always going to be battling with someone who's bloody quick.
Yeah, and you're always going to be in a battle of some description as well, which may be a blessing or a curse. I suppose you're always entertained, but sometimes frustrated in these races, especially at a circuit like this. We're not visiting throughout the 24 races here many circuits that are actually really difficult to overtake at. The likes of Fuji, Daytona, Red Bull Ring, and Spa being the other ones. But this is one where you might struggle on occasion, although there was no struggling there for Urano, no doubt about that, straight up into 3rd place. Yeah, you're going to always find yourself in a battle, but you could find yourself very much stuck in a battle and stuck in traffic, which is certainly what a few of these drivers in the train for 3rd place are experiencing right now. And what the hell is going on here? Leo Gariboldi is, he's in a shirt and tie here.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I'm sim racing, but, I've got to go to court tomorrow for not paying any parking fines. So, kind of chilled, all good, but that is some attire for sure.
Yeah, I'm maybe heating him up, to be honest, in this.
It's Team PGZ. What we expect anything and everything with them, and normally that gets delivered.
Yeah. So. Yeah, they have certainly delivered there. So hopefully it turned out to be a good result for them, but unfortunately they've kind of let Urano go here. Luca Keita got through with minimal arguing, and they're not really doing much to pursue him either. Push to pass being used by Apex and RHG behind, and it looks like Gariboldi might well get overtaken by another couple here. Side by side, he's going to dive deep on the brakes, close to contact between the two, and Mandernack sees the opportunity and seizes it. goes up the inside of the two of them and takes 2 positions in one.
That's exceptional. Benecke there taking full advantage, and I tell you, that's what I was expecting from Ladic earlier on, just to be a bit cleverer and leave a bit more room. Ultimately, as you can see here, Garibaldi's dropped down from 4th to 7th, but he's still in the battle for a top 3 potentially by not fighting that too hard. Back to the PGC in terms of the, or PGZ in terms of the suit that's being worn. We've seen this month their manager wearing a birthday suit on stream. So, you know, a normal suit is pretty normal.
We'll take this one.
Yeah, we will absolutely take this one.
But yeah, 3 positions lost, I'm afraid, for them on that lap. Benecke with some really great, kind of a great vision, really, to see that unfolding in front of him and, you know, placing his car perfectly. And then just taking that opportunity, not taking no for an answer there, and going through up the inside. But good driving from Luke Bennett as well. He took 2 places in that one. Elvis Rankin was not able to move forward in the end, despite getting through on Garibaldi. He lost positions to Benecke and Bennett, so actually went backwards in that ordeal. So good driving from Luke Bennett, who's certainly racing stronger than he qualified.
I still think that's really good driving from Garibaldi, to be honest. Look at Ladic, he fought for 1 position, you know, and there was contact between the two of them. Yes, there's a bit of netco, but I think he could have been a little bit better in terms of leaving space because of how the point system is. It's only 1 point per position. You don't really need to fight. You lose 1 position and you're in a top 5. It's good, right? It's a great finish. You're good to go. You know, you're happy you move on. But you drop down to P16, like, that's huge. I think Garibaldi, even though he's lost 3 positions, it is effectively only 3 points. As you see, oh dear, that is never ideal. That is the number 97 there. And that is, well, that's Brandon Traino, who's dropping down the order, and he T-boned someone, some poor innocent bystander, who's just been absolutely T-boned, and that's their race over as well.
Yeah, and that's really disappointing, especially for Brandon Traino and the 97 Apex Racing Team 2 team, if that's not too confusing, because yeah, Brandon Traino, one of the top IndyCar drivers on iRacing, and they'll be disappointed with that. Down in 21st in the standings, by the way, coming into this. Apex Racing Team are not having a good time of things in this championship at the moment. 28th for their other team heading into this one as well. I know Elvis Rankin is up in 6th at the moment, but they just don't seem to have particular luck on their side throughout these VCO Infinity races. They did get 2 race wins in the first edition of this back in May, but they weren't really anywhere in the standings by the end. They were 5th, but given the season they've had in other championships, you maybe expect a bit more from them, and you'd certainly expect more from them in this first part of the race.
Yeah, 2 Masters Championships as well for the ERL, which is exceptional. Probably go in as the favourites alongside Redline for the World Cup, which is happening next February. But yeah, in terms of this Infinity, albeit there's still, what, we're a quarter of the way through when we come to the end of this race. Still a long way to go, but when you see the consistency levels of the Redline teams, ProSims, who's been a very consistent team, although to this race not going as well. Urano, Data Group, they've looked really, really good as well. We've currently got Luca Kita, who's in 3rd position. As we are looking backwards here from Bennett's perspective there. What a lovely set of hair Bennett's got. It's not quite as beautiful as Enzo Benito, but it's very close.
Yeah, good head of hair. I don't know why we feel the need to comment on people's appearance, to be honest, when they come up on the screen, but we just do.
Sometimes a man crush needs to be explored, and sometimes a man crush needs to be spoken about, okay? I'm in a safe space. I feel comfortable doing so.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's certainly one way of doing it, I suppose. But no, what I was going to say is that Luke Bennett, once again, as I say, is recovering really well, and this is important for them, really. They've got a 21-point lead heading into this one ahead of Urano. Now, they are losing points to them right now, but Luke Kakita's 3rd, Luke Bennett's 4th. And so, you know, only a 1-point loss there, which is, you know, nothing major at all for Redline. Damage limitation done perfectly here, even if I don't think they're going to beat Urano in this race, it doesn't really matter.
I think Alanda's the one who's in the best shape here, really. Hasn't been using the push to pass, just been travelling behind Barneveld. Will be saving fuel doing so. The pit stop that we're pretty sure we're going to see along this race means that will be shorter than Barneveld's. Maybe a chance for him to jump him in the pit. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes down. Kita, who's been in 3rd position now for a little bit, hasn't been able to save any fuel realistically. As we see Bennett there, or Kita on his own right. So Bennett now dragging along the R8G car. Maybe the R8G car can save a bit of fuel, but it looks like Bennett's extending now and actually traveling towards that front three. So really starting to find his pace, isn't he, actually? Looking at it here, looking very quick indeed. Maybe Bennett has kind of found something a little bit extra. See the BS Turner car making a move down towards that final chicane.
Yeah, just putting a lap on Brabham there, but I think he may have jinxed Valtteri Landa, to be honest, in second position, because he made a mistake. He's definitely made a mistake on this lap. I'm quite sure of it. Ryan Barneveld is going to punch in another lap time around about where he was before in the mid 105s, and Valtteri Landa is going to put one in the mid 106s, I'd imagine. Yet 1 minute 6.3. There was definitely a mistake from Valtteri Landa on that lap. It may well have been out of turn 5 actually, where there's all those bumps on the outside of the corner just at the exit of the S's, and this isn't going to help either. Bit of lap traffic, although I don't think it's going to halt him too much. I think there may have been a mistake through there. It's a very tricky corner, especially if you go a little bit wide. But Landa has certainly given Ryan Barneveld a bit of a lead right now, and it could be a race-winning lead.
Yeah, it could well be, but again, I think that Team 707 would have saved enough fuel here to make it at least close, be right up the tailpipe of BS Turner come the pit stop phase. So yeah, I'm not sure that all is lost. I think Urano Esports Data Group will be very happy with how things are going, and actually might be able to use that back marker to their advantage to maybe close up towards the front two. But yeah, looking right now, Ryan Barneveld is absolutely buzzing, right? He's P1, 1.4 seconds in the advantage, looking really, really strong. And actually, BS plus Turner, they look so good. They look consistent. And this is something that they were lacking in our first iteration of the Infinity. Didn't really look like, I tell you what, 3 wide coming around the final couple of corners here. Suelo Almeida currently, I'll tell you what, yeah, it was kind of, you're either going to take your foot off the gas there, or you're going to end up going fully sideways, as Richie Stanaway is now P11. 4-man Racing, by the way, have moved up to a top 10, and Arnage have moved up as well. So Team Redline 2 here have had a mistake somewhere along the line as well, similarly to Team 707.
Yeah, Stanaway is definitely, well, the difference, I guess, is that Stanaway has lost places, whereas Landa stayed in the same place, just lost a bit of time. So not entirely sure quite what that mistake was, because Arnage weren't exactly that far behind him before all of that, and so they may have a bit of battle between the two.
By the way. Swellier was 9th, Love 46 as well, so they were battling together for a top 9. So it looks like something might have happened between those two. As Apex, by the way, the only team using their push to pass lap.
Yeah, maybe they did come together there. That seems like a reasonable explanation for it. Not entirely sure why Apex are using their push to pass down towards the chicane this time. They're not really near anyone, either being threatened or threatening someone else. But deciding it was worth a bit of a push of the button anyway. We certainly are reaching that stage in the race where it's used a lot less, and you don't need it quite as much, although it is being used here for Alberto Senau, getting through into 23rd position right now. But that's happening quite a lot further down the order compared to the drivers inside the top 10 we were just focusing in on. But yeah, a couple of mistakes starting to creep in.
Yeah, every position's worth a point as well, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why you're seeing people battling frantically all over the circuit. The way the point system works is 44 points for the win, and it goes all the way down to last position where it's 1 point, or I guess it's 2 points for 43 teams. There's Moritz Lohner, everybody's favourite sim racer / pro racing driver. He actually had a test of Allied Racing in a Porsche only yesterday, or over the weekend, to be fair. And as you can see, he's right up in behind RAG. Oh, sorry, no, he's not. He's a bit further back, actually, than that. The Apex Racing Team 1, we're saying about them using the push to pass. I think they're trying to get within range of saving fuel coming up towards the pit stop phase. So I think that might be what they are trying to do. Where is Moritz Lohner in all of this, by the way? What position is he in?
He's just about to pass into 25th position ahead of Kieran Harrison in the Sim RC. This should be a fairly easy move for Moritz Lohner, and it is. He goes down the inside, passing Kieran Harrison, who I'm surprised to see racing in an IndyCar, to be honest, because he was recently crowned TCR champion in the IMSA Global Esports Michelin, whatever the order those words come in. That championship, won TCR there with his teammate at Sim RC. Corrington Guinness, so I was just remembering his name there. Corrington Guinness and Kieran Harrison winning that one together. So I'm surprised to see him in an IndyCar. You couldn't get 2 more different cars, to be honest.
Yeah, some say that Arjuna is still saying the title of that championship from week 1 right now. It's quite a long one, that's for sure. But yeah, IndyCar is completely different. Now, Summit Moritz Lohner, you wouldn't necessarily expect to see him either. He is exceptional in Tin Top GT3s, GT4s, exceptional in Carrera Cup. He probably would have made the... Oh, hello, Kieran Harrison. oh, it looks cool, but unfortunately it's not quick. But I tell you what, I'll take looking cool today. Yeah, Moritz Lohner is indeed, yeah, a bit of a tin-top specialist, so this is very much different as we wave goodbye to Italy as they go past and make a move.
Yeah, race winners from the last race, of course, picking up their first race win. The 11th team, by the way, to become a race winner in the VCO Infinity or ProSim Infinity Infinity rounds. Obviously, it wasn't this actual team; it was that Team 2, but Team 1 getting forward nevertheless through into Turn 1 once again. So we reached just about the halfway mark in this race right now, and a pit stop. I just wonder whether this is the first scheduled one we're going to see today.
Yeah, well, it's nearly pretty much bang on the middle of the race, right? So 22 minutes 30 will be bang on the middle. So yeah, lifted up, and yeah, we're going to see a change of tyres as well, and just a quick stop. Back out we go. Job's good.
Absolutely. Let's hope that was scheduled anyway. I hope that wasn't for damage there for Visceral. But either way, they're back out there again now as Gary Bolly is continuing to lose time. A good qualifying. And was actually on provisional pole for a period of time in that session, but slips back a little bit, and he's certainly slipping back further now. It's almost getting to a point where you'd be surprised to see him at the top 10. You'd be surprised to see him in the top 10 by the end of the race. It's looking that bad for him at the minute.
Yeah, but is it a case of just saving fuel again to have a really, really short stop and manage to gain a few positions up the road? Again, the gaps are quite big, but it might be a case of trying to stretch out a set of tyres so we can go on to the red walls, the softer of the two tyres, near the end of the race, and maybe be a little bit quicker at the end. So there are a few things that, you don't qualify in the top 3 and then lose that pace miraculously going into the race. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on this one. He is wearing a suit after all, so definitely serious mode engaged.
Yeah, absolutely. And why not? As the race leader, Ryan Barneveld comes in just over the halfway mark, making the tricky run down pit lane, or down the entry there, sorry. And yeah, most of the drivers behind following him in, although Valentin Mandanak carries on.
This is going to be interesting here. Are we going to stay on board with this? Hopefully we are. Mandanak will momentarily take the lead of this race, but it's all about Barneveld, who is in that yellow and blue car. He's on screen right now, and then you've got indeed Alanda just in behind him. Has Alanda saved enough fuel here to maybe jump him in the pits? No, Barneveld's being dropped down quicker, and I think you'll find that BS Turner car is going to come out. Yeah, he's going to come out a little bit quicker. I think Alanda has gained maybe a couple of tenths, nothing crazy, but he will be now right behind him once again, as we are now on board with Mandanak. Mandanak in the R8G car takes the lead, 2.2 seconds in the lead, using a bit of push to pass here to try and get to the pits as quickly as he possibly can, trying to drain it, I would imagine, and then maybe he wants to try and get as close to the front drivers as possible to maybe sit in their slipstream, and if he doesn't have push to pass, he can kind of maybe gain the advantage by being just behind them.
I'm not sure what happened to Alanda there, by the way, on the exit of the pit lane, because he was right behind Barneveld as he exited, but really struggled to get away, and Senau is right on the back of him. So's Luca Kita, who have both gained a bit of time. We'll get some pit stop times a little bit later and talk about that a little bit, because there have been some slightly shorter ones for a few, but either way, yeah, there's a bit of time in that between Barneveld and Alanda. We'll just have to see where Valentin Mandanak comes out in relation to everybody else now for R8G.
Around the final few corners then for our net race leader, we believe. Oh, he's into the wall! Oh, he's pushed too hard! And the BS plus Turner car, who was pretty easily going to be in the lead of this race and pick up the race victory, has thrown it all away. I cannot believe what I've just seen. And he is absolutely gut-wrenched here. Mandanak will come out in P3. He didn't need to push. He really did not need to push there. Ryan Barneveld is going to be absolutely gutted here. It was almost a freebie. There's more mistakes happening. Is Mandanak now is off the circuit here as well. And with those cold tyres, he almost beaches the car. But having cold tyres with this car is proving to be a massive factor. And maybe the overcut was the idea to be quick, as we see another car of the circuit. Stanaway in the Redline car having a bad day here as well. And in quick succession, we actually saw this with the Indy car in the first race. But once the pit stop phase happens, it's done and dusted. It takes so long to get those tyres back into a decent range. And unfortunately, this is going to be painful for a good couple of laps here. It really is now. Take your medicine. Your race could have ended up like Ryan Barneveld. You're going to lose a couple of positions here, but take your medicine and guarantee yourself some points. Alanda could be about to put his team onto that top step of the podium and be our 6th different winner in terms of a team of the day. Team 707 lead by 0.8 of a second. Urano Esports Data Group then are in second, but I tell you what, Team 707, he is struggling here. So those tyres do take a couple of laps to get warm, but absolute drama here at Road Atlanta, Ewan. Whew, taking my breath away.
Yeah, I can't quite believe that really from Ryan Barneveld, and I don't think he could either. He looked more in disbelief than in despair, really. Just clipping the inside curb, there was nobody really around him. It just shows how deadly that final corner is. It's not just a BMW thing with the LMDH, it is an IndyCar thing as well. Another curb there for Mandenak. That wasn't cold tyres, really. That was a mistake. You don't really want to clip the curb down there. Mandenak did. And he's paid the price for it, down in 10th place in a battle with Monaco Esports. Stanaway avoided that, but he hits a curb as well. I'm not entirely sure this is all down to cold tyres, but drivers just misjudging it, getting things wrong, and clipping these curbs, even at Road Atlanta, where they're not particularly noticeably bad at Road Atlanta. But in the IndyCar, you don't want to use them really at all, apart from in very, very few areas like there. But that's about it, really. Down here at the bottom of the hill, you don't want to use them either at this right-hander or when it just shimmies to the left and right again. You don't want to use them as Mandenak and Stanaway did there, and that's what's causing these drivers to go off.
I think, I'm going to be honest with you, Ewan, we're going to disagree here. I think it's 100% the tyres. Again, they are using the curbs pretty much on every single lap, the same places where we've seen mistakes happen, but you just can't recover. I just see another mistake here once again there. So that is the number 7, that's Stanaway, right? So yeah, Stanaway in the number 70. Oh. And yeah, once you light the tyres up again, it's now the opposite way. They're overheated, so they're like bubblegum, and they just will not grip. Urano, by the way, the data group Urano, are now half a second behind Team 707. Yeah, to get these tyres into a decent range where you're just not sliding off the circuit. I just think it's too much of a coincidence for those incidents to happen right after they've all done a pit stop. And you saw with the first one with Stanaway there, his car just got a little bit sideways on a little jump, and that's normally quite recoverable with decent warm tyres, but ultimately with them being cold, it's like driving, you know, it's like tarmac to concrete with your tyres being that cold, and ultimately the car just slides away from you. But that's, again, this is why we're not driving, because we don't really know what we're talking about.
No, we don't really know, and it's fine to disagree with me as well, by the way. Lewis McGlade pretty much does that every sentence I've ever said, so it's fine.
Because he's always wrong.
But yeah, I'm joking, of course. But yeah, I mean, it's a conundrum that we'll need to get to the bottom of, and these drivers will as well, because this is not the last IndyCar race of the day, far from it. And so if this is something that's going to carry over to the other circuits that they're going to have to tackle here throughout the 24 hours, then that's going to be something that needs to be worked out on the fly by these teams, or just cutting out one or two of the silly mistakes. Who knows? On or when they're getting out the pit lane here. But Luca Kita certainly seems to be a little bit quicker than Valtteri Alander. It would be fantastic to see 6 different teams take victory in 6 different races, but at the moment the odds are slightly stacking against them. Urano Esports and Luca Kita are closing in.
I will say one thing here. I think the Urano Esports data group have used more push to pass. I would love to get the stats on that. I'm not sure whether we're going to be able to get the stats on that, but yeah, I think they've used more push to pass. I don't think Team 707 have used it at all, being out in the front there, so they've got a lot in the tank here. I think Luca Kita is going to be all about driving ability here. There's going to be no assist from the car whatsoever, but to get into this position, they've had to work hard, they've had to use that. Now it's all about just sticking around, trying to force a mistake here. I think the kind of most prevalent mistake area has happened. Team Redline won. 4.2 seconds back, they'll take a P3 all day long, no problem whatsoever. Apex Racing team, they probably need to gain a couple of spots, they're being in P4. 4-man racing, with probably the best logo in sim racing, are in P6. It's an incredible turn of events.
It is, and it's one of the best liveries as well that we've seen. I love the low effort there, or the no effort, some would say. But a great performance from Jose Soraya there to be in 6th place, chasing down Arnage, who have had a quiet one, but have sneaked their way into the top 5. So, yeah, we've had some really good performances. And it does just so, we've seen it time and again, actually, in these races. Staying out of trouble is really proving to be very, very useful, and you're seeing that with the way that Urano Esports Data Group and Team Redline won are top 2 in this championship again. Is that they're the best at being able to stay out of trouble. And while Outer Esports, for example, was able to stay with them for the first 4 races, they're starting to slip back now as the kind of, the relentlessness of these races really starts to take effect.
Yeah, it's really not fair having Team Redline in any competition, to be honest. They just seem to have an edge in every aspect of sim racing, and then more so than what we're seeing here. It's their consistency again that's being showcased. That's why they got, what, a 21-point gap before coming into this, although it will be closed a little bit if Data Group do finish ahead of them. We've got Mandanak, Ladic, and indeed Woods. Ladic, by the way, in P11 after the earlier altercation, so again, just not making a mistake by running into a wall, by saving it there as well. Off we go. Race leader's gone. Alanda, who's just gone off. Wow, it was like a Back to the Future moment there. We don't need roads where we're going. And, well, Alanda comes back out in third, and Kita has been given an absolute freebie. And that is not down to cold tyres.
Yeah, he's been given an early present there, I think. Nearly 3.5 seconds of a lead now. Alanda just making the mistake on his own, gets on the grass twice on the way into turn 1. Dear me. That is a mistake from Alanda. His team 707 will be denied a VCO Infinity win by the looks of things, at least in this one. Yeah, he's even going to come under pressure for this podium now, as Elvis Rankin is going to be pretty close, really. And there's going to be a fight for third happening now in the final 10 minutes.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate indeed there. And my question is why? Why? I understand that they're trying to open up turn number 1 the best they possibly can. You've got 12 minutes, 30 seconds left of the race. Just have a bit of insurance there. Yeah, run onto the white line, but don't attempt to run onto the grass. Like, what you're going to be gaining, maybe a couple of, hundredths of a second a lap. It's probably not worth it, I would say. Probably not worth it, especially with all the push to pass. Alanda's really found that the hard way. And actually, to be still P3 is quite remarkable, but now you'll see him being able to drive away from ranking just because they've got so much push to pass. They haven't used any during this race, really. Have they got enough to maybe get back up to the lead? And you can see he is absolutely furious. You can see how angry he is because his head's gone completely red.
Yeah, it doesn't look particularly pleased with his driving performance so far, but yeah, we'll be just kind of draining the last bits of push to pass out now. All of these drivers will be, because we are getting towards the end of the race. If I was Luca Kita anyway, I would certainly be getting rid of the rest of it and just cruising at this point if possible. But for some of the others, there's still battles to be won and lost here. David Toff is not too far behind Elvis Rankin here. I thought Orlando was going to come under more pressure than this early on, but the battle may be for 4th as Autos Esports do just gain a couple more positions. Mandanak trying to find his feet again here in quite a lively battle for 10th here.
Yeah, Hugo's just said in our production or commentary chat that Kita punched the air with happiness. I'm not sure how he knows it was happiness, but when Alanda spun, so yeah, Kita in the lead. But I tell you what, Bennett is using push to pass and he's closing that gap. And by the time we get to the end of this 11 minutes, I reckon Bennett might be up Kita's fart box.
Oh, let's. I don't know. It's not long to go and a bit of a gap at the minute. So I don't know. We'll find out. There's certainly a guaranteed battle here, though. Mandanak just hasn't found his feet again since that spin on the exit of the pit lane. He's been really struggling ever since, and Vanalosta really wants some of these points. Autos Esports trying to get back on track here after a really good start to their race. They had a poor race with the Formula or the IR 18, whatever. No, not the. You know what it's called, whatever it is. They had a bad race, I'm afraid, at Spa, and they're going to need to recover from that now with this one.
Yeah, 100% there. Vanalosta's going to take full advantage here, and Mandanak's probably psychologically burnt out. Had a chance to win this race. Obviously, we saw other drivers throw it away, so he could be in the lead of the race with Ryan Barneveld chucking it away. And then he did very much the same. What was it, the next corner, wasn't it? It was actually the next corner. It's mind-blowing how this race has gone down. Mandanak's got to take solace again, similarly to a lot of other drivers, that he's still in the race. He's still going to score points. Barneveld will score points, but they're going to be single digits, which is not ideal in the slightest. Well, you said you weren't too sure that we're going to see Bennett close up to the back of Kita. Kita's starting to really feel the pressure because he's starting to use his push to pass a little bit more. The gap's now 2.5 seconds. It was down to 2.3. Well, when we saw Kita go into the lead, it was 4 seconds. So the gap is coming down. Bennett may have a surprise to Kita yet, and that fist pump to be celebrating a potential race win might be a little bit too early.
I think, though, that there's a clue behind him just there as to how that gap has come down. There's the BS Turner car and another one as well has just been put a lap down. I believe it was Wolf Team Racing, I think Rodrigo, also being put a lap down there. Ryan Barrichello still 27th, and he's back out there again now. You can see the obvious pace that he has, but I'm afraid just that one tiny mistake at the final corner has given away any chance of a good result here in this race, I'm afraid. So he's just going to trail the race leader throughout the rest of the day, but I think most of that gap has come down as a result of Luca Kita having to battle his way past both of those two.
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? Fair play to Barrichello. He's still out there. I've seen a couple of teams who have not taken the option to come back out of the pits, and ultimately it's only going to cost your team over the course of the 24 hours. Barrichello, being a pro, of course, he will come back out. He will try and get as many points as he can. It's just, you've got to learn from it. Arnage competition, by the way, have just made a move then on Apex Racing Team down towards that final chicane. Push to pass being used by both teams here. Elvis Rankin then trying to retake the spot. 8 minutes to go. Around the final corner, we will come up towards that start-finish line. No real move to be made into turn number 1. It's a little bit too quick. And really, you've got to be patient through here because the undulation in the corner, the blind summit up here as well, it's very difficult to find any space. So you've got to kind of wait, really, for that long run down towards that final corner once again.
Yeah, there's no real overtaking opportunity other than that move at the final chicane. You've just got to wait until that point, really, to make your move. Luckily, it's a short circuit, and that final chicane comes around just over every minute, so you don't have to wait too long. But you do have to stay close enough, and at the moment, Elvis Rankin's not doing that, really, unless he gets a really good run out of the right-hander at turn 7. To use here. He's not really got push to pass. He's not using any, if he does have any, and he's not gaining in the slipstream anywhere near quickly enough either. So Arnage's competition looked like 4th place. It's going to be theirs, just for the minute, as some more lap traffic just closes in front of him, and that's the 4-man racing come flying down the inside of Elvis Rankin, who now drops to 6th.
A top 5 position here potentially for Jose Soria for the 4-man racing team. And I'll tell you what, people who are in the chat right now, I'll ask you a serious question, a bit of trivia for you all. Why do you think that 4-man racing are called 4-man racing?
I bet they won't be able to work that out.
Oh, I bet they can't. I'm just trying to test the Twitch chat. You know, it can be tough on Twitch chat sometimes.
Yeah, I have a feeling he might get that one, to be fair. As Valentin Mandanak gets passed, by Williams Esports. I believe that's a remarkable recovery from them, actually. Moreno Sirica, I think he was outside the top 30. Now knocking on the door of a top 10. Remarkable drive.
And that's kind of the grit and determination that you expect from Williams Esports. They won 2 events last weekend at the Sim Racing Expo. So again, the team's on a massive high at the moment. So you expect them to be getting big performances out of their drivers. And sometimes you don't qualify well, sometimes you make mistakes in races. But this points system rewards drivers for sticking around, and we see a lovely battle here once again. 4-man racing battling with Arnage competition and Apex Racing teams. Apex then cut a later Apex here than Arnage. Arnage are not going to be able to make a move up towards turn 1, and if they do, it has to be special. It has to be exceptionally special. It's not quite going to work out. 4-man racing still hold firm. Over the top of the crest they come. Now they come through the downhill chicane, and then they've got the sweeping right-hander. Through the valley they come for a second of our chicanes. And then we've got this very tough left-hander where they can run up over on a curb. You can almost go onto the gravel there on the exit, grabbing a bit of grass. And as we come up then towards the double right-hander, they've only got that long straight to go before we head into the final corners of the final few laps.
Yeah, I have to say, after riding on board here with Elvis Rankin, he's looking a bit loose at the rear end, a little bit twitchy at the moment here for Apex Racing Team, and that's never a good place to be in this car. You can't really save it once it's going. It's completely gone, and so Rankin there is really having to wrestle with that one right now, and he's not going to have a chance to go down the inside of the final chicane in these final 5 minutes. Arnage's competition were briefly into 4th, but 4-man racing just looks stronger here at this point, and it looks like they might well be able to get 4th place for 4-man racing, which has a nice ring to it.
Yeah, and they've also managed to save a bit of push to pass as well near the end here, so they're able to just drive away from Arnage. You can see the Apex Racing Team have not been able to hang on to the back of this, although that's a lot of curb being taken here, lots of risks being taken. You can see there the new Arnage team shirt. I actually got given one of those. Pink suits me. So yeah, can't wait to be using that at some point. We then got them trying to chase down the top 4. Sorry, Ewan.
I have to be honest, it's not as pink as I would like.
Oh, it is. No, it really is. The camera's not doing it justice.
Oh, is it? Okay. I'm glad about that, because if that's all the pink there is to it, then I'm quite disappointed, if I'm honest. But yeah, there we are. I need to get a full viewing. Clearly, though, not a lot of push to pass, if any, because he's not using any right now and seems to be, or may well be coming under threat from ranking. I think the Apex Racing team might be a bit too far behind. Soraya is certainly too far away to get down the inside of into the final chicane.
Yeah, 5 laps to go here then for our race number 6. It's looking like we're going to see the first team pick up a second victory of the day. So Urano Esports Data Group, Luca Kita at the wheel, currently leads. Gap of about 2.5 seconds. Benecke keeps closing up for Team Redline 1, but then Kita responds. So they've got a bit of push to pass to use. You see that the 4-man racing team got a bit out of shape there, but luckily kept it in check. Lots of curbs still being used here. People taking lots of chances. Arnage then David Toff, who is a bit of an open wheel specialist, loves a bit of high downforce action, leaning on the weight transfer on the exits of corners. It just kind of suits his driving style. Looking to try and get that top 4. Bennett, Alanda, Kita, all the top 3 now. Top 4, Soraya as well, all using their push to pass. Has Toff got any to use here? No, he has not. So Team 4 Racing are very much in the driver's seat to take a top 4. And I tell you what, that for me, and again, I don't want to do them a disservice as a team, that for me is performance of the day so far.
I thought that onboard there from David Toff was very, very telling, actually. He just kind of almost, there was almost a resignatory look on his face, if that's a word, and almost kind of a drop of the shoulders, a bit of a sigh. And he was like, I haven't got any push to pass here. I can't do anything. And it's really a big struggle to get through. And so, that's the position he's found himself in at the minute, I'm afraid. Really just not able to go anywhere. And this position does look like it's going to go to 4-man racing unless they run out of push to pass in this next lap. If they've still got some left, I think they'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah, I hope resignatory isn't a word, just because we might have made up an epic word. So I'm not too sure about that. My English levels are not quite as high, clearly, here as Ewan's, but if someone can check that out, I'm sure someone on Twitch chat would love to call us out as commentators. They love it. As we head then down, I don't think Toff has got any push to pass. Actually, it's Rankin behind him. He's got push to pass, and Soraya ahead, who has it as well. Gap at the front, by the way, 3.3 seconds. This is a really good performance from Urano Esports Data Group. But again, they've had a couple of poor races so far, so as much as this is incredible for them, the gap is probably only going to come down by 1 point. The gap will be 20 points between Team Redline 1 and Urano Esports Data Group. The gap between them two, although there was only one Urano team, there's 2 this time around. They didn't have the Data Group behind the name. It was 3 points between them after the whole 24 races last time out. So Urano are looking to now push towards closing that gap, and maybe we will see that frantic fight between the two. David Toff using every part of the track and more as we head up towards that last minute of this race. Kita, Bennett, Alanda, your top 3. How Alanda's still in the top 3 is mind-blowing, but he's done it. So again, probably should have gone out and won this race, managed to make a mistake and hold on to P3. Soraya in P4, 4-man racing, probably the best performance so far relatively to all of our drivers in the championship. We've then got David Toff, who we're on board with in a top 5 ranking. We've then got Yup Delict, we've got Sanchez, Almeida and Fenalosa. Almeida back up to P9 actually. It's gone under the radar here. So that is your top 10. But it's looking very likely here, Ewan, that we're going to see a double race win in the first 6 hours for Urano Esports.
Yeah, the first repeat winner of the VCO Infinity for this edition. Anyway, for ProSIM Infinity, looks like Urano Esports are going to get the first repeat win, but it's Luca Kita's first win in a VCO Infinity event. I do believe he was driving in the other one, but didn't actually manage to take any race wins. It'll be Urano Esports' 5th race win as well, by the way, in VCO Infinity overall. Second one in this particular edition. I think Soraya is going to have enough here, by the way. He's got enough push to pass, in my opinion, and I think he'll be okay for 4th. This is very lively, though. 17th position. Team Fordzilla at the moment have got this one with Peopev. Round the outside into the final lap for them, battling with all sorts of drivers. There's about 6 of them involved in this. Mex Jensen for Visceral, one of them. And, goodness me, that's a big mess.
Yeah, well, you got from one extreme to the other, 3 wide going through the final lap towards then already a fist pump here. I wouldn't do that. We've seen some Indy cars facing the wrong way through things like that, but he is very happy. It's Luca Kita who will pick up another victory. We have a battle for P2 here. There's a Bennett. May have run out of fuel here. I think he's run out of fuel because the gap was quite big, and Alanda is going to pick up a P2.
Well, Landa basically dumped all of his push to pass in the final few laps there. He was using it not only on the back straight, but in the kind of mini straights in between corners as well on that last lap. And Landa was draining the push to pass. I think he just caught Luke Bennett on merit there. I'm not sure, because Luke Bennett did do a 1 minute 6.1. I'm not sure if there's a mistake preceding this. I think this is just a fight, and what a fight it was. Round the outside in the chicane, side by side on the way out, but inside line for the final corner is given a Landa second for Team 707.
Oh, Bennett, he just turned around and said, if you're going to make the overtake, you've got to do this the hard way. Go around the outside of me. And Landa said, thank you very much for the invitation. I will accept that. And I'll send it back saying, I will be there. P2 it will be for Team 707. And, well, yeah, to be fair, Landa has got every right to be a little bit annoyed with not winning the race, but to get P2, to get ahead of Bennett on the end there. Fair play to him. He got rid of the disappointment out of his system, and well, that is a great result. But the day belongs really to Luca Kita. You can see how happy he was. And here are your race winners then. Urano Esports Data Group and Luca Kita. Congratulations to them, our first double winners of the day. And well, we are now a quarter of the way through our 24 races. Luca Kita is a race winner. We've then got Valtteri Alanda in second spot, Luke Bennett in third, Jose Soria in fourth position, David Toth is in fifth. We then got Elvis Rankin in sixth, the first of our pro drivers. Then we've got Joop de Ligt in seventh. We've got Pedro Sanchez in eighth, Suelio Almeida in ninth position, and Carlos Fenalosa in 10th.
In that 11th position, Monaco Esports just missing out on that top 10. Moreno Sirico with one of the best drivers in this race for Williams up to 12th. Lewis Woods gaining a couple of places for Impulse 13th. Valentin Mandernak's going to be disappointed with 14th for RHG as Zenith round out the top 15. Then it was Alberto Senao and Peo Pev there fighting off a whole host of drivers towards the end for 17th there, including Race Clutch, Visceral Esports and Harvu to round out the top 20.
Next 10 drivers then, it's Leo Garibaldi, who qualified P3 and unfortunately finishes down in 21st. Gergo Baldi in 22nd. And then we've got a whole heap of drivers who finish a lap down. Matthias Havdal, Ryan Barneveld, who, that's a great recovery drive actually. Richard Yep then in 25th. Brandon Treno, Thomas Imberg. We've got Richie Stanaway, Johan Ruya, and we've got Connor Bell as your top 30.
Moritz Lerner, I'm afraid, 31st. He's going to be disappointed with that. Erwin Liskovitz will be at 32nd for Carbon. Then Alexander Davidson for Pure Sims and Fenwick Rodrigo with another incident, actually a second incident for Wolf Team Racing to finish 34th. Kieran Harrison down in 35th for SimRC. Then it was Wave Italy Racing Team at 136th. We had a Brabham Esports, Rocket Sim Sport, Absolute Motorsport, Asliv Sim Racing, goodness me, 39th ahead of Triton, rounding out the top 40. And a few more who didn't make it to the flag was Cooking Racing Adventures, Geek Energy, Beeler and BS Competition, all retiring fairly early on.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is race 6 of 24. We're at the quarter-way mark. It is still Team Redline that lead the way, but I think it's by only around about 20 points to Urano Esports Data Group. And while you in your first race, was it what you expected? Was there any surprises?
Yeah, a little bit. I suppose the amount of overtakes we saw was a little bit surprising to me. I thought it would be, maybe some people would be saying it was a bit of a quiet race, but I thought it would be even quieter than that, to be honest, in terms of the amount of overtakes that happened. But there were good fights. There were big surprises as well. The drama that we saw on cold tyres on the exit of the pit lane there was a big surprise to me, and something that the drivers are going to have to get a handle on for the next IndyCar race, although that is coming up in a few hours' time. So yeah, I guess it kind of went to form, but also there were one or two surprises in there.
Well, me and Ewan had a disagreement during that race, but now you're about to see some real disagreement because we've got father and son duo of Lewis McGlade and Ewan O'Leary. We're going to step away break very shortly, and that means that I can step away, and I'll be back tomorrow at around about 7 a.m. UK time, 8 a.m. European time. But I cannot wait to see Ewan and Lewis do their thing.
Well, we're a quarter down in VCO ProSIM Infinity. It's been an interesting 6 races, that that can be said. I'm Lewis McGlade, joined by apparently my son in Ewan O'Leary over there. Ewan, talk to us about that last race. Absolutely insane. Valtteri Alander having the lead, dropping it. Ryan Barneveld also being up there. R8G dropping it. Redline dropping it. I mean, absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it wasn't all-out action from start to finish, but it was certainly dramatic. There's no question about that. I thought that Ryan Barneveld was going to walk away with it. He ended up crashing out from the lead. Then Valtteri Alander went wide from the lead and then came back to get second, which was a miracle, really. So yeah, a great race, very dramatic. But we're going to see a very different race coming up next, I think it's fair to say. GT3s at Fuji. Not a combination we've seen, of course, too much of yet. Fuji is a still relatively new circuit, really. To iRacing, and Fuji obviously new to VCO Infinity as well, so we'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, of course, the very first race of this VCO ProSIM Infinity was taken to the Fuji International Speedway, of course, in the Dallara IR18. It was an okay race. I think that's the way I'll put it. It was won by Lorenzo Colombo from pole position. He did kind of walk it a little bit. Whether we'll see very much the same thing, I think not. This car races very, very differently, and most importantly, Ewan, well, I mean, it's 11 o'clock here in the UK. It's midnight over in Europe, where a lot of these drivers, a lot of these teams, and all the people behind the scenes at VCO are, which means we're about to go night racing as well. That'll be interesting.
It will be. It'll be very different as well, because Fuji is not like Daytona in any way, in terms of the lighting that is provided. So it is actually going to be a challenge for them, which is obviously different. Yeah, well, oh God, Christ, us, yeah. It's going to be very difficult for us, but we're going to have fun. There's going to be a lot of cars out there. It's going to be, it's going to be great fun. So we'll see how it goes. But as you mentioned, I think the IndyCar's not racing well at Fuji was more down to the IndyCar rather than Fuji. Although we're about to find out whether which one was at fault.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I hope you're right. I think I'd agree. The IndyCar, Fuji, and the way that the gearing was set up and whatnot, it doesn't really fit too well to Fuji, and that's fine. Yeah, that happens every now and then. Got to be said, I still feel this is open, championship-wise. We don't have points because obviously they're still confirming everything behind the scenes for the previous race. The one before, obviously, Redline, the Team Redline 1 car is leading, but Urano been closing in. That victory is going to help them. I know, obviously, the way the points work for anyone sat at home, 44 for the winner, and then 3, 2, 1. It's one point for every position, right? It's just nothing crazy. Taking a victory doesn't really outweigh too much from a second place. You know my opinion when it comes to it. I'm being told we do have points, but it does mean that Urano have closed in ever so slightly. So the gap is now 19 points behind Team Redline, that Urano Esports data group. But 2 victories to the name. The first team to have done that, Alexei Nesov and Luka Kita, taking those. Bigger gaps being formed though behind Altus, R8G, 707. They'll be a little bit irritated, won't they, with Valtteri Alander dropping that race victory.
Yeah, you'd say so, but once again, it's becoming a bit of a 2-horse race already. We saw Redline and Urano battle this one out and go so close, of course, in VCO Infinity back in May. It's looking like a very similar story once again, but as you mentioned, 1 point of position, it's really hard to gain points back. So even though it looks like Urano were only 19 points back, they can get that back. It does mean that they're going to struggle to get those points back, particularly because I don't think Redline have finished outside the top 5 yet, and they haven't indeed. 5th is their worst finish so far, and if they can continue that going forward, then that's better than they did at the one they won earlier on this season. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like a lot, but these points are really, really hard to get back.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's going to be a difficult run for anyone trying to close down. As we can see the starting grid. So Altus Esports will start from pole position with the Glazius behind the wheel alongside Quinton Violarte for RHG Esports. Zenith, BS Turner, and then the Was Cooking Racing Adventures car rounds out the top 5, meaning no Team Redline inside that top 5. Max Benecke has a bit of a challenge to get himself up involved. Team PGZ with Sam Ward behind the wheel. Tim Yarshall for Dur Esports will start from 8th position. And let's all get confused, ladies and gentlemen. White, blue and black, 8th, 9th and 10th for all different teams. Kei Kajima for BS Competition and the Apex Racing team belonging to Luke McEwen. And Eric Andre in 11th position with Brabham Esports and Sean Campbell starting one of the very few 3 consecutive race streaks is Sean Campbell. So good luck to him on that one. Reese Carroll in 13th position with Elias Riker for Monaco Esports. The Sky Rene 707, of course, the team that was looking so strong in the previous race before we get to the Urano Esports HKM. Konstantin Schaaf behind the wheel. Obsidian and Wave Italy Racing round out the top 18, along with 19th position for them as well. 4-Man Racing in 20th after that great result in the previous race, and we'll let them all roll their way through. You can see Rocket Esports, Williams. We'll see if there are any other ones that are kind of standing out as being completely out of position. Right now, I think there are a couple that will be a bit further down, because there's one team that we didn't see, the Urano Esports Data Group team. The ones that are second in that title race, I do not believe they have put a lap time on the board. And you can see Alexei Nesov there in 35th position. Team Redline 2 alongside them. Ooh, there's a lot of cars that never put a lap time onto that board, you, and it's that is not the time to do it. Well, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with the grid, because you can see Altus Esports with that fantastic pole position. I mean, like I say, they're going to be in a great position for the race, but it's going to be a tricky one. They're not going to be exactly let off the hook by RHG, who will be desperate to at least get themselves back involved, right?
Yeah, they certainly are, and you know, there are some really, really good drivers and teams outside of the top 30, in and around the top 30, in that sort of area, who are going to look to make up positions. Thomas Cope down in 29th, look out for him, but also alongside Alexei Nesov is Gianni Vecchio in 36th at the minute. Spencer Kostovitz 39th, Adam Isaacson 40th. All of these are very experienced and very good GT3 drivers, and for them to be that far down is well, surprising, first of all, but also exciting for us in the race.
Yes, indeed. Now, it is quite a long run here, because we've got to wait for the pace car to pull into the pit lane and then have that incredibly long run down towards the first corner. It was a delayed start in the first race. Lorenzo Colombo did not want to go too early. I wonder if we're going to see the same thing here. What would you do, Ewan? Would you go straight away as soon as that pace car comes in, or would you wait a little bit?
I would wait a little bit, but not all the way to the line, because I feel like if you do it straight away, it's kind of predictable. And if you do it right at the end, it's also predictable. So we'll see. And it looks like he is at least waiting a little bit.
There he goes. There he goes. Altus Esports, Tristan Iglesias does set off from the front of the field. And let's all get ready to get confused as we head into the night here and into the second quarter of the VCO ProSIM Infinity. Zenith going on the attack of BS Turner and RHG. But it is that BS Turner car going straight around the outside. Phil Dinez behind the wheel. Big crash going into the background. I think that might be the Urano Esports. I wouldn't say it's a data group car. There's Apex also backwards as they all head their way down the hill. It's a bit of a chaotic affair, and we're seeing even more. My goodness, no one can keep it on the track.
Oh!
Whoa!
Onto the roof. That's Harvu, who have gone straight up and over and onto their roof completely. The 99 Monaco Esports involved. That was on a straight, by the way. How on earth did that happen? Not entirely sure. It was Konstantin Schaaf, by the way, the Urano car that went around in the opening moments of that one. The data group car of Alexei Nesov already into 19th. It just shows what you can do as you pick your way through the chaos.
Yeah, Max Benecke is dropping backwards as well, as we can see a little bit of contact there between Brabham and the Tim Yarshall for Dur Esports, getting past Max Benecke down to 9th. There's a bit of a spin as well. Ward gets spun round. Team PGZ, got to say, by the way, bit of a shout out to Brabham Esports, no bias hashtag and all that. Circle a light box, liking that looks sick. I didn't know you could do that.
No, well, I'm still trying to spot it, to be honest, but yeah, we'll get a look at it in a minute.
The 62. He's blind. Ladies and gentlemen, Ewan O'Leary cannot see.
It is a bit dark. as the 97 goes off. Adam Smalley, the pro driver there at Apex. There's Gianni Vecchio also off the road. He's just going to tuck in behind Schaaf there, who's gotten back going again. It just shows that Urano driver who went around turn 1 completely is already back nearly inside the top 30 again, because I mean, so many drivers went off on the run up towards turn 3 there as everybody dives into turn 1 again.
Yeah, that was the Wave Italy racing car. Luzio sending it down the inside at that first corner. On board with Love 46. Thomas Coke behind the wheel. You've got Impulse directly ahead. That'll be Shepherds. This is for 16th position. You've got Alex Spets also ahead. One of the I did get confused. I saw an A. Spets for Visceral earlier, and you can see there on there it did A. Spets for Visceral and A. Spets for Williams. Not the same person. We're okay. It did confuse me very briefly as we're seeing more issues inside the top 10. Ricardo Rico switching over positions with Phil Denez briefly though. Third position still being held by the Zenith Esports driver. R8G and Altus starting to pull away just a touch. Set Source as well hanging on to the top 5 with the Was Cooking Racing Adventures car. Did see quite a lot of defence happening from Tim Yarshall back to Sean Campbell. And of course that tight fight with Max Benecke, who's not looking to get involved too much in this fight. Wants to go for the title. They're not bothered about anything else, but they are way ahead of the Urano Esports data group car that they are really fighting with in this title race.
They certainly are. Nesov did get up to 19th. He's down to 20th now. And so that's still a gain of 12 points from Benecke there, even though he is losing 7 to Autos at the moment at the top there. They do already have a 37-point advantage over Autos, though, so they won't be too worried about those guys just for the minute. Very interesting, though, to see how this is developing as Tristan Iglesias just briefly defends into towards turn 1 there. RHG not really having the intention of going down the inside.
Yeah, there is Sean Campbell and Tim Yarshall. A little bit of side-by-side contact, and you can see the Bravum Esports make its way past. I think Benecke might find his way past Yarshall. These two, I think there might be a bit of damage or a slowdown penalty for Yarshall as he ran out wide, and that Dur Esports car has gone back behind Kei Kashiba and down to the back end of the top 10, whilst Benecke is putting all the pressure on Campbell. On board with Tim Yarshall. I think his car's all right, but like you say, slowdown penalty. I didn't know you can get one on the outside of T1.
Well, I think Tim Yarshall got a taste of his own medicine there on the exit of turn 1, and Sean Campbell just said, "You're not going to have any space here. I'm going to push you off." That's exactly what happened.
Medicine. Brutal stuff from you.
I have to say, I wasn't impressed with Tim Yarshall's driving at Daytona.
I was going to say, it's against
turn 1. Against Nesov.
Again.
That was extremely rude and in my opinion, illegal. But anyway.
That's why he had to give it back. He did have to give that back.
He did. No, I thought that was the right penalty from race control, actually. I did forget about that. That was the correct penalty. But even so, drivers don't forget. And Sean Campbell showed no mercy there at all. Just pushing Yarshall straight off the road. And straight down to 10th place, although he is fighting for 9th now with Kei Kashiba, who is unable to hold Yarshall back by the looks of things, although they're still fighting out of the final corner.
Yeah, the slipstream will assist just ever so slightly, but it'll be impossible to tell whether it was night or day because they're both white, black and blue. It's fine. You can see there just on the further side of the shot, that is Tim Yarshall with the Dur Esports car, the one close to the 89 as we lose him behind the pit lane. That is BS competition. So Kei Kashiba missing out the spots. Simon, I think, having a couple of issues connection-wise as he battles it out with Alex Spets. And there's, wow, that was a big send from Kei Kashiba to come straight back down the inside to take over that spot. Luzio and Heinrich switching over behind as well. The side-by-side continues down the hill through 2 up towards 3. The 20 on the outside. Yarshall's going to send it in, and he does indeed do so straight around the outside of the inside all the way around this long right-hander, and the position should switch its way back to the 20. I almost wasn't so sure for a second then. Kei Kashiba way out wide.
Well, yeah, he tried to go around the outside of the long looping right-hander there at 100R, and it's not the place to be. Outside line, and he's dropped all the way down to 13th. He's only just slotted in front of Obsidian there, and he's still dropping further back now to 14th place for BS competition. I'm afraid he will now slot in finally. Yeah, that's one reason why not to try and go around the outside at 100R, really.
No, I think it was my second endurance. No, I think. I know it was my second endurance race ever. Was around here, and it was in the wet, and it was terrifying. And yeah, you learn very quickly. Even going around traffic, the outside of 100R is risky. The car doesn't like it. There's not much grip out there at all, regardless of whether you're in multi-class racing or in single car racing like what we see here. So yeah, it's a very risky one. The top two though clearing away. R8G doing a great job. Quinton Violate basically just sitting on the rear end of that Altus Esports car of Iglesias and just building a stonking gap. Replays of the race start though, you can see the incident being sent off on the right. That was where the 91 got into its issues. And then just, I mean, where to start with all of this? 707 getting into it with the Apex Racing team. Monaco Esports off as well. Redline, the number 8 being sent off. I mean, it's just an absolute mess. The 8 being Delatraz Automotive. And then it somehow got even worse. Heading down towards turn 3. Just madness.
I'd love to get a close-up on that one. How did this... Well, Harvey, first of all, need to hold the brakes a little bit more because they did roll straight back into free wide traffic. And there was only one way that was going to end. Such a mess there, I'm afraid. This is Johnny Vecchio. This is how he ended up on the outside of the final corner. He picked his way through the chaos initially and then found himself touched by Zenith. Was that maybe? No, they're far too far forward.
No, it was Wolf Team Racing.
Yes, there we are. But yeah, unfortunate for Vecchio, really, who managed to find his way through the chaos initially, but then got turned around eventually at the very end. Yeah, just a real big mess, really. Some of it could have been avoided, but there's 44 cars.
Yeah, there's significantly less after all of that first lap carnage. But again, I think this is the idea of the event sometimes, that for some of the drivers, it's kind of like it's 24 individual races. It's basically a championship in a day. And so, you know, if one race doesn't go so well for you, don't worry about it. We'll come back for the next one. A bit of pressure coming onto the shoulders of the BS Turner driver that belongs, of course, to Phil Denez, because Sindre Setsource closing in. They've both got their way past Ricardo Rico, as again, it's very close to the race lead. Quinton Violate keeping the Altus Esports driver Iglesias very, very close. The company was Cooking Racing Adventures. No, it's a fan favourite, but sat in that 4th position. We're going for a podium, but I'm not so sure a race winner. No, obviously we're less than 10 minutes into this race, but the speed those two have cleared away, I'm just not sure. So what happened here? We've got one of those Italy racing, I mean, squeezing with race clutch just a touch there, and yeah, it's just a mess, isn't it?
It wasn't as brainless as I initially feared, really. It was just a case of the driver on the outside in the 16 not quite realising they were 3 wide and turning in as if they were only 2 wide. I think that was Jeremy Lemaire in the Wave Italy racing team car. Just turned in a little bit and then it just kicked off from there. So I honestly thought that because it was on a straight, I thought someone's done something really stupid here. But actually that wasn't the case in the end. It was, just unfortunate, really. Maybe the scale of the incident didn't quite match up to the cause or how bad, if you see what I mean. The mistake wasn't that big, and the effects were overly dramatic.
Yeah, it's like I say, sometimes that's just how, like, it's why always with incidents, for me, same with quite a lot of race controls. Some race controls are not the case, but for me, I've always said that the best way to penalise stuff is you penalise the incident, not the outcome, right? So you penalise what actually happened. So the actual incident itself, the side-by-side contact or the punt or whatever, not the outcome. Because I always thought it was a bit unfair if someone gets like a really stonking penalty, even though it was a light brush that would normally be a racing incident, that just so happened had that awkward net code sent off into the barrier, and suddenly it's like a 15-car wreck. It's kind of, yeah, but is it their fault? Like, was it that bad? I've always thought that sometimes that stuff's a bit too harsh. So yeah, I kind of agree on that one. It's that incident itself was just a little bit crazy, and the incident that followed probably just wasn't justified. It's just where everyone was on lap 1. You've got 44 cars all going down this hill into turn 2 and turn 3 is what we see from the Triton Racing car versus Love 46, Team PGZ as well, who we ride on board with. Sam Ward has had a bit of an issue at the start of this race, staring at the two of these going around 100R. Might have an outside run coming into the hairpin.
Yeah, he's found a bit of space here as Ward on the outside line. We'll see if he can maybe use it on Love 46. Trying to see them on the left-hand side. There they are, and they're soon going to go into the rearview mirror. That's Thomas Cope, who started down from 29th position, up more than 10 places, but I'm afraid moving backwards now, as down the inside goes another one of, is that the Visceral car maybe? Going down the inside, not sure it is. Yeah, it's hard to tell. get a different colour than red, for goodness sake. Anyway, down the inside at the final corner.
Yes, Ewan.
The final chicane, final sector, so I'm losing my words here as well, as Sim RC also. Adam Isaacson, another good start from him, actually. He was about 40th on the start, I think.
Yeah, careful in all of this. It's getting a little bit crazy. Wave Italy went wide, reopened the door once again for Cope to come through. Also, Sim RC a part of that. Matoush Nogaj, I think, has damage. I don't quite know where that came from, though. Engine is what we're hearing. It might be engine for Nogaj. Either way, he's coming straight into the pit lane. Whatever's happened, awful. And unfortunately for Triton Racing, basically out of it. Done.
We'd normally look for the smoke there, but obviously we can't see any. But yeah, engine, I'm afraid, for him as Adam Isaacson down the inside at turn 1, 15th place. What a great race this has been for Sim RC, and from him in particular, after not qualifying so well and not putting a time up on the board indeed, but is moving forward now. And yeah, it's well, the kind of thing you expect to see really after such a chaotic start. There will be some who have really gained. I do slightly fear that Alexei Nesov has picked up damage, by the way, along the way at some point today, because while he did get to 19th immediately, he's now falling backwards. So he's back up to 21st now, but he did get as low as 23rd after that start, so not really moving forward anymore.
I'm just taking a look at his car now. I don't believe there's much on it. It looks fine. I think it's just, you know, that initial rise at the order and then getting wrong-footed by a couple. That can sometimes put you in a bad spot. We're looking at Visceral and their battle with the Love 46 machine. Visceral up a few from the race start, I do believe. They did start in 26th position up to 19th with a stonking amount of damage on the rear end. Albin Spets behind the wheel and trying to move up the order and clear its way away from the Love 46 car that lost, I think, 3 positions on that lap, potentially.
Yeah, I think so. It was all a bit of a mess, really. Thomas Cope down to 19th now. Yeah, not sure whether he was ahead of all of those drivers beforehand, but either way, certainly did lose a few places. It's calmed down slightly now, though, as the first quarter of an hour has now passed for us, and it's starting to settle down. But yeah, really a ruined rear end there for Visceral. Somewhat remarkable that they're still going at this kind of pace, but it may well still be affecting them.
Here is the Wave Italy racing car, 26th position at the moment. Absolute, I believe, is the car that's trying to get to the inside. Hard to tell in the night, but it is indeed that 88 machine belonging to Porter, Alessandro Porter, behind the wheel at present, trying to get past Lamier, was involved in some of that incident on the very, very first lap of this race. Not sure if race control have had anything to say about anything. Again, it's spreadsheet city over here as we try and work our way into the night portion of this race. I think race control probably has quite a lot to go through in the opening stage of that race. I don't blame. Although that said, I thought they would have quite a lot to go through. I think it was in the third race, and to be quite honest, they didn't. No one really reported very much. It was all right.
Yeah, we'll have to see which way it goes, really. It could go either way, given what we've seen. My goodness, that's Gianni Vecchio getting back on the circuit, I think, there. It was indeed in the Team Redline 2 car, not having a good time of things, as Ross Cooking Racing Adventures get to the back of Phil Dines, but not going through. I do wonder whether they still have dreams of catching the top 2 and maybe making a fight of this for the race win, but with a 3.5 second gap. I know there's still half an hour to go, but those two are working together quite well as well. They're going to be difficult to catch.
Yeah, just opened up the spreadsheet. The only thing is a warning for our Nage competition at the moment. That is the only thing for an incident between our Nage competition and Wave Italy Racing in the 16. That's the only noted thing at the moment. That does not mean that it is going to be the only thing, because like I say, I'm sure there's plenty for them to roll through. I'd agree. If I'm Sindre Setsos, one Phil Dines right now, aspirations for a victory, half an hour left in this race, wouldn't rule it out. If you fight now, you're guaranteeing that Quintovilla Arturo Iglesias is going to win the race, right? You're pretty much guaranteeing. If you hold position now, if you bump draft, if you work together, then something might happen. Something might switch. Something might be able to close up. It's a long shot, but there's still 30 minutes left to go. Remember, tyre wear, whilst not critical around here, not critical in these cars, it can affect you.
you do need to be at least a little bit careful with it. As you can see, not much movement inside the top 6, other than Zenith, I suppose, going down a couple of places. The movement has really been further down. But yeah, you're right. If they battle over that 3rd place right now, they will certainly lose out any chance of winning this race. So we're still more than nearly half an hour to go. They might as well work together for a little bit and see what happens.
Yeah, let's just sit back, relax, and enjoy. You can see Williams, Esports, and Beeler making up quite a lot of positions. Same as Max Benecke working his way back up the order, nearly 3 wide as Sean Campbell tried to get involved. Mixed. There's the circle I was talking about. It's sort of half-hearted there. Zenith having a bit of a connection issue there, coming through the first corner, back only 3 positions at the start of this race. Benecke, I think that's something one can work his way back up onto the podium. I'm not sure the win will be there. I think that 3.8 second gap at the moment is probably too far. But alas, we'll have to wait and see as we head back to Visceral. With all that damage on the rear end, they are definitely going to struggle now, and they do lose another position to Wave Italy Racing, the second of their cars. Love 46 who are on board with right now, as the side-by-side through 100R might leave us 3 wide into the hairpin. That would be an unwise move as we ride on board with Love 46. Bit of contact there, and we Wave Italy Racing. Oh my goodness!
And
wow,
that was completely turned around there. Visceral were completely turned around, and it was very avoidable by one of those drivers there. Was it? I don't know who it was. It could have been RPC actually. And there's more issues down here at the bottom of the hill, down towards the chicane. That is Thomas Cope. I don't think he was the culprit, but whoever just turned that Visceral car around certainly could have just lifted off for a second and would have averted that completely. There may well be a penalty there. We'll wait and see. But I'm gobsmacked slightly by how they managed to go around the outside there, Visceral, and hold it for the inside at turn 6 there. That was remarkable. I criticised someone for even attempting that earlier, but someone just pulled it off. Well, nearly. So yeah, I'm slightly gobsmacked by that. But very avoidable incident there by whoever was behind and doing the pushing.
Yeah. Let's see. So there was a bit of contact here, and yeah, it absolutely was Love 46 who just got into the rear end. I wasn't sure if Visceral were trying to lift off there. That was the thing, but clearly not, because I thought that maybe they were like, oh damn, I made contact with Wave Italy. Let me let them back through straight away. I've seen that happen a few times. If you're ever involved in that in sim racing and you do feel the need to lift off, don't ever do it right in front of someone. That's not what happened with Cope. We'll ride on board with Love 46 once again, and Thomas Cope trying to make a bit of a defensive move, making a mare of effectively 2 corners on the bounce. Not coping very well with the night here at Fuji. Sorry, Ewan O'Leary.
Face palm, knee slap, all of that.
Had to try it, mate.
Yeah, I know. I've commentated on Thomas Cope quite regularly, actually, and I've resisted the urge to make that pun, to be fair. Maybe you just shouldn't. Maybe I should just go for it, but anyway. Just breaking himself, just on the inside line, he was just defending from a couple behind him. And when you're slightly offline like that, your reference points are all messed up, and they're further away than they were before. So just missed his braking point entirely, had to go through the other chicane, which is a lot slower, as we start to see the first signs of maybe a battle here between BS Turner and Was Cooking Racing Adventures. They've worked together for 5-10 minutes now, and they're losing time to Altus and RHG even with this cooperation. And I think this is more about trying to keep Benecke away, but that hasn't exactly been successful either.
Obsidian Racing come into the pit lane. I think potentially damaged, potentially might have even been told to by Racing Control for connections. I have seen that Obsidian Racing car struggling a little bit. Gonzalez into the pit lane. I think it was actually just a stop. I did just check. Using the one fast repair. They do have fast repairs in this race. This is back on board with the Was Cooking Racing Adventures. Oh no, might be with Zenith rather, who we're on board with right now. Ricardo Rico. Looking pretty relaxed, if I'm honest. That Was Cooking Racing Adventures car, though, directly ahead, like you say. I think more trying to fend off the Team Redline car of Max Benecke. I don't think it's going to work. I think Benecke's there, and you know Benecke's going to be hungry, especially after the start of this race. Lost out a couple of positions right there and then. And Team Redline 1, who already have a pretty strong stranglehold on the VCO ProSIM Infinity. Whilst Nesov is working his way up the order, Benecke's just trying to get those few extra points once again.
Yeah, he is trying to build that advantage once again. And as I said earlier on, you know, there's a lot of races to go here. Still 17 races, 17 opportunities for Urano to gain some points back. But it's hard to gain points back when it's only one per position. Even though they're so far apart at the minute, Benecke is gaining another 11 points here. Now, that would bring it up to 30, which is, you know, a sizable margin for this stage in the event. But even so, that's going to be really hard for Urano to claw back once again. And Redline are already in the position where they know that they can finish in, you know, second or third for the rest of the day and win. Obviously, that's hard, and they're not going to do that. But they already have that kind of maths in their head that we'll be talking about in the morning. Where you know if they just finish in this position every race, then they'll be absolutely fine, even if Urano win every time. So you know we're already getting to that stage. It's been an even stronger start this time in VCO Infinity than it was last time.
But let's just clarify one thing. Even if everything finishes as it is, the points gap between them will be what? It'd be 30, actually, between Team Redline and the Urano Data Group car. That's a big margin, right? That can be completely eradicated in one race. In one instant, nothing to do with the 71, one spin, one crash, something that sends them right to the back of the order. The Urano Esports Data Group cars stays inside the top 10. They get moved down towards 20th, 30th, 40th. They lose a whole heap of that advantage. Remember, it is 1 point for every position on the grid. If you finish in 35th, you're only scoring like 9 or 10 points, right? Yeah. Meanwhile, you finish first, you're scoring that 44. That's the important bit, that it can be lost in an instant through just one driver's light mistake, through one instant that's completely out of their control. That is the beauty and also the fear of an event like this. You need to be fully focused all of the time.
But that works on the basis that Urano won't have one of those races as well. You've got to factor that in. We saw this. We saw this yo-yoing actually, particularly in the morning of VCO Infinity back in May. Remember, Patrick Holtzman went off in the F3s at Spa. He got involved in a lap 1 incident, new damage model was new at the time, of course, and car got absolutely demolished. And they lost a load of points. But then the very next race, Redline went and won, and Urano had a problem. So you know, it swings and roundabouts, and that theory is correct, of course. One thing can go wrong very quickly, and it can undo your whole day. But then again, that works on the basis that Urano aren't going to have one of those races. And arguably, they have had a couple of those races already where they've started down the order and you know, not finished very well. Thinking back to the IRO 4s at Spa, they started a long way down, had to fight their way through. They limited the damage the best they could, but Redline were in the front group the whole time and got a third place out of it and gained a heap of points.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just curious to see, whether we're going to see a mistake from Redline. Like I say, right now, I would argue we're 7 races in, and I haven't seen any cracks forming on Redline, right? And that's an amazing. It shows the might of Redline. It shows why, like I said, they've won the Autosport Award for best team in sim racing. And while they've been up for so many awards as a team over the last couple of years, why they are one of the strongest, is why they've won so many competitions here, even in just focusing in VCO with the Esports Racing League and Esports Racing World Cup, how much they've won in that and how strong they're looking. And of course, VCO Infinity, but it can go wrong so quickly. So don't count your chickens. One qualifying session could change the entire course of this event, and that is why we loved it back in May. Absolutely loved it. I mean, I didn't get to see even remotely as much of it as I wanted to. This time I'm stoked to be here and back on the broadcast. But like I said, even though they're running away, even though they look like the favourites, even though they were the favourites coming into it, I wouldn't guarantee it. Not yet. Not until 6 races left to go can you really start to think about that being the case.
You could barely see anything, to be honest, after that weekend. And never mind this VCO Infinity. But yeah, I agree. I agree. It's not over until it's over. We're still talking about this with 17 races after this one, as if it's over already. It's certainly not. But Redline are in a strong position, is what I'm saying. And Arjuna made this point, actually, just as he was coming off air after the first 4 races. This is already, you know, it's not as wide open. I think he made the comment at Daytona, actually, race 2. This is not as open as the first VCO Infinity. We already saw teams starting to develop. We saw Redline, Urano, BS Turner were up there. I think R8G had been in the front group a couple of times as well. You know, there were a few teams up there, but not as many as last time, as we do now finally have action for 3rd place. I think they've given up really on distancing Benecke. They've given up on catching the leaders as well. It's time to start fighting, and Once Cooking Racing Adventures are up to 3rd.
Yeah, that was, like I say, this battle was an inevitability. It was always going to happen. Zenith and Brabham might also close in on this one as well. Just a shout out, by the way, to Sean Campbell again. I'm not sure how many other drivers are doing it. We've seen a couple of double back-to-back races. I don't think we've seen a triple. The only time that I would want to do a double, by the way, is I think it's race 10 and 11. It's back-to-back races in the IRO4. That's because it's kind of like it's the same car at least. So there's only one factor that's changing, so that might make things a little easier. But yeah, doing 3 races back to back, what is quite literally the graveyard shift and the night stint. So good luck to anyone even remotely trying that in a race like this. It's hard enough in endurance racing trying to put on a 3-hour stint. When you're doing endurance sprint racing is what we're doing here in VCO Infinity, then yeah, good luck. Back outside the top 20 then, Urano Esports HKM involved in all of this. We look at the 116, the ProSims car that's battled for 2 race victories. They've had 1 race victory today. They did finish in 2nd, of course, recently in the IRO4 at Spa, and looking very strong indeed.
Yeah, Spencer Costa, which looks like he's running for president there in that picture.
Whoa!
Oh dear, has to avoid there. I think that was the other Urano car, was it? No,
Wave
77. Yep, Wave Italy again, fooling me. They're trying, but they're back to the back of the group now, getting overtaken by a load of teams there. Not sure how that happened. They vaulted over the curve there.
There's big it that curb hard.
Yes, there must be. And that's the problem with anti-cuts, to be honest, that are perpendicular to the racetrack, but that's a whole other discussion that can happen in a proper endurance race and not sprint endurance like this is.
Yeah, at least we're not racing in little open wheelers around a certain Italian circuit. Yeah, that is thrown up in the air. Like I say, this contact as it lands, bang, that is going to do significant damage, not only to the underside of the car, to the floor, also, of course, the suspension, and more importantly for these cars, probably the engine as well. And so straight into the pit lane to get a fast repair done, get back out on the track and at least try something. But yeah, that was not great, I think is the only way that I can put it.
Yeah, maybe that's what happened, or something similar happened to that car that came in with an engine problem earlier. I don't know, I can't remember who it was, but yeah, somebody came in with engine problems earlier on in the day, and maybe, dear me, that is a huge launch over the curb. Yeah, just imagine what that's like in real life, and then think about putting those anti-cuts there again, because yeah, they're still hanging about in motorsport at the minute, and they should really think of a new way to police track limits, or not new, just grass will be fine.
Yeah, no, I've always said this with racetracks, is that for me, a racetrack is you should have on the exit of a corner, let's say, you should have the curb, which is fine. Then, like, I don't know, a meter and a half of grass, and then all the tarmac runoff you want. Because then you can't use the runoff. The runoff is there as runoff, and the grass is there to stop you from exceeding track limits, right? And that way, you get the best of both worlds, essentially. You get all that tarmac runoff or whatever you want to you know, for instant protection and whatnot, and have all that space, whatever you want. I mean, sometimes it doesn't look very glorious, but it will help. But then you also keep it realistically on the track limits, because you can't really exceed out onto grass. You've got to avoid it.
Yeah, no, I do agree. There's a few examples of it being done well as well, but unfortunately, some corners around here, not one of them, and that's not either. There's the side-by-side going through turn 3 into 100R, can just completely run onto the tarmac there, and there's going to be a big fight into the hairpin now at turn 6. Wave Italy absolutely determined to get down the inside there, and they have done now. Oh, contact with Thomas Cope, and it's going to be freeway with Spencer Kostowitz. If I was him, I wouldn't really want to, looking at the two of them in front, if I'm honest, but he's gone for it, outside line, and he does tuck back in now. But this is very, very aggressive, and you get the feeling that these drivers are very frustrated with each other now.
Yeah, El Presidente Kostovic trying to get past. Now tries to get onto the inside, then back to the outside, of course, around this first of the right-handers in this whole sort of sweeping section. Doesn't manage to work his way past, so it is what it is. Into the pit lane, Ricardo Rico. Interesting damage must be on this Zenith Esports car. It's a car that was running way up inside the top 10, so Ricardo Rico having a couple of issues there and bringing it back into pit lane. Meanwhile, Yarshaw and Alexander Spets switch over position for 7. Let's see what happens to Ricardo Rico. Was ahead of Dur Esports, ran wide onto the sausage curb, spun round, was tapped. Was that by Williams or was that by Dur that he was tapped by? I'm not sure, but one of these cars will probably have some damage.
I think it was Williams were running right behind. Not that we'd see the damage at this point, really.
I think there is.
But yeah, it's. I think it's Williams.
It is indeed.
Because yeah, they were the ones running, or they've got most space in front of them right now that has been left by Zenith basically. So that would be my educated guess. But that might just give Tim Yarshaw the opportunity now to get through into 7th position. A little bit of straight line speed knocked off, and it is important around here. That front straight is really, really long, and any lacking in straight line speed is going to be severely punished.
Yeah, it's a long straight. I can't remember exactly how long it is. I think it's about 1.5 kilometers from the final corner to the first. It's an incredibly long run, and that is not the line you want to take into the final corner there from Spets as we head back to this battle. Kostovic and, of course, the Wave Italy car that was out wide has got a little bit of contact with the Love 46 machine. So PureSim's working its way past, as we'll see that move. Yarshaw and Spets also switching over for about the 3rd time in a lap and a half. They switch over and they switch back, and Spets now in 7th, Yarshaw in 8th. There they are. There they is what I was about to say. Some fantastic English from me. Yarshaw and Spets switch over again.
Yeah, and that might be a little bit of a legacy of the damage that is onto Spets' car now. Outside lining towards turn 3, no room there. And Yarshaw may be able to get away now, even as a result, with more than 10 minutes to go here. He might be able to just secure that 7th place and drive to the line on his own, because Spets doesn't look like he's quite got the pace to keep up for the moment. We'll just see whether he has. Oh dear,
more damage for Rico. More. That is seriously left hand down.
It is. But, I mean, it's right arm up, I'd say, to be fair.
Yeah.
But yeah. Well, how has that happened? Because he was just in the pit lane. Did he not repair it, or what's? How is that? How has he left the pit lane, knowing he had that amount of damage last time? Is my question. Unless he's been involved in a second incident.
Unless he didn't have the fast repair on, which is also very possible. Even though I would have thought it would have held him for the mandatory pit time. I don't know, because you can have the fast. Quite a few people, if they're in a race that have fast repairs on, they'll go into the file in the game and turn off the automated, because it's normally automatically on, and you can turn it off so you can have it automatically off. It could well be that, or it might have just been someone else having an incident and then Zenith paying the price.
Yeah, an unlucky bit of contact there, because there wasn't a lot of contact, but it was in exactly the right place to do the most amount of damage possible with the amount of contact they had. So really unfortunate for Zenith, who were running really well. Look at those curves again. Who thought of this? Anyway, they spin straight into the path of Zenith, I'm afraid. And it's particularly unlucky for Zenith there to be in 2 incidents in one race. In 2 laps, I should say.
You know, Leary having his first time broadcast of being an old man and complaining about how things were better back in the day.
No.
I'm so proud of you, my son.
Don't ever say that again. But yeah, I mean, it's well, I'm not wrong, but anyway.
Wow, the ego as we ride on board with Alexei Nesov. Well, I mean, I don't disagree, but wow, it's just overwhelming as Nesov and the SimRC machine, Isaacson, Nesov, Ascari Rene also in this fight as well. SimRC just ahead of that number 90, and then of course we've got the Team 707 car directly ahead in 13th. He's only worked up a few positions as Ascari Rene in that car, and again, I'm not sure what's happened with the Ascari Rene. I know there's a few things about some of the other Team 707 or ex-Cova drivers that are heading to various teams who already have a path. I don't think the Ascari Rene is one of them, so if you fancy a driver and you're a part of a big sim racing organisation, definitely pick him up because he's a super talent.
That certainly is. I'd be very surprised if any of the Cova drivers end up without a team in the next by 2023, to be honest, because yeah, I mean they're all very, very talented and up there. It's a real shame. We've spoken about it many times, but it's a real shame the way that team had to end. 'Cause it was really starting to make a name for itself, really, on the world stage for sim racing, and unfortunately taken away from them. But hopefully they'll be able to use their talent in various other places. Maybe even a couple of them driving together. But I'm not trying to mass these, by the way. I literally actually don't know where they're going. I'm not trying to dance around it. I actually don't know.
I think Arjuna knows a lot more. I don't. I have no idea. I've not been told. A few ideas as to where some are going, but no, nothing. Yeah, exactly. Heard things on the grapevine and all that, but no. Normally it's just utter trash. So we'll have to wait and see as we head back to 27th position, the Sabolt position, Sabolt Racing Esports car, just dropping against the Rincon Racing of Vasquez, who is a driver that we've seen up there. I think it's had one top 10 and 2 top 10s in the VCO ProSIM Infinity. So yeah, not sure. Rincon Racing have been up there, that's for sure. They've had a couple of positions up inside those positions. This is definitely not going to be one of them.
Yeah, 16th position for them in the standings going into this one. A couple of good races, 2 and 3 in particular, and the GT3 indeed, which would suggest that you might expect them to do a bit better here, but difficult with a start like we had in this one to really do much more. As the battle for third is going to really come to a conclusion. Autos Esports have just kind of waltzed away from Quentin Violate there in second place. Top 2 looks settled. Battle for third looks interesting and look like it might change. The battle for 13th pretty important as well, as Alexei Nezov tries to grasp any points that he can.
Well, very quickly, whilst we're seeing this, we're going to talk a little bit about the next race that will be coming up. It'll be the Honda Civic at the Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. That'll be a fantastic one. We'll kick Ewan O'Leary out of the commentary booth, bring in Cam Roger as well. It'll be a lot of fun. No disrespect to you. Do love myself a little bit of Ewan O'Leary. When are you next on?
Long time. I've got a very long break. 11 hours time, I think I'm on.
I say, you on after I'm back on?
Yeah, I think you've got hosting. Well, I don't know actually, but it's a long time. To be fair, Arjuna didn't do me particularly nicely in the last VCO Infinity in terms of the stints. He's done me a lot nicer this time with a huge break in the middle. I think I don't know if he's making up for last time, but he's certainly really given me a fantastic break in this broadcast, as Nezov is trying to get down the inside of Isaacson and may well be successful, although he's found himself on the outside. Switch to the inside, might well have this one. Going to be close, not quite able to do it.
Yeah, indeed. SimRC under a lot of pressure from that Urano Esports Data Group car. Again, every single position gain is an extra point, which if Urano Esports Data Group are going to do what they did in the last VCO Infinity back in May, and that is challenge Redline in an event like this, they need to score as many points as they can. There is another switch then. Alexei Nesov work his way up the order, getting up into 14th position. Next one is Team 707 of Ascari Rene, as long as he can hold the position down into the first corner. 5 minutes left to go, meaning we should expect there to be 3 laps left in this race, including this one. You can see quite a lot of that damage on the rear end of the SimRC machine there. Yeah, I think quite a lot of these cars have seen better days, including that Delatraz Automotive car, by the way. Speaking of recovery drives, that was one of the ones that had a big offer down into turn 1 on the very first corner of the race. Doing a great, excellent job.
It's slightly bizarre to see some of these cars with a lot of damage and doing absolutely fine, and then Zenith barely got any there, and you know, you saw the amount of suspension damage they had. So it's really look at the draw. But then again, it is with motorsport on many occasions. So yeah, some teams have really been through it in this race, and some teams have really gotten away with it. As we're coming up to, I think this will be 3 laps to go now for Tristan Iglesias. With still 4 minutes to go. be a bit of a waltz to the finish line, to be honest. He's not really under any pressure at all.
Yes, 1 minute 38 a lap, really, at the moment. And so, yeah, it will be 3 from this point. I wasn't sure where Christian Iglesias is. How dominant he's been. It's back on board with Heinrich Bieler Racing Team just inside the top 10. Should remain so because the Team PGZ car plenty clear, about 3 seconds behind. No intention to fight Keikashib. I don't think they'll be able to catch Alex Spetz, who's still continued to have that fantastic battle. Alex Spetz versus Tim Yarshall. Sean Campbell out by himself. Phil Denez by himself. Max Benecke versus Sindre Setsource in the battle for third before we get Quinta Violate and Iglesias separated from each other, as well as the 91 has a very large incident as well. That is the HKM Urano Esports car. So anyone having a little bit of a panic attack, Urano Esports fans out there, don't worry too much. Nesov is still 14.
Yep, sure, I've gone down to 24th as a result of that one. That incident just going a little bit wide there through turn 13, and it really paid the price for it through this corner. Was Cooking Racing Adventures and Redline doing much better through there. Still 2 laps for Benecke to try and go through it. I'm beginning to wonder whether he has been trying this whole time to go through and he's just not been able to, or whether he is just saving this all for the final lap. It's not really the kind of race where you'd kind of wait for the final lap, like we saw with the IRO4 at Spa, for example, or the GT3s at Daytona even, where everyone was kind of waiting for the last lap. It's not really that kind of race.
No, not around here. No, I treat this close to what we were talking about when I was on with our junior at the Red Bull Ring Honda Civics. Get through. Just track position is king. You can defend from that, as we'll see these two switch over. Yarshall and Spetz have been switching over a fair few times. Yarshall taking a slightly defensive line as Spetz backs out, wants to wait until potentially the penultimate lap of the later on the penultimate lap anyway, because we're on the penultimate lap of this race. We're on board with Alexander Spetz, who had a good drive, a good championship, battling in the British Formula 4 Esports Championship not too long ago. Of course, alongside Josh Ladd, battling for the title and winning it for the Munster Rugby Gaming team, of course, the Williams Esports Run outfit. This is slightly different to that, but it does mean that we should see Spetz out in the IRO4 a bit later on in this, because that was the car they used in it, and he was pretty fast in it. So, you know, shout out to him for that one, but struggling to find his way past Tim Yarshall as of yet. But I think that's more down to patience rather than anything else.
Yeah, he's still got a good two more races in between this one and the next IRO4 race, so there's a little bit of time there for him to relax, if indeed that is going to be the one. And that is indeed the double race with the same car. We did have one actually in the last VCO Infinity, but we've not had one this time. They kind of last time it kind of followed a pattern every single time, a kind of 5-race pattern for the first 20 races in terms of which cars we used. But it's a lot more of a mixed bag this time, with the GT3s, well, all of them popping up at all kinds of different times in the cycle. So it's a bit of a different look to it as Spetz tries to go through on Yarshall here. This really is kind of we're getting towards last chances really, so I'd expect to see a move here, at least an attempt.
I believe, by the way, Alexander Spetz is doing both of those IRO4 races as he's trying to do Tim Yarshall down the inside. Bit of contact, and Tim Yarshall's been sent off to the barrier. Spetz got down there. Contact between the Williams Esports and the Dur Esports cars, and Tim Yarshall might drop back even behind Keikashub as he's trying to get back going again. Let's take another look instantly on the replay to the inside. I don't know about you, very hard to tell in the night. I almost get the feeling Yarshall was turning with the car there.
Well, he was certainly turning here.
Whoa.
Keikashub nowhere to go there. Yarshall defending aggressively as ever, and he stays in 8th place. But he is going to be really under pressure now from Kashube and Heinrich, who are two of the best GT3 drivers in iRacing, to be honest. You don't want them behind you on the final lap. So that's going to be interesting to watch further down. But yeah, I sort of agree. Maybe he did turn in just a little bit in towards turn 1 there, not sure.
Potentially so. Well, let's take a look as Iglesias will come to the final corner. Altus Esports back in VCO Infinity Mark 1 back in May. Only had a single podium with Yannick Lapchan in the second race. Tristan Iglesias, though, will put Altus Esports onto the map in VCO ProSIM Infinity with a victory. Here, as there's more contact between Kay Kashup and Tim Yarshall, will cut away for the race winner as he crosses the line ahead of RAG and Was Cooking Racing Adventures. As Tim Yarshall, Kay Kashup having issues, and Team Fordzilla might just about be able to scramble through for a top 10 finish. Dur Esports have made a bit of a mess of all of that. Not sure what happened between himself and Kay Kashup. There's going to be a bit of a drag race to the line, and it won't be the only one as Vila Racing Team Euronics drop back just a touch. The drag race will see Dur Esports hanging on to the top 10, but BS competition sent packing.
Yeah, sent down to 12th position. Not entirely sure what happened there. I said there was going to be aggression. I said there was going to be a battle. I hope there wouldn't be an incident, but you'd have to say that it's not a big surprise. The tempers were starting to flare there at the very end. Here it is. Kay Kashup has gotten into the back of Tim Yarshall there to be... oh, no, sorry. That's Yarshall into the back of Kashup.
Oh,
and then he comes across the BS competition car, really. Not covering himself in glory on this final lap. That was a proper NASCAR bump, push to pass style manoeuvre there.
It wasn't great. Let's just go with that. It wasn't the look we want in the VCO ProSim, but yeah, that's sometimes how it goes. Little bit too elbows out. Those races sometimes happen, but as tempers flare, we'll have to wait and see if they continue to flare into the next races. Honda Civic, Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, the BMW M Hybrid back out for action. Anyone who remembers the fourth race, if you were still here for the fourth race earlier on at Road Atlanta, I mean, that caused a bit of a chaotic race, didn't it? We'll have to wait and see what they could do at the Red Bull Ring. Winners then for Altus Esports, taking top honours in the race with Tristan Iglesias behind the wheel. Quinton Violate for R8G taking that second position, and Sindre Setsov did manage to fend off Max Benecke for third position. Phil Denez just inside the top 10 for BS Turner, keeping at least one BS competition inside that top 10. Sean Campbell starts his three-race streak with a sixth place finish for Brabham Esports. Alexander Spetz hanging on to seventh. Patrick Heinrich, Sam Ward moving up a couple of positions courtesy of issues towards the end of the race for Tim Yarshall and Kay Kashup. Tim Yarshall just rounding out the top 10, but I'm sure Race Control will definitely take a look at some of those final issues and final incidents. Just outside the top 10, Team Fordzilla just missing out. Reese Carroll behind the wheel. Kay Kashup 12th spot. Alexei Nesov, got to give a shout out. No qualifying time on the board. Started this race, I can't remember where from. I think it was 35th place. Certainly was. 35th up to 13th. Ascari Rene, and then Adam Isaacson for SimRC, where we get the Delatraz Automotive. I mean, they had issues right at the start of the race, did Leidinger, and then Nicholas Rubilar for Onage Competition. RPC Esports, Wave Italy Racing, and the Apex Racing Team 1 car. Luke McEwen rounding out the top 20. We'll let the rest filter their way through, and we can talk about some of the issues in that race. Those sausage curbs, Ewan, caused a lot of problems for a lot of these teams finishing down the order.
Yeah, they certainly did. Caused a lot of damage to some of the cars as well, quite a lot of the cars in the end, unfortunately. And it's we've spoken about them before, and I'm sure we'll speak about them in the future as well. They are, yeah, particularly annoying. If we're really honest, they're a bit unnecessary, and yeah, caused their fair share of problems in that race.
Old man Wan at it again. He hates sausage curbs. There we go. We can sausage curbs and anti-cuts. He's just against them. Understandable, though. There was, like I say, quite a lot of incidents in that race. I suspect we'll see that for quite a few of the races. Just generally, it's the nature of race that we get. Like I say, they're all sprint races. The reset button is constantly hit and will be hit again in that 8th race.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be all set back again, and we'll be able to go racing again. But yeah, once again, Redline are starting to extend that margin quite a lot now. They extended that by another, was it 9 points? I think it was on that race there. So they're a little bit up to about 28 roughly. We'll see obviously when the official points come in a few minutes' time. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of a bigger lead for them, and we'll see if they can hang on to it. But as we said time and again, it's a great start for them.
Well, we're going to kick Ewan O'Leary out of the commentary booth because he needs to sleep before his morning stint in 11 hours' time. Good night. Either way, we're going to just step aside before we can bring Cam Roger into the booth and get ready for that all-important 8th race as we'll take Honda Civics around the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. Be right back. Seven down, 17 to go. Ewan O'Leary out of the commentary booth as we now get dominated by the south of England. Of course, I'm Lewis McGlade alongside Cam Roger for the next couple of races. We're in for a bit of a treat. First off, we're going to head to the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, back to one of the most legendary circuits in all of motorsport and sim racing. And then we'll be taking the BMW M Hybrid back out to action. I mean, that's gonna be a lot of fun. Obviously, over to the Red Bull Ring. That's gonna be a bit of a crazy race. But kicking off things, Honda Civic, let's roll it back. Honda Civic back at Spa. We just saw quite a crazy race in the IRO 4s around here, which came to a drag race basically up towards the final chicane, up towards the line. Kind of get the feeling we're going to see the same thing in this, Cam.
Yeah, Spa is always a great track, of course. Doesn't matter what car you put on it. It's notorious for that. It's famous for a reason. So we're looking forward to a good race. And of course, staying in the night time as well, which always adds a little bit more difficulty for the drivers. Of course, you can't see so much. And obviously, the lack of floodlights around a track like that as well, as we saw just at Fuji. It's going to be a very interesting one. And these are the types of races over the sort of night stint where, of course, you can just gain and lose those points very easily as the tiredness starts to set in the night time. Of course, it just makes it that little bit more difficult. These could be crucial for the points.
Oh yeah, big time, especially as that run down towards the first corner from a standing start. We'll discuss that in a second, but before we do that, we'll take a look at some of the points that we've got. Of course, Team Redline topping the standings at the moment by nearly 30 points from the Urano Esports data group team, who have come under pressure after that failure to qualify in the previous race. Altus Esports closing in with victory as well, because that Tristan Iglesias did an amazing job in the previous race to take that win, of course, running away from the RHG Esports man right through the middle part of the race, now challenging for that runner-up spot. Of course, we're still very early days, Cam, and we know how these events work. Like I was saying to you, and just one bad race and it can all go wrong. And let's be honest, Spa, that first lap running up the hill through Eau Rouge and Radion, it's big risky.
It certainly is, and also, as we saw in the previous race, some of the big names potentially not getting qualifying laps in as well. That is always a big factor because of the fact there's so many cars on the field. If you don't get a qualifying lap and you're starting somewhere in the 30s or 40s, it's really difficult to come back from that one. And as you say, just 6 points there between second and third. It's going to be coming down to the very final races indeed. But as you say, just one bad race and you could easily be losing 30, 40 points. So it can all flip around. And that is why this format is quite interesting, of course. But let's get to the grid first.
Yes, indeed. Knight has fully hit the VCO ProSim, and again, not teammates, same colours though. Ross McFarlane will start from pole position, Pure Sims Esports alongside Gael Valero, who's been fantastic in the touring cars recently, before we get to an all-Team Redline second row. Diogo Pinto, who had pole position the previous time we were racing in this car earlier on in the event, alongside Josh Thompson. Patrick Selva for Sabolt Esports alongside RHG. Florian Lebigra, who was getting very frustrated around the Red Bull ring, before we get that Urano Esports data group car. Vlad Kimichev second in the points, 7th on the grid. Romain Grosjean for the Delatraz Automotive, and then Kira Wolf, Will Chadwick rounding out the top 10. Obsidian Racing in 11th. They've had some good results in VCO Infinity, with Visceral Esports alongside in 12th position. Kieran Harrison, one driver we expect to move forward from 13th position. A poor qualifying from him alongside Arturo Melga, with Nicholas Laubish in the second of the Urano Esports cars in the HKM one. Impulse Racing, 16th position. Norbert Leitner behind the wheel, before we get to Jack Sedgwick, race winner the previous time in VCO Infinity in the touring car category. Of course, that one being in the Hyundai Elantra, with BS Turner, Ruben Bonga alongside. I'd have been a mare earlier on in the day. Wave Italy Racing alongside Sean Campbell for Brabham Esports. We'll let the rest of them roll through. I think we're about ready to go racing. But Cam, that race down towards the first corner, it's not a long run, is it? As we see the other drivers, we see all this down in the middle pack. If you're qualified, in all of this, you're in the danger zone.
You absolutely are. The first sector of this track is 3 massive corners in La Source, Eau Rouge, and up towards Les Combes. Big incidents can happen with the amount of cars going in there as well. As we saw in Fuji, drivers going 3-4 wide, trying to make it stick. It's going to be a tricky one indeed.
Yes, I'm not sure as to what we're going to see into that first corner, but if it's based on the previous race, drama. That is for sure, particularly on that race down the hill. For those that are high up in the standings, Team Redline, Urano Esports, they're in decent spots. Altus Esports did kind of catch them there. Ted Bradbury behind the wheel, is normally used to racing in open wheelers. 22nd position, trying to battle for second in the standings. Got a lot of work to do, and Ted Bradbury starting in the middle of the pack. Quite an aggressive driver is Bradbury. We've seen that time and time again, but someone that can absolutely make his way up an order. Have to wait and see. Have to hold your breath for the next 45 minutes as we're about ready to go racing at the legendary Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. It's TCR time, race 8 of VCO ProSIM Infinity. We are underway on that race down towards the first corner. It is a better launch from Gael Valero alongside on that front row as they'll all funnel their way down into that first corner. Valero to the outside, Ross McFarlane to the inside. He'll hang on to the race lead as we are heading our way down the hill. One of the Team Redline cars has dropped backward, that one being Josh Thompson, as we race our way on this 2-kilometre run up towards Les Combes.
And it is Thompson there is just getting in. Was going to go side by side for a moment up through Eau Rouge and Radion. And of course, this is where the slipstream is going to start coming in as we get on the long straight. Drivers go all off the track as we come up through the kink as well. Got the number 69 card there of Selva trying to get up there on the back of the 71 car, getting closer and closer as we come towards Lake Com. 3-4 wide in behind as we get side by side for the lead.
Yeah, Carl Valero's going for it straight to the inside of Ross McFarlane. There's going to be side-by-side through Lake Com. It might just be opened up, though, for the 71. Diogo Pinto's fancying it almost 3 wide on the exit as they head through Malmedy. 1 off in the background and into the barrier. Not 100% sure as to who that was. Arturo Melgar and Norbert Leitner having a bit of a switch in the background, but 1 dropping down the order. Race lead potential switch coming McFarlane to the outside as they head through Rivage. It's side-by-side down the order. Selva to the outside, potentially dropping back 3 or 4 positions. He's side-by-side with Labigra as the race lead still being held from McFarlane to the up and under to the inside. Diogo Pinto's going to go as we head down the hill towards, of course, the legendary Puon.
And on the inside there, that's going to work out. He's going to have a bit of contact, though, actually between the two. And that is going to be Valero going out a little bit wide. Can the other red line car come through? Josh Thompson there on the outside, down towards the Piff Pav chicane. He's going to have to back in into file there as we come towards this right-handed corner. So that worked out well for Pinto, getting up that position and certainly using the opportunity for that. But it took a couple of corners to do so, as you certainly have to do in these more momentum-based cars. But the top 5 staying very close together. And I think it was a Visceral actually going back to Lake Com. I think Visceral was the main car going around at the back, but of course multiple drivers involved in that one.
Yeah, certainly. Well, I'm not 100% sure if it was Visceral or not, but certainly a black and red car. So I mean, we've got about 8 or 9 different teams we can pick from. At least there is that. Things have calmed down a little bit in the front group. That won't last very long because once we've got through the bus stop chicane up to La Source and then once again on that run down the hill and back up towards Lake Com, it's going to be Crazy Town. There was a bit of a slide there. I think that might have been from Romain Grosjean potentially heading through Radion. I'm not 100% sure. Radion? Not that one. Blanchimont. I can get there with Spark on the lane. Don't worry.
Yeah, as we've got Laubish and Harrison there batting up for the outside of the top 10 positions as well. A little bit further down, Will Chadwick involved in that one. So 3-way battle coming towards the end of that first lap here for race 8 out of 24, 1/3 of the way through as we're getting side by side up there for sort of 6th position in the pack. And all that's the Biga actually there making up the position. Selva going down there into 7th places. Kira Wolf just in front of that battle. So all this is doing is sort of splintering up that pack of the top few drivers starting to get up the front. Here's a replay from the start.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Visceral and Obsidian, those both into the barrier, black and red all over the place. And then even more kind of, I don't know, one of the Wave Italy cars, Race Clutch in there, and pretty much, honestly, BS competition, everyone else just involved in that. Everyone's struggling to get their way through. It's a lot of damaged cars involved in all of that. As Labiga gets past the Zenith Esports driver of Kira Wolf, and moves up into 5th position on that run into Lake Com. Top 4 starting to break away.
Yes, Altis were involved in that one as well. Of course, 3rd in the point standings, winning the previous race, I should say, and is going to be losing a lot of points this race. So that could be a potentially important one. As I just mentioned, 1/3 of the way through, so still plenty of time to get those points back, but you are relying on other teams to have difficulties to do so.
Yeah, I mean, they are still in the pit lane. Ted Bradbury behind the wheel. So, yeah, I think that's, like I say, that is them 3rd in the championship, losing out an awful lot of points. That's just how fast it can change. You know, one poor qualifying in the middle of the pack and then drama like that. And that's why, for anyone thinking that this is a guaranteed and almost certain Team Redline event, trust me, these things can open their way up massively. Bonga getting past Leitner as he ran wide on the exit of Pool. We're riding on board with Dominic Blyer for Triton Racing just behind that battle for 14th, 13th, really, if you account for Arturo Melgar as well. There is Norbert Leitner behind Bonga and Melgar. Laubish and Harrison switch positions as well for 9th position. Of course, Laubish part of that team that's battling for the title.
And that was an interesting place to get up yeah, that's an interesting place to get up the inside though on the exit of that sort of the Paul Stavelo section of track coming up towards this back straight, of course, up towards Blanchimont. Certainly not flat out in these cars. Got to be a little bit more careful. Front wheel drive touring cars, the rear end can be a little bit wobbly, of course, but the drivers on the fixed setups, they have to deal with what they've got and go around any issues. And of course, that creates some very close racing as we're getting the top 60 seen here just within 7 seconds already after the first couple of laps, as we've seen Will Chadwick there coming towards this first corner. La Source behind an absolute train of cars, and he's going to need to try and work his way one by one. He wants to get himself up well inside the top 10.
Yeah, by the way, my confusion there was because, of course, Labish is in the 91, is in the HKM Urano Esports car, not the 90. Vlad Kimichev, despite qualifying 7th, has dropped down to 18th place, second in the points. This is a big race for Redline, who are presently running in second spot. We look at them now, their rivals in the championship, the closest runners to them are dropping back down the order. That's where it does become almost certain that it is going to be a Redline affair in this. We're almost, at the end of this, we'll be a third of the way through. Clearly getting quite cold in Corby as Gar Valero sticks a hoodie on for this race. Still staring at the back end of that Team Redline number 1. It's number 71, the first of their cars. Diogo Pinto, who I said before was so impressive for me in this car. Heading the number 70, Josh Thompson, Team Redline, either side of an Apex Racing Team juicy old sandwich with Team Redline bread.
Yeah, that you got it the right way round this time, of course, because it's not a Team Redline sandwich, because they are the bread.
Get it the right way.
Yes, that is very good to see. But Redline are also in the positive position that they have 2 competitive cars as well, which could always be a factor and effectively take points off some other teams around them. But in this case, they are being helped very comfortably by the fact that their competitors are having a few issues. But these top 4 starting to really just confirm that gap at the front. RAG not able to hold on, about 1.5 seconds, the gap between 4th and 5th as they come up towards Bonchemont once again. We've seen a nice triple view there of the drivers as they work their way through the night here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, Ross McFarlane in the left-hand side. You've got Diogo Pinto there in the middle. And Gar Valero on the right as they'll race their way around this circuit. And Ross McFarlane, last time we raced in the touring cars, of course, that was that Red Bull Ring race. Guess who won? Yep, it was Ross McFarlane who took the victory. So clearly very, very strong in touring cars. We know that about Ross McFarlane generally, as we've got Zenith Esports going side by side with Sebald, Delatraz Automotive as well, looking for another top 10 in this event. Also involved in that fight. Had a great recovery drive in the previous race, but they might lose out to Sim RC here. And Harrison is charging in that bright yellow Bumblebee, trying to get the up and under potentially on Sebald as well on the run down the hill. Urano Esports HKM involved in the fight as well. And there might be some side-by-side down towards Eau Rouge. That's the Delatraz car on the left, Urano on the right. And there was a car, but I did not want to go side-by-side through that corner. Yep, the touring cars would be right top of the list. I wouldn't do it.
Well, it's a bit nicer in these cars. If you lose your end, you could just stay flat out, of course.
Into the barrier.
But we did see, I think it's the IRA 04 race, a couple of side-by-sides not ending well as we're getting Zenith just lose the place once again, at least in the braking zone. Can they hold that, though, around the outside? No, not able to do so. As Urano also make up a place. Delatraz go down another position, though. Still side-by-side just on the exit there through Malmedy. Good space given between the two. They got to look out for the Ford Zilla car. Will Chadwick on the back of them as they now come in towards the hairpin corner. That's going to turn to the outside now for the Urano car. They're losing the place just with the longer distance. They're getting just slightly squeezed out there. That's a little bit harsh between the Delatraz cars. Will Chadwick gains a position.
Yeah, that was a bit naughty from Romain Grosjean, just pushing out wide. Urano losing out 1-2 positions. Was Cooking Racing Adventures also getting through. Arturo Melga, who we ride on board with, can see that 91 rejoining directly ahead. BS Turner as well behind. A tight little fight between this entire gaggle, and I say Will Chadwick will fancy his way to get past the Delatraz Automotive car pretty soon. Commentator extraordinaire, driver extraordinaire, Will Chadwick. You know how fast he is behind the wheel, and really proving that now as we can see that number 91. I mean, that would be frustrating, getting squeezed off there. The whole, maybe I got, there wasn't an overlap, or, yeah, again, it's rubbish. There was a car there and got squeezed off a touch. It's so easy to do, though, running down that hill. As it drops away, you kind of lose grip on the front coming through there in any car, let alone a front-wheel drive.
Yeah, and you could definitely see what Delatra's car there was doing, just purposely going out a little bit wider, trying to push his rival out. He definitely knew what he was doing there. Certainly wasn't a mistake, but of course, very aggressive driving. 2 places lost, though, for the 91 there in the process of that. Not the best, as actually we've seen Zenith and SimRC just swap positions once again, having a nice battle inside the top 10, trying to work their way up forward, but they are losing, because of all this battling, they are losing ground to R8G in that 5th place, who are starting to pull away from the lead of this battle as we're getting switch places once again, a battle in towards La Source. Good battle forming between those 2 teams.
Yeah, Harrison making his way past Kira Wolf and up into 7th position. Now with just a few tenths of a second up towards Selva before there is that bigger gap up towards Lebigra. The top 4 clearing away 1 second between the top 4, but 2.5 seconds from 4th to 5th. Back to that battle for the race lead. McFarlane still hangs on. Diogo Pinto only focused on bump drafting, pushing and making the gap. Flashing lights happening between all of them. The Banter Brigade, I think we should call them, if they're all going to just flash each other's lights to, I don't know, relax. I don't know if that was communicating between the 2 of them or between the 4 of them, really, of like, don't worry, we're all pushing. It's too early in the race to start playing silly people, as we'll see Ruben Bonga out of the race. And someone else in the pit lane backwards. Classic. Why wouldn't they be?
Yeah, there's certainly a couple of issues. I think that was at Lecom. Cars facing the wrong way, which is not exactly what we want to be seeing. But it certainly can happen. Huge crash there. Massive shunt. That was Urano.
That was the Urano, but it wasn't, again, panic. That was the, I mean, yeah, you can hit the brakes and escape, that'd be sweet. That was the Urano car that unfortunately was the one that was running a bit further up the order, but it was the 91, not the 90. So Vlad Kimichev in that second of the champion car up the order. BS Turner could do nothing, absolutely nothing about that, as they were just clouted by the number 99 Monaco Esports car that came across BS Turner and the Urano number 91, the HKM car that is definitely out of this race. Laubish deserved better, let's be honest.
Yeah, would have certainly not known anything about that being on the inside as well. So very difficult position for those guys. Of course, they do have the fast repair, but some of these drivers, of course, maybe are not too bothered about getting out there, because once you've lost that many positions and you're that far behind, it is hard to come back for that, as we're getting another replay there, going 3 wide, and oh wow, there's a 4 wide situation coming on, just not enough room for all those cars. Monaco,
unfortunately not trying to be horrible or anything, but not paying attention enough as to what was happening to the right-hand side. Focused very much on what they were doing. I think it was trying to get past the Was Cooking Racing Adventures car of Jack Sedgwick, rather than focusing on the fact that you were actually 3 wide at that point. And of course, they do have spotters. It should tell you if you've got that spotter turned off. I would always recommend turning it back on again. But some people do just turn it off and rely on their sensors and what they do normally when it comes to drive, which is fine. But yeah, that does not make that okay. That was pretty bad, and I don't think race control will look on it too kindly. Whilst the top 4 remain in positions, those behind do not. Lebiga's been caught, Selva's through, Harrison's through, with a bit of bump drafting between the 2 of them.
It's an interesting one, because R8G there with Lebiga, they had a bit of a gap forming in that 5th place, but they've certainly been caught, as you say, and these 2 cars ahead, the 69-76, they've been making some moves and they've been getting up. I don't know if they're going to be able to catch the top 4, but certainly getting a nice solid top 5 or P5, P6 for those 2 teams is potentially on the cards, as that gap with Lebiga certainly came down very quickly indeed. We've got to see now if maybe this R8G car starts to go back a little bit, as there's quite a few cars behind that will certainly pick up the pieces. Now that is way too deep there into Puan, and 76 of Harrison goes wide.
Yeah, that was a big snap of oversteer. Like I say, brakes just locking on the rear. Those happen. Only lost a single position. Harrison's got enough experience to not worry too much about that. Of course, Simsa Esports Michelin Global Championship champion in the touring car category rather, for the SimRC alongside Quentin Guinness. Did hear, of course, Ewan O'Leary talking about that earlier on. And Harrison, who now running that 7th position, just losing out of the 1 spot. Don't think there's going to be any major concerns. 5th absolutely still on the cards for quite a lot of this group. You've got Selva in there, you've got Lebiga, you've got Harrison, Wolf, Berkler, you've got Chadwick, you've also got Sedgwick, who's just on the rear end of that train as well, before we get a 1.5 second gap back to Leitner and Vlad Kimachev, who obviously started this race in 7th, is working his way back up the order as Kieran Harrison straight down the inside, not wasting any time to try and get past Lebiga again, who got frustrated in the previous race that we were racing the touring cars because of this style of battling. And yeah, I think might feel the same.
And Wolf now getting a bit of a run towards last source. Lebiga there defending though towards turn number 1. Wolf having a second bit of a look as Lebiga now is going to try and get the run as we come up the hill once again. As of course the drivers in this huge train of cars, it's just crazy how close they can stay in this format of racing. Obviously a lot closer than what it would be in a full 24-hour race, which is great to see this sprint race format, of course, of a 24-hour race. But Lebiga now getting that slipstream up towards Les Combes, getting the run. There certainly is enough slipstream in these cars to make the move stick, but you have to sort of be a bit bold on the brakes as well to confirm that, and it looks like they're going to be just push drafting. But in the background there's going to be certainly a bit of side-by-side though, as we're getting Zenith and Delatraz there side-by-side through Les Combes.
Yeah, it certainly was. Delatraz looking for the move to the inside of the Zenith car there. Of course, Kira Wolf under a lot of pressure. Delatraz, the one being driven by Romain Berkler and potentially was cooking Racing Adventures. Sedgwick also sat there. And trust me, I've seen Sedgwick race enough in the last, well, I guess probably about 7 years since I first saw Sedgwick racing. And I've known him a little bit even before that. I actually was in the same race as him back in 2013 properly, so I guess, yeah, 10 years nearly, 9 years. I've seen him racing enough. He's aggressive. He will, if there is a move, he will go for it, absolutely. So don't give him too many opportunities, because Sedgwick will be straight through.
And there is your man coming through this wonderfully named chicane of 15 million names. But Piff Paff will go for it at this moment in time.
Piff Paff.
Yeah, that's got a few names, and of course it's certainly these points of the race. Of course, as we get about halfway through this race 8, when you're in these long sort of trains, you really just have to focus on the car right ahead of you. But you know, if you have some good pace, you can get further and further up. But of course, you end up just getting in these little squabbles with the cars around you, as everyone knows that everyone's tense about the situation of the fact that every position is a point. There's something always to play for in the ProSim Infinity, and it's certainly a difficult position to be in, as we're getting a lapped car there going out of the way, because you have to either attack or be attacked from the car behind you.
Yeah, it's always the way when you're in a train. Like you say, you're looking forwards and backwards, unless you're at the front or the rear of it. And it can be a little bit scary, but let's be honest, a lot of these drivers, they've done so many styles of this type of racing. They've been in so many trains that it's just how it goes. I was actually always calm when I was in the middle of these trains when I was doing my touring car races. It's like, yeah, it's fine. You know, well, it is what it is. You're in the middle of it, make up one position, go for it. If not, just sit there and just wait. I was always a little bit more patient, which is why I never really used to win. But I did always used to have decent results in the championship, so you know, read into that what you will.
Yeah, the consistency factor is a very important point, especially also in a format like this, where we're getting double side-by-side action there in towards Les Combes. We're getting Sim RC up towards 5th place there, and also we're getting the Delatraz car there having a bit of a battle with Was Cooking Racing, of course, coming through Malmedy now down towards the hairpin corner. This battle starting to form a little bit of a gap ahead towards Zenith, about a second forming with that one as they start battling for this final couple of places inside the top 10, and of course all the drivers behind them ready to pick up the pieces. But as it stands, Delatraz holding on to that 9th place as we come down the hill.
Yeah, indeed. We'll have to wait and see if there's going to be any major switches in this group. Right now, I'm less convinced. Same as with that front group, 1 through 4 being ProSim Redline, Apex Redline. I don't think there's going to be any major switches between them, at least not until, let's say, 15 minutes to go. Then they might start switching around, might start getting themselves into position for the final part of this race. We will be keeping an eye on it. I know Hugo Luis is behind the scenes, trying to keep an eye on about 800 different things right now in the race. So if anything does happen, trust me. We'll all see it together, and it will be terrifying. That's absolutely fine as we can ride on board with Will Chadwick, who's not exactly rushing up the order, but potentially just sat there behind Cedric thinking, right, when you go for a move, I'm going for it as well.
That's a good sort of tactic in this style of racing. When the cars ahead of you start squabbling, you need to try and work your way through, slide through when they're trying to push each other wild. We saw with the Urano car just behind this group as well, just getting pushed out, losing a couple of places, and then you can just slide down the inside yourself. It's certainly potentially one to do so. And of course, with all these races being 45 minutes, there's enough time for you to be able to do that. You don't have to just go full attack as such, like full aggression as if it was sort of a 10-minute race. You still have a little bit of time to work on, and we were mentioning just a couple of minutes about the consistency factor. Because of the way that the points system is, it's basically a highest average finishing position directly. Of course, when you have a bit of a jumps and points and things like that, where there's multiple different jumps and sort of different gains, it doesn't always work out that way. But in this, it's literally a direct result of your average finishing position. So it's literally just be consistent, be towards the front, and you will be at the top places by the end of the 24 races.
Yeah, it's kind of it's such a pretty. Once you get to the end of the event, let's say you score 800 points, divide that by 24, read what points that position's for, and that's your average finish position across. That's how it works in this. 1 point for every single position. Nothing too crazy. I mean, you know my thoughts when it comes to when it comes to race victories. I've not had the discussion with you and O'Leary because I was too scared of having an argument this late at night. Don't worry, no, it's all right. No, I'm just scared of you. But you know me, I like there to be quite a few extra points for winning, because I'm like, the winning is the big thing. But with something like this, fair enough, 1 point for every position. Same as what we have, of course, in the Esports Racing League and Esports Racing World Cup, where it's a single point for each position. I think it's absolutely fine for this style of racing, because as much as it is a championship over a day, it's the endurance side of it. It's the consistency side of it. It's not about winning every single race. It is about being consistent throughout the entirety of the event. By the way, speaking of that incident we saw earlier, Urano Esports versus Monaco and BS Turner, have got the note from Race Control. The number 99 Monaco Esports car did get, shockingly enough, a penalty. And yes, it was a stop and hold 10 seconds. It's pretty harsh, and I think just.
I think that's fair enough, to be honest. With how it worked out. It was a huge crash at the top of the hill there. Multiple cars involved, big shunt taking people out of the race, and that's not what you want to see. And of course, it was a little bit reckless as well with how it worked out. So yeah, definitely a deserved penalty. As we're seeing all in the background there, we're getting Cedric trying to make up a position. I think actually just getting the position there, actually, of the Deditraz car there, Brokler dropping down to 10th place. Will Chadwick now on the back, trying to get maybe up the inside, looking towards the inside of Last Source, having a look about it, actually diving it down the inside as well. Team Godzilla driver making it stick. Can he keep on the exit though as we come up, pushing just Deditraz off a little bit there and potentially making up this position, but can he have the momentum all the way down the hill?
Well, that's going to be side by side. This one, who's going to yield? Do either of them yield? I don't think Berkler will, based on what we saw earlier. I don't think Chadwick will, after what we saw. And there's contact between the two. Berkler's going to slam the throttle through the floor, and it's going to just about hang on, at least to the track, but not to the position. Big flashing of lights from Berkler up towards Chadwick. He's not happy from what he's seen, and Norbert Leitner and Vlad Kimichev could potentially come through to rescue both positions. I'm not sure how you feel about that one, but side by side into a Rouge and Radion's never going to work. Not in cars like this. Straight around the outside, Vlad Kimichev goes up into 11th position.
Yeah, Will Chadwick there on the inside of Rouge, and just losing that momentum with the contact. I think we'd have to see a replay to see how much of a squeezing factor there was between either or, but going side by side through that section of track is so difficult. I did mention it a few laps ago as well about Berkler. If you lose the rear, of course, in a front-wheel drive car, you can just slam the throttle and it just pulls the front around, and it's certainly very good. But let's get a replay of that full situation. Down the inside into Last Source, Will Chadwick making the apex nice. previously, having actually quite a good lead there, just almost pushing Delatraz out, but Delatraz on the outside there. Berkler getting a good run and actually having the momentum coming down the hill. But this is where we need to see who is going to be squeezing. Is there going to be one or the other, or is it going to be Bilbao Racing? Some bit of contact there initially, and then just further contact up the hill. And I think initially that was Chadwick turning left a little bit too early.
Yeah, I gotta say there was definitely space between them. That did look I was just gonna say on this ball goes behind his netcode. Certainly looked like a fair share of it, but yeah, I mean, read into that one what you will. Ideally, if you're in these cars going into, there is no rule, but yeah, the wisest of drivers, really you should back out. Someone needs to back out. The problem with that one is they were both almost, and it would have seemed like it, especially when you're in the car, would have been both almost basically perfectly alongside going into it. So who yields? Because they want to be like, oh, the person who's got the inside of the corner has the right to it, and so the outside has to yield. Technically, the first part of that's a left-hander into a right-hander, so which one actually yields? And let's be honest, who is going to yield when they're perfectly alongside? It's just not how it's going to work. So as much as there's no rule, I don't really blame either of them. I just think that if you're going into it side by side, regardless of whether it's netcode or incident or whatever, you have to accept that is probably going to happen. Both of you have to.
Yeah, it's the risk that you take doing that, and of course, in the harshest way, if both drivers don't back out, then you kind of deserve to have a crash in some ways as well. But I definitely say in that particular corner, with the way that you go sort of almost right-handed up the hill, probably the driver, in this case Chadwick, should have backed out. Not saying in terms of rule book or just in terms of the realistic factor, but of course that is going to be a continuous argument as Chadwick already getting involved there with some other drivers. The Impulse car there getting involved as Urano was involved in a three-way battle up towards La Source, but will Chadwick now holding on as we come down towards the hills. Impulse going to dive it down the inside. Yeah, yes they are. That's a battle for 11th place as it stands. Chadwick just losing out in that one. Is he going to be just pushing him out wide? We saw a little bit early he is, so Chadwick there dropping down that position, and it actually looks like the car ahead of Urano got passed up in towards Lake Com as well, so that's almost 2 positions lost, but Impulse managed to hold on to that one.
Yeah, Lightner War backing it into Pro. That's very scary indeed for the 57 of the Impulse racing machine. Will Chadwick sat at that thinking, oh, I'll get past in a second. Romain Berkler's thinking, okay, I've got some unfinished business with you, Mr. Fordzilla man. We are going to have a little bit of a chat here on the racetrack, and yeah, there's certainly going to be something happening between that group. And you're absolutely right, Vlad Kimachev has pulled away again. Recovery drive having to happen for Urano Esports data group, moving back inside the top 10, rescuing some all-important points, but they are losing a crucial amount of points to Team Redline once again. At this rate, Redline, if they keep on this form, they're going to be wrapping this up maybe a race, maybe 2 races early.
Which is something we wouldn't have predicted with just how the format is. It's so open, but when you're being so consistently towards the front, and of course looking at a 2nd place finish here, but although we still have 16 minutes to go in this race, when you're just being that consistent to the front, and am I right in saying they've had all top 5s so far throughout the 7 previous races? This would be 8 top 5s in a row. You just can't really compete with that, especially when you're having issues the way that Urano having, especially in the last couple of races, being a little bit further down than what they would have wanted, but also the fact that there's so many teams. It's so easy just to suddenly drop 10 places with just tenths separating the lap times between all of the drivers out on track.
And just to say, it's not as if it's been one driver doing the like as you would in a normal championship, where it'd just be one driver getting top 5s consistently, as Apex Racing Team clearly a bit bored there, and Gar Valero just warming tyres. I don't know. Trying to keep things interesting. But yeah, between their drivers, yeah, how things have been. Lorenzo Colombo started pole position, race victory. Max Benecke pole position, 4th place. Diogo Pinto pole position, 2nd place. You know, they've had some consistency. Holtzman didn't have pole position, but still managed to get 5th place. Colombo again with a 5th place finish. Luke Bennett 3rd place. Last race, of course, just having themselves a 4th place finish. That is top fives all the way through the first 7 races, looking for another as we'll complete 1/3 of the VCO ProSIM Infinity. And Team Redline are looking... Well, they're the team to beat, big time. Coming into this, we would know it was going to be one of the Team Redline cars, and it's showing that it is definitely Team Redline 1.
Yeah, they're just at a, well, for the last multiple years now, they've just been such a dominant factor in the world of sim racing and esports. And as you're saying, it's not just the one driver, they have just such a good team of drivers, so much so they can enter 2 competitive cars in a series like this, in an event like this as well. It's just crazy, the level. And of course, there's so many other good teams out there as well, especially on the iRacing platform. But it's hard to compete with the guys that can just get those top 5s every single race, indeed, and have the ability to race smartly as well. That's pretty much what we've seen from these top 4 drivers so far in this race. That's why they're 4 seconds ahead of 5th place. They're not battling, they're just staying in formation, sort of pushing each other along with the slipstream, the bump drafting as well, and just making sure they can have a nice, comfortable battle and basically securing these 4 cars a top 4 finish.
Yeah, like I say, in these kind of battles, I said it earlier on, the more, if you work together as a group now or through the previous half an hour and push yourself through, if you build a gap to those behind, you're essentially guaranteeing yourself 1st, 2nd, 3rd or 4th, right? And the difference between that is just 3 points, right? There's nothing crazy. Meanwhile, if you do battle hard and the train does get bigger, then suddenly the amount of positions that you could potentially fall back into, the risk versus reward is actually much, much worse. You could, this is at Daytona where they were running, I think it was 2, 3 for the race lead, and then they battled, and then it became something like 7 for the race lead. And that's the problem, is that one little incident in there, an incident in this from the race lead, you drop back to 4th, you finish in 4th. Meanwhile, when the train's quite big, you have 7 cars in there, you have an incident in there, suddenly you're losing even more points. And that's why sometimes playing the long game in some of this, at least for now, so that you can go full battle on the final lap and not really worry about it too much, is so, so important.
Yeah, absolutely, and the level of the field is pretty impressive as well. Everyone inside the top 18 is either 7, 8 or 9k iRating. The only person less than that is, funny enough, the leader, Ross McFarlane, on 6,500
really that
as
low?
well. Yeah, so
That low, by the way.
yeah, I mean, he's still A class in 4.99, so certainly of course at the top and a safe driver, but yeah, maybe doing some more races would help that one. But just the level of these drivers is incredible. We've got in the ProSIM Infinity, which is great to see, and that's why the racing is so close, and why you're seeing these trains of 5-6 cars come out. As we're seeing the batting now down towards Pool 1, side by side, almost 3 wide there, as we're getting Brigatti there diving it down the inside, managing to make it work. Contact between the two as the number 7 gets pushed out wide.
Yeah, that was Mirror Esports getting squeezed off just a little bit. Brigatti for the absolute racing car. We're on board with Ben Zupanek there. Just ahead, Gustavo Frigotto, Geeks Energy Sim Race. Didn't you race for Geeks Energy in that one race?
Yeah,
it was
as reserve.
Yeah.
It was.
Big air quotes on the Geeks Energy side of that, but it is what it is. Yeah, it was the last race, wasn't it? It's Lagos.
I may have been last,
Championship.
But,
Sponsored by VCO. Of course, it is on brand. It is on topic. Don't worry.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was a great, a great season of racing. Finished up with me finishing last in the final race of the season. So yeah, we won't talk about that one too much. But yeah, Geeks Energy Racing obviously doing a lot of these bigger races now. So we're getting Labiga and Cedric going side by side downhill towards La Source. And Labiga, they're getting that position. Cedric was ahead for a moment, but now RAG back up into that 8th place, as Cedric is involved in quite a few battles so far this race.
He certainly is. We'll try and get past the biggest straight away. I will also say that race that we're talking about with Can, that is one of the also rare sites of me being broadcast production as well. And it wasn't ideal. It's fine. Jack Cedric behind the wheel, though, like you say, moving up past Labigra and moving up into 8th position, but the position's not done yet. RHG could potentially move back here as the side-by-side continues through the 1st, through the 2nd of Lake Carmen up towards Malmedy, and that is Cedric up into 8th position. Also, a little bit of switches and whatnot between those ahead. Harrison, Wolf, Selva, Sedgwick, Labigra, all very clear of Vlad Kimachev, who's under pressure from Will Chadwick, just inside the top 10, that final position inside the top 10 for the Urano Esports data group car. Again, still trying to secure some points. At the moment, they'd still be hanging on to second in the points after issues for their main rivals of Altus in at Ted Bradbury, way down the order.
Yeah, this is some good points, slowly but surely coming back for Urano, but all they have done in the previous few races is lose points and lose points, and of course that can quickly turn around, of course, but at some point they need to come back, because if the gap is sort of 5-10 points and it swings either way for a couple of races, that's fine, but if you lose points 3-4 races in a row, getting suddenly 30-40 points back is a big mountain to climb. So definitely something that the Urano guys will need to try and sort out as we go through the night here. We're not stopping racing, of course, with this format going all the way until about 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, as we're getting Selva here coming down towards the bus stop chicane just behind Kira Wolf there for this 6th and 7th place, and of course Harrison just ahead. That P5 is really the one that they are fighting for. They haven't been able to hold on to the top 4, but they could catch up if some squabbling starts happening in the final couple of laps, which is what we are predicting, because I don't think those top 4 are going to stay the same towards the end.
Oh no, they're calm now, and they will be calm probably until the penultimate lap of the race. I don't think there's going to be any racing now, but with 9 minutes left to go, I think there will just about be 4 laps left in this race. I will keep my eye on it. It's about 2.5 minutes a lap, which means it should be the 4 that I said there. So we should be okay. We'd never trust the commentator's maths. You never know how this works. Once again, around Spa, I did once say about strategy in a race and how they'd only have 2 more stops left to go, but I'd forgotten about 2 entire hours of the race that was left to go. So, never trust that.
And we actually starting to get some battling at the front. Apex and Team Redline 2 just swapping positions there in towards Lacom. I don't know if that was just a bit of an opener as to what we're going to get inside this final 8 minutes coming up here for race 8. And they just maybe just having a look there. That's Josh Thompson, isn't it, in that 4th position? Maybe just having a bit of a look, just testing where he can go onto the brakes to try and make that move, or maybe, as we saw a little bit earlier, just being a little bit almost bored and just trying to just find a little bit of fun with the car ahead of him.
Yeah, I didn't. That weaving from Valero earlier was very bizarre, but each their own on that one. And like you say, doing something. Let's take a look as to actually what happened, to see whether it was Valero backing out ever so slightly and Josh Thompson thinking, well, you know what, why not? He certainly gave it a good look, got down there, sent it into Lacom. Bit of side by side between the two of them. By the time we get to this point, he backs out and thinks, not just yet. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's always a good one where you're in one of these sort of lift off trains where they're just saving and not batting a little bit. If you're the final driver in that battle, you're getting, in this case for Thompson, a 3-car slipstream. You're going to be the fastest car out of the 4, and if the car ahead of you is lifting, if you just stay flat out, you're just going to fly past them like he almost managed to do. But Valero there just making a bit of a mistake on this previous lap, as there's a bit of a gap forming with the top 2 there. They do have a bit of lap traffic in front of them, as Valero there goes a little bit wide, and maybe Josh Thompson is going to finally try and make this move stick as you come up to Lacom this time around.
Yeah, Wolf Team Racing, Pedro Gomez, a driver you know Pedro Gomez, right?
Is that the Pedro Gomez?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Probably.
But I'm not 100% sure on that one. I'm sure there's plenty. But I'm pretty sure it is. Same deed as what we've raced in RF2 and whatnot.
Oh, nice.
Either way, into the slipstream, McFarlane goes. Flashing of the lights, feeling the pressure from behind. Top 2 splitting away from 3rd and 4th. 6 minutes, 10 seconds left to go in this race as we rise up again. This enormous climb, about 1 kilometre and a bit from here. 2 kilometres in total, completely pinned to the floor. Pure Sims versus Redline. Apex versus Redline. Thompson's going for it once again, flashing of the lights towards Gomez, who's going to go a lap down now, at least on 1st and 2nd. Not quite on 3rd and 4th. Thompson's got to the inside once again for the 2nd consecutive lap. And that time, again, still doesn't work. Still has to back out a touch.
And that has completely separated this into two separate battles. A little bit further back, we're getting side-by-side. Sim RC there losing 2 places already, dropping down towards 7th place as Zenith get up to 5th. But this battle is not over by any means. We've got What's Cooking Racing and R8G, of course, also on the back of this battle. All of these cars have been in all of these positions. They've just swapped around so much as getting Harrison in the middle of this 5-car battle now, coming down towards Puon. And that just shows you how quickly, if you lose 1 place, you can lose 2. Started the lap in 5th, now down to 7th.
Yeah, it was a big defence from Harrison just to at least keep Cedric at bay, because the bleeding could have continued. He could have dropped back a few more positions. But I say, just to Sebelton's, the Zenith Esports car, let's be honest, much like we're talking about the top 4 and how much they're going to split or battle apart, this 5 will also battle significantly coming up towards the checkered flag. The top 2, though, have really broken away. I didn't realise it was up to 1.3 seconds, but it certainly is. Pure Sims and Redline, Ross McFarlane and Diogo Pinto pulling away from Gael Valera at the moment, and Josh Thompson behind. That gap's grown rapidly with just 4.5 minutes left to go. 2 laps once they cross the line. Now is the strategy game. Where do you want to be at this point in 2 laps' time? Do you want to be second? Do you want to be leading and defending? Where do you want to be? And it's about now, about where you are now, and about how you're going to start positioning yourself and eyeing yourself up that track position that you want. Now is the time when you start putting yourself in that spot.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for McFarlane because he's been in the lead for so long now. He's almost, getting comfortable with that. But Pinto, as we've seen, hasn't really been trying. So it's a bit of a cat and mouse game. Or is Pinto now going to finally try and make the overtake, or will he wait for the final lap? Looking at the gap, maybe he won't be able to do it this time around into the Lecom, but for sure, I would probably be wanting to lead, actually, and having a bit more control of that situation, as doing a final dive into the bus stop on the final lap, for instance, is a very risky move just for 1 singular point gain in the position that they are. But the run up the hill is looking pretty good.
I'd potentially want to be second at this point on the final lap, but leading. I want to lead into like Lecom, Malmedy. I want to lead after that point. I want to lead to the middle part of the lap and build that gap. And like I say, hold on to the slipstream. We'll have to wait and see though what the advantage is, because like I say, in these cars, just because the slipstream's king does not mean that it is overwhelming. Sebolt, Selva, Wolf getting through, 3 wide almost off. Contact between the 2. Selva's going wide. Wolf comes through. Harrison, Sedgwick and Lebigra also through. Selva down to 9th position as Harrison gets to the inside of Wolf for the run into Rivage. That's Sedgwick behind, who's waiting for his opportunity as well. The side-by-side heads down towards No Name, whatever you want to call it, Speaker's Corner, X curve, as they head through. Harrison's massively out wide, nearly into the barrier, rising down the hill as we head into Puon. Harrison's on the outside run. This is not going to be ideal, and Sedgwick's got that inside line as well, as he's going to try and send it through, almost losing a couple of positions. I think Harrison might stop the bleeding though when they get into the pith of Piff Path.
And Lebiga there also trying to pick up the pieces, but on the outside, is that going to work for Cedric? He gets past Harrison, and on the second part of this chicane, can he try and get the Zenith car there of Wolf? As we're still going side by side, Harrison's been able to hold it actually on that second part there through the path, and now through this incredibly important right-handed corner, double right-handed corner, of course, out onto the back straight. Contact there between Lebiga. Cedric cuts him off, as that's going to completely kill the momentum coming up towards Blanchimont.
Yeah, certainly is. And look who's coming through. Selva's not fancying hanging on to 9th position. Wants to get straight through into the slipstream of Cedric up towards Blanchimont's got the outside run in that 69. The 888 on the inside run as they head through, leaning on each other just a touch. The 69 drops back, hangs on to 9th position, hangs on to 8th. There's Lebigra and Cedric still 7th spot. It was a little bit naughty there from Cedric. It's about getting to the outside, and that's Selva trying to make that one up. Does indeed get past Lebigra again, heading on to the final lap of this race. Cedric, Harrison, Wolf, 5th, 6th, 7th, directly ahead of this battle between Selva and Lebigra. But the top 4 back together again. McFarlane, Pinto, Valero and Thompson.
And that was a great run out of last source for Lebiga. They're getting right down the inside. And is that going to work? Because Selva there a little bit too wide. Side by side, we've seen this come to blows a number of times already in the ProSim Infinity. But that is going to have to be a bit of a back-out situation there for Lebiga. But he's going to go back in the slipstream and get the run up the hill. But a little bit too close, actually, to be getting the slipstream as to the front with side by side.
Yes, indeed. Diogo Pinto's going for it. He's got the inside run heading into Les Combes. And our championship leader, the points leader, takes over the race lead from the Pure Sims machine, looking for its second victory. The pair of them looking for their second victory of this event. Apex looking for their first. Team Redline 2 looking for their first. Apex looking to the inside. Gar Valero trying to get past McFarlane and try and completely deny any chances of Ash Sutton's team taking a second victory in the VCO ProSIM Infinity. Still manages to hang on just a touch.
And this is starting to get a little bit aggressive now, of course, coming up towards 0 seconds left, final lap time. And it looks like it is going to be Pinto trying to run away. It's exactly what you said, Lewis, about you want to be second up the hill and then first coming up towards the bus stop. That's how it's worked out for Pinto. But how is this going to work for Valeri? Just got a couple of corners to go and then one more straight.
Yeah, it's going to be a long run. Obviously, the slipstream from Stavolo all the way around to the bus stop is a very, very long run, but it's one that you can do something about. The gap might be slightly too big. Diogo Pinto looking for a second victory, at least for the team. It'll be Diogo Pinto's first in VCO ProSIM Infinity, but a second one for Team Redline 1. The 71 car that is leading the way at the moment. Cam, this might be pretty close. Is it going to be a big dive, do you reckon?
And you can't count out Thompson as well. I do think there's going to be a dive here. Looks like Pinto's got the run and got the gap for first place, but it's going to be Valero diving it down the inside. Just Blanchimont to go. Got to stay close. Got to be as far to the throttle as you can. Just one braking zone to go.
Yeah, let's see. There is going to be a move. Valero's going to look to the inside. Those goes back to the outside. You've got that 71 coming through almost into the rear end, as that was McFarlane nearly missing the corner. Diogo Pinto comes out of the final corner. The 71 back to the victory, back to the top. The 71 wins at Spa. Pure Sims, Apex and Team Redline 2 come across the line. Super tight, about a tenth and a half between all three of them. But Diogo Pinto, the 71, finishes the first third of VCO ProSIM Infinity the way they started, on top, continuing that top 5 streak. They are looking unbeatable today.
Yeah, such a big lead as well they've got. It's really working out well for them, and you just cannot just say anything bad about them. They're just doing so good at this moment in time, and with such a smart race there from Pinto, just waited until the best moment. He got the lead and then had enough of a gap through that sector 2, the middle part where all the corners are on this lap, and was able to hold on, although very narrowly, actually almost getting taken out into the bus stop chicane there.
Yeah, obviously drag races coming up towards the line from those behind further down the order. Plenty of them doing so, as all 44 of our cars, or at least 42 of them that are still out on circuit, will try and reach the line. But it is all about Redline at the moment. They are just looking like an incredible force at the moment in the VCO ProSIM Infinity, and whether they can carry that one on. I mean, we've just completed there Honda Civic Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. Next time we head, by next time I mean literally in like 15 minutes, we head the BMW M Hybrid around the Red Bull Ring. I don't know if you caught the 4th race. I think you might have been at work at the time. But the BMW M Hybrid V8, the first time we went racing in it in this race, the 4th race of us at Road Atlanta, I think the only way I can describe it was absolute chaos. I kind of get the feeling might have the same.
Yeah, certainly might do. Of course, a brand new car to the platform, literally just released a week ago. Not long for the teams to learn the car in general, and then coming into a very competitive race. It is certainly a very difficult one indeed, but a great track to go around as well. And I'm definitely looking forward to see how that one can work, because there's some very tricky corners there where they're going to have to be on the top of their game, of course, being part of the new LMDH GTP package in real life. Is also a very fast car, loads of downforce, and it's certainly going to be a good one indeed. But back to this race, Team Redline taking the win, but the battles behind them, I think, Lewis, as well, is also what summed up their race, because that bottom of the top 10 was just so fierce and swapping positions all the time.
Yes, indeed. A look then at the standings. Diogo Pinto taking victory for Team Redline, a second clear nearly of Ross McFarlane, but then look at that, a tenth and a bit separating McFarlane, Valero and Thompson. Incredibly close across the line, as Kieran Harrison would rescue a top 5 for Sim RC after qualifying poorly in that race. Zenith Esports, Kira Wolf, Jack Sedgwick also qualified poorly for the Was Cooking Racing Adventures before we get to the Sebelt car of Selva, then Lebigra, and then Vlad Kimachev, who started 7th, dropped down to 17th, and then back up inside the top 10 to finish the race, as Will Chadwick would just finish behind, just ahead of Norbert Leitner after getting into some fisticuffs throughout the race with Romain Berkeley. He finished in 13th. Dominic Blyer and Sean Campbell, again, midway through his 3-race stint, 15th position in that one. Seneo for the Rincon Racing team. Will Tregurtha, Luca Wunsch, Alan Pinsesh, and then Jordan Bachmeyer for the Rocket Sim Sports. Again, we'll let them roll through, pointing out a couple for you that might have been a little bit disappointed with the event. Alessia Bender for the Dur Esports car might be a little bit disappointed with how things went. Love 46 Thomas Cope was looking pretty quick in the previous race, obviously doing back-to-back races here and not coping so well with that. I've got to make it twice, sorry. 30th position for them. A few others down the order, of course, most importantly on this page, Altus Esports Ted Bradbury did manage to stay on the lead lap, did manage to get back up in the 33rd position. Same with issues for Ruben Bonga. BS Turner and BS Competition not having a good race there. They're decently up there in the points, but I think after races like this, potentially less so. Same with Team 707. Big drama. Pretty much, Cam, what we were expecting when we come racing around Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in the night in these cars. Alex Simpson rounding out the field, obviously a retirement earlier on. Big boss of the Apex Racing team. All that big meetup. Well, I think, they're just having a little bit of fun. And I think that's what this event's all about. It's just about having a bit of fun, a bit of enjoyment, bringing that joy back into sim racing. I mean, you've said it before, make sim racing fun again.
Yes, trying to sort of add more, I guess, action to a 24-hour race as well, because if you think about a 24-hour race, after maybe 6 hours, the order's somewhat set, and maybe some teams can have some issues throughout the race. But here, every hour, you get a hard reset. You have another qualifying session, another lap 1 where incidents can happen. You have another driver in the car potentially. You've got a different car completely. So it just adds so much more to this, and in some ways, it's more rewarding to win an event like this. So it's great to see. And of course, the car track combinations that we've got are some of the best that we have on the iRacing service as well. So it's really, it's really great event, and it's turning out really well. Of course, with Redline leading the way, but for sure behind, the battles that we're seeing is so great to have midway through a 24-hour event.
Well, heading into this new era of sports car racing. So for those of you that are staying around will know the BMW M Hybrid will be up next in that race around the Red Bull Ring. But don't go anywhere. If you're on YouTube as well, don't worry too much. There'll be another link to part 2, because obviously we are 8 hours in. We're a third in to VCO ProSIM Infinity. Myself, Cam Roger, we're going to step aside just for a touch. Don't go anywhere.